For some damn reason, every time this guy cleared the 100th floor of the tower, the system would just throw him back to the first floor. For 12 years straight, this guy beat the crap out of every single monster in the tower over and over again, and now Jang's power is at an immeasurable level. However, nothing changed. As he was lying there helplessly, the guy suddenly got a notification that the unable to log out restriction had been lifted. Congratulations, your request has been approved. Begin the final tower conquest. He jumped for joy, thrilled that he could finally get the hell out of this damn place. With an intense desire to return, he leaped from the 55th floor all the way to the 99th in a single jump. The strongest boss here was still confused about what the hell was happening when it took one kick from Jang and died instantly. Finally, the tower opened a door, confirming that a new record had been set. The moment he stepped out and saw how the city had changed after 12 years, people from the observation office approached him. They confirmed that he had indeed escaped from the tutorial tower. The guy couldn't help but jump for joy. However, after checking the list, the observation office staff were stunned to find that Jang wasn't on the list for the 18th round. His name was on the list for the first tutorial tower. No one had a clue what the hell was going on. The summoner from the first tutorial tower, Kim Jang, is officially confirmed to have escaped after 12 years. In the VIP waiting room of the tutorial center, the guild master of Arang Guild, Liu Dong, the guild master of Sun Guild, Kim Sijin, and the guild master of Gel Guild, Hansel Hun, were eagerly awaiting Kim Jang's arrival. 12 years had passed. They wondered how strong he had become. Meanwhile, Jang, with a bag of snacks, was with the new hunters, preparing to enter the rank-up evaluation test. Looking at all the other participants' outfits, the guy wondered why everyone had one except for him. He probably overslept and missed getting it. The tutorial center announced for all prospective hunters to exit the waiting room. They were instructed to move to the starting point of the test. Jang was completely bewildered once again. What is this now? This location is the maze used for the Sun Tutorial Center's rank-up evaluation. The hunters and juniors will enter in sequence. This man is David, an A-rank hunter, in charge of supervising the test. Regarding the content of their first test, the obstacles that everyone must overcome as hunters come in many different forms. One of them is the maze. Just as its name suggests, the maze contains many different traps. Just as everyone was fully focused on starting the test, Jang walked up and asked David, "Hey, you, the guy with the glasses. A minute ago, you said that as long as we get through the exit gate by any means necessary, it's fine, right?" The man looked at our main character with an expression of utter helplessness, seeing his ridiculously rustic appearance. He wondered if someone who was just standing there yawning even intended to take the test seriously. Is this how a rookie is supposed to act? After being warned by David, our main character gave a cool as hell reply, saying that if he wanted to be nosy, he should just focus on the diligent kids running up ahead. The man felt incredibly pissed off by the guy's arrogant attitude. No other participant had such an unconventional attitude. Jang proposed a bet that he could get through it in under 20 seconds. If he succeeded, the man would have to pay him 1 million. David seemed extremely ticked off by the guy's taunting. He said, "If you're scared, then we don't have to bet." His pride provoked, the man raised the bet to 10 million won. In other words, his entire month's salary. When the guy suddenly placed one hand on the wall, everyone was totally confused. They had no idea what the hell Jang was doing. However, within just a few seconds, he had succeeded and reached the gate on the opposite side. Besides shocked, there were no other words to describe how everyone felt in that moment. After witnessing Jang's talent displayed with no small amount of arrogance, he was overjoyed that the 10 million won was finally his. In other words, it was a classic case of getting rich isn't hard. According to the information available, besides Jang, there were a few other noteworthy newcomers. Among them was Lang Hun. This man had always dreamed of becoming a star, so he trained to the point of defying death. He is a level 4 swordsman and an experienced coach who has won most national sword competitions. Back when he was in the tutorial tower, Lai Kang-Haim was the strongest hunter in the Knights group. He garnered attention from the very beginning and has been walking the path of success ever since. However, an incident occurred where all the spotlight he had was completely stolen by the recent spectacle. The press room at the evaluation was in an uproar over the explosion that just happened. It happened so fast they couldn't even record anything. Honestly, they didn't think anyone would care about some loser wearing sandals. All the photos they took were of Lai Kang-Haim. In the participants' waiting room, while Jang was casually dozing off, everyone was buzzing about the explosion. During the last competition, people realized the press had called him a master. Hearing this, that guy Lee Kang-hyun felt more annoyed than ever and wanted to reclaim everything that belonged to him. While our protagonist was still half asleep, the organizing committee for the ranking evaluation announced that the order of the events for today's evaluation had changed and would restart in 50. The virtual monsters used for training are created by combining the most cutting-edge technology and magic stones. It was a competition to see how many monsters one could handle within a specific time limit. The media was incredibly thrilled by the news that a hunter who had just left the tower was using mana. It seemed a new talent had emerged. After time ran out, Lee Kang-hyun had taken down 78 of them himself, and this score was also the highest among all the contestants. According to everyone's comments, his combat sense was excellent, and on top of that, he could even use mana. This time, it looked like the knights were dominating and would come out on top. The next contestant to compete is hunter number 34, Jang Woo. His event category will be goblins, and the time limit is 120 seconds. Unlike the other contestants, his demeanor was strangely calm. In other words, it was a state of complete indifference. His speed was so fast that no one could capture any footage of him. In just a few seconds, all the monsters were wiped out. Everyone wondered if he was using mana, too. By observing the guild masters, they realized it wasn't mana. His power was related to his speed. Jang Woo simply got close to the monsters and punched them in the face, then moved to the next target and did it over and over again. This was precisely because his speed was so immense that it looked like the monsters were being decapitated. His speed was so incredible that it was unbelievable for human movement without the use of mana. Everyone wondered what on earth Jang Woo had been doing all by himself in that tower. They said that while they sometimes thought the rumors about Jang Woo might have some truth to them, seeing him with their own eyes, it seemed he had completely transformed into a real monster. The moment the system announced that time was up was also when the total number of monsters Jang Woo had dealt with himself was calculated. The result came out to exactly 248. The monster slaying process was broadcast live, and viewers were all in awe and admiration. Unable to believe this was real, some even thought our protagonist was an S-rank mage. Lee Kang-hyun was both jealous and disappointed in himself. Despite preparing so meticulously and sacrificing everything, he still couldn't measure up to that bastard Jang Woo. After that competition, our protagonist met directly with the deputy head of the Korean Hunter Association's information department and received a list of guilds that wanted to meet him. She was Alice, the representative who had come to offer Jang Woo her congratulations. Congratulations on your return after 12 years. While she spoke, our protagonist didn't seem very interested. The only thing he cared about right now was thinking about his next meal. Jang Woo is the classic example of heroes in this world who are powerful yet completely He wondered if delivering this to him was part of the job of the deputy head of the Korean Hunter Association's information department. This young man suspected they were here for another reason. She was truly here to see with her own eyes the person who had shaken the entire world, and while she was at it, she wanted to give him something. She offered him a contract with the Alice Guild, a revised contract regarding the rights and obligations of its members. Reading the first sentence made him freeze for a good 5 seconds. When Party A and Party B cooperate, Party A will immediately transfer the entire following sum to Party B. The contract's value was a one-time payment of 10 billion. Jang Woo's face turned serious as he said, "Since when has our country's paper money depreciated so much? Is it any better than Zimbabwe's currency?" Because of the monsters, the situation was indeed a bit chaotic. But luckily, there was no economic crisis. Instead, land prices had risen quite a bit. Alice showed our protagonist the current price of land near the area where he lived. A piece of land that previously cost 3 million was now worth 3 billion. She continued to entice the young man with incredibly attractive perks. No matter how much house prices or anything else rises, a hunter doesn't need to worry, because 10 billion is just the contract signing bonus. At the Alice Guild, if Hunter Jang Woo wishes, we will pay double the initial offered amount after the contract expires, and we intend to sign another contract after that. At this point, Jang Woo's eyes were shining like car headlights as he saw the 20 billion waiting for him. However, to get it, he would have to share the loot obtained in dungeons with the guild. The distribution ratio would be very favorable for me. Our protagonist had another question. Is arranging contracts with this guild also part of the job of the deputy head of the Hunter Association's information department? Jang Woo must have been thinking that he definitely heard that you can't try to recruit someone for a contract while you're working for the association. That's why he replied, "I prefer to go solo rather than join a guild. It would be too much of a hassle. Having a lot of money is nice, but he doesn't like to be tied down." That being said, he knew full well that in this world, no one would just give him 10 billion for free. If he accepted it, a whole heap of trouble and things he didn't want to do would surely fall on his shoulders. 5 days later, he met the 3 guild masters again. The main character was extremely surprised that Sek-won, who was originally his age, was now a middle-aged man, while Kim Si-hyu had become a handsome, mature man. In addition, Sion had also become very different from how he was in high school. Seeing these 3 made the protagonist so happy that he wanted to eat the entire table of sushi all by himself. Thanks to the 3 of them, he learned that the things he did in the tower were even broadcast on television. The young man was utterly horrified to learn that everything he did had been witnessed by the whole world. It was likely that everyone had even witnessed the time he cleared a dungeon completely naked, even the time he cosplayed as an elf to clear a dungeon. However, the most famous incident was when Jang caught several bosses while doing some strange dances. There was also the time he climbed from the 1st to the 10th floor by kicking his way through. All of it matched exactly what he had done in there. Suin said, "During the last ranking competition, I also thought you'd become a monster, but I never expected that hearing you tell it myself would make me feel it even more. While he was still in the tower, Jang even saved a young boy and took him on as a disciple. His life was like something out of a comic or a novel, where the main character gets trapped somewhere, has an epiphany, and then escapes. Although he had taught the boy very thoroughly, in the end, it was probably just a chaotic mess of using brute force to defeat monsters. The more the protagonist thought about it, the guiltier he felt toward the boy. Not only that, but his own personality was terrible, so the more he thought, the more guilty he felt. But luckily, he had worn a mask, so he vowed to never meet his student in the real world. Jang checked his status window. The usual phrase that appeared after an ability stat had reached its maximum limit in the tutorial tower was gone. The number 36 next to the age category was also gone. His age of 24 hadn't changed, meaning he had kept the same appearance as before he entered the tower. What Jang wanted now was to earn a certain amount of money and live a life where he only did things he wanted to do. However, after looking at the system window again, the line stating that the unable to log out restriction had been removed was still there. Below that was a quest to clear at least 3 more dungeons. Suddenly, the main character received a message that someone from Ares wanted to see him. They even said that even if he refused, they absolutely had to bring Jang with them. The security guards said that the other party was from the Ares Guild, and while it might be a bit of a hassle, he hoped the main character would consider the situation. Jang felt that if he didn't make his stance clear once and for all, they would keep bothering him, so the young man decided to go meet them. This man was Kang Bong-ho, the head of the Human Resources Department for the Ares Guild. He asked Jang a question. If you don't join our guild, do you think you can still succeed? If you join the Ares Guild, we guarantee you won't have to suffer any unnecessary hardships. What's with this attitude? Jang Gun figured they were deliberately trying to threaten him. After the protagonist said that, the bald guy flew into a rage and yelled at the punk, "How dare you talk to us like that?" The HR department head calmly asked again, hoping that Jang would reconsider. Ares was rumored to be a tyrannical organization that looked down on everyone and had swallowed up more than half of South Korea's dungeons. The Ares Guild had a monopoly on 66% of the dungeons, especially all the D-rank dungeons for newbies and the A-rank ones that yield good items. Afterward, they would sell tickets to enter them for cash. Newbies who wanted to gain experience or maintain their livelihood had to either buy extremely expensive dungeon tickets or join the Ares Guild. They forced everyone to choose one or the other. Kang Bong-ho warned Jang that even though this was the association's building, he shouldn't let his mouth run. Do you think we don't have our people in the association? I'll just say this one thing. You should think very carefully about this offer. To show off, the bald guy smashed the table to pieces with one punch and said this hunter was very strong. He has all A-rank stats, you know. Do you think you can beat him? Hearing this, Jang found it utterly ridiculous. Letting these guys stand here and run their mouths was a real eyesore. He picked up his slipper, which looked a little tacky, but he spoke boldly. Do you believe that with just this, I can call the pallbearers for you guys? It seemed like a fierce battle was about to break out. However, in an instant, the bald guy's face was painfully smashed by a single slap from Jang's slipper. Just that one light tap was enough. The guy's head slammed straight into the wall. It was probably time for him to meet his ancestors. At this point, Kang Bong-ho was thoroughly impressed. Could this be the legendary master from the rumors? He thought the main character was much better than he had initially expected, but he was still just a frog in a dungeon. The old man thought to himself, maybe Jang thinks he's the strongest right now, but could he really do that if he met someone truly powerful? Kang Ho was confident that the power and strength accumulated in the Ares Guild would make Jang kneel before him. That's what he thought was supposed to happen. However, something felt very wrong right now. Without even using magic, Jang was able to hit this hard. The old man trembled uncontrollably, not daring to do anything. Jang walked towards him and said, "Do you know what I hate the most? What I hate most is when someone threatens me." Jang Gun decisively slapped the old man flat across the face. In the end, they all got a thorough beating. Returning home, the young man casually enjoyed some strawberries. His friend, however, was worried and said, "Jang, you really don't know how to behave. Those guys from the Ares Guild are extremely vicious. The trouble they can cause is no joke. That's why, unless it's absolutely necessary, nobody messes with them. They can apply pressure to keep you from joining other guilds. Or when you enter a dungeon, they'll deal with you swiftly and efficiently. To be more precise, they'll just kill you. Because inside a dungeon, nobody knows what might happen." However, Jang still didn't seem to care much, only feeling that this world was truly cruel. Kim Si-hyun then said he wanted the main character to join his guild. However, Jang maintained his stance of not joining any guild because he had his own things to do. Regarding the Adron Research Lab, Jang had been looking into it for the past 12 years, but still couldn't understand why he was the only one trapped in the tutorial tower. Jang was furious and wanted answers. Who on earth created this tower and locked him up for 12 years? If he ever finds the tower's secrets and learns who the masterminds are, he will definitely give them the death sentence. The Adron Research Lab is a C-rank dungeon. It's said to be a very good dungeon for new players to train in. But regardless, Jang probably wouldn't be able to get in because Ares has a monopoly on the dungeons, and Adron is one of them. Jang Gun felt extremely frustrated by this absurdity. What is the government for? Aren't there any anti-monopoly laws? However, neither the government nor any politician could do a thing. The dungeons are so dangerous that no police officer would dare to enter. And if someone dies in there, it's always ruled an accident. At first glance, Ares appears to be an exemplary new enterprise. And aside from suppressing other hunters, they maintain a pretty good image in the media. Jang was planning to sneak into Adron, but Ares soldiers were always standing guard there. Still, Jang wasn't giving up, and he said that he would have to find another way in. A way that not everyone would dare to try, which is to confront Ares head-on. The main character was willing to become their enemy, because after dealing with Kang Byung-ho, he was no different from their enemy already. Hyun-gu, the S-rank hunter and head of the Korean branch of the Ares Guild. After receiving the projected ability analysis for Jang, he was completely shocked. Based on video surveillance of Jang in the tutorial tower area, that was the estimated result from their newly imported analysis machine. They were highly skeptical, but according to the analysis, no matter how large the margin of error, it would only be within one level. Hyun-gu felt extremely curious and excited. If this result was real, they absolutely had to recruit Jang. However, the head of human resources reported that the attempt to recruit Jang had failed. Even so, Hyun-gu felt that if that was the case, there was no need to recruit people like him anymore. People recruited into the guild must be useful to the guild. To be blunt, if these ability stats are used in dungeons and mazes, he'll achieve overwhelming results and bring us enormous profits. But what if he isn't satisfied with his position and starts aiming for mine? It turns out this branch head was afraid the main character would become a poisoned apple. The flesh may look delicious, but you'll only know the consequences after taking a bite. Hyun-gu came up with an idea. They wouldn't recruit Jang, but they'd injure him. Just a little. Suddenly, someone came running in, panting, to give an extremely urgent report to the department head about the situation at the Adron Research Lab. A girl was desperately trying to enter the C-rank dungeon at the research lab, but she was stopped by the Ares Guild's checkpoint. They prevented her from hunting there, claiming that people without power and money would never get to live comfortably. No matter how desperate she was, they were determined to stick to that principle. Just then, Jang appeared with his usual dazed look, which made them think he was looking for the bathroom. Jang casually replied, "I'm not looking for the bathroom. I have business in the dungeon." A guy at the checkpoint warned Jang, "Even if you're crazy, you should pick a better place to be crazy. Who the hell are you?" As it turns out, our main character is a hot-tempered person. Just those words were enough to piss him off, and he wasn't about to let them go. Jang once again picked up the legendary slipper that could take on any master. He had tried to talk things out. "I'm being so friendly. Can't you guys see how approachable I am?" In that instant, Jang Gun activated his power. He sent the guard flying, crashing straight into the guard post before falling flat on his back. Not only is he a monster of strength, but he also pretended it was an accident. "Whoops, my bad. I guess I should have held back a little." Jang Gun then proceeded to bully the other guard and took his brand new shoes. He even complimented them, saying they looked like a chunk of iron but were surprisingly light. Having gone a bit overboard, Jang Gun had also completely destroyed his own crappy sandals. He then brazenly walked inside, leaving the guard on duty completely stunned. You would think that as long as no one provokes Jang Gun, nothing will happen, but when he's faced with an enemy, he becomes dead set on defeating them, revealing his relentless fighting spirit. In any case, no one could understand why Jang Gun was so stubborn. Meanwhile, Jang Gun was feeling incredibly excited about his new shoes. The other day, Kim Si-hui had talked to our protagonist and heard about Jang Gun's stats leveling up. A group of people were still struggling inside, searching for the boss in the hopes of raising their own stats. Suddenly, they saw Jang Gun wandering around by himself. He didn't look like a hunter. Jang Gun faced the growling boss with unnerving calm. He held a massive syringe and threatened it. "A new research subject has arrived. Where should I begin? The eyes, the heart, or the spine? Just name your preference. Whatever you choose, I'll grant your request." 12 years ago, the protagonist's friends had learned what Jang Gun had been through. As a child, after his parents died in a traffic accident, he was forced to live in a prison-like orphanage. His uncle had sent him to the orphanage and stolen his entire inheritance. It's unclear if it was because Jang Gun felt disappointed in himself, but on a normal day, even if Jang Gun said he was fine, if anyone tried to control or dominate him, he absolutely wouldn't argue. Instead, he would unleash that twisted attitude of his on them. That's why when he confronted the boss, he acted on instinct. And in no time at all, he took care of the massive creature. After watching for a while, the group of people realized he was the legend known as Hunter King, ranked #1 on the forums. In other words, a master that everyone knew about. His tracksuit and hairstyle were unmistakable. In the management office on the 5th basement level of the AR Guild's Korean branch, the manager, Gu Cheon-mon, was meeting with the head of human resources. They were discussing the fact that 2 newbies had A-rank stats. right after clearing the tutorial tower. After reading the analysis report, they couldn't believe their eyes. Perhaps the analysis wasn't 100% accurate, but regardless, they had to admit that Jang Gun was the real deal. And at this level, he wasn't just top tier. He was a straight-up monster. They were targeting him and wanted to handle the situation discreetly. They'd also heard that the protagonist had completely wrecked their exclusive dungeon, but it happened right when the hunters guarding their dungeon were on duty. It was a complete loss of face. The man was getting increasingly frustrated. Gu Shanmong figured that if Jang Gun's stats were this high, it would be difficult for them to inflict only a moderate amount of damage on him. They decided to handle it quietly so the main branch director wouldn't have to get involved. After all, he was already dealing with the headache of entering the Chinese market. The new Chinese guild was called Pido. Since its founding 2 years ago, it had already taken control of 52% of the exclusive dungeons in China. After emerging from the tower 4 years ago, its guild master had steered the Pido guild into becoming a major power, and all the leaders in that guild were rumored to be as powerful as monsters. But what was even more surprising was that the Pido guild master was an S-ranker, ranked 5th in the official world rankings. His identity remained a complete mystery to the world. Gu Shanmong thought they shouldn't worry about this Jang Gun fellow. Since they had to face the Pido guild, there was no way they would waste resources just to rough up Jang Gun a little. They wanted to send someone thoroughly trained to handle the protagonist cleanly. Elsewhere, Jang Gun was kicking back with his legs crossed. He was marveling at how much things had advanced. The modern world could now do things that once seemed impossible. He was amazed that he could take such a crystal-clear picture of Kim Si-hui just by holding up a smartphone. Kim Si-hui scratched his head awkwardly. He'd originally bought the phone for Jang Gun so they could stay in touch, but now the guy was completely glued to it. It had been 3 hours, and he showed no sign of putting it down. Kim Si-hui informed him that the Deep Forest Tribe dungeon Jang Gun had mentioned, within the Seun Guild's territory, apparently no longer had a monster boss. They had all been caught a few weeks ago. Speaking of which, that's a little different from the tutorial tower. In the tower, bosses usually respawn in about a day. It's generally the same for regular monsters. But in actual dungeons, things are different. Normal monsters will just keep respawning endlessly even if you kill one. However, if a boss dies, it takes quite a long time to revive. Each dungeon is different. But for the Deep Forest Tribe dungeon, it takes about a month. Jang panicked, wondering if he would have to wait a whole month. However, the boss of the Deep Forest Tribe had been defeated nearly 4 weeks ago. In other words, it would respawn in about 2 to 3 days. As for the Swamp Dungeon the main character mentioned, that's an exclusive dungeon of the Ares Guild. Jang felt incredibly tired, finding it so troublesome just to hunt a single monster. Kim Si-hui was extremely curious, wondering when the main character would register for his rank at the Hunter Association. Jang Gun, still as nonchalant as ever, asked if that was something he really had to do. However, it would be good if he could register, because only then could he receive the association's limited edition support equipment and even get cash. Hearing this, Jang's ears perked up, and he suddenly became very interested in this money matter. So, I just have to register and I can lie around and still get paid. How much money are we talking about? This guy is the classic example of someone who wants to eat without working. Si-hui explained that he would have to participate in one real battle every 2 to 3 months. As for the money, a B rank would get about 1.3 million, and an A rank would get 25 million. And if you reach S rank, the difference is even greater. Si-hui receives about 7 million won each month. Hearing this, Jang Gun's jaw dropped in amazement, and he even urged his little brother to go register immediately. Once this guy's got his mind set on something, there's no stopping him. Jang Gun arrived at the Hunter Association's Energy Measurement Center with Si-hui. The old man at the counter, after asking for the main character's registration name, was incredibly surprised to realize he was the person who had left the tower after 12 years. The old man thought to himself, so it's this Jang Gun guy. No wonder everyone who came to register today was asking about him. It's just a slightly better result on an ability test. What's with all the commotion? He acted very calm and said that his personal information had been verified, and now he should just take this. The thing he handed the main character was the Explorer's Eye. Jang's rank status would appear on the hologram next to it, and that rank would be officially recognized. After holding the eye and completing the test, Jang Gun achieved B rank. If he was really such a phenomenon, he should have been at least B+. Suddenly, the man was astonished when he heard Jang Gun say that he had magical luck. He was stunned and couldn't believe his eyes. And thanks to that, all the super hot news articles were targeting the main character for media coverage. Keywords like Hot U Master and Jang Gun is insane were being searched a lot. Besides his mana, all of the main character's other skills were A rank. They only found out this information because the measurement staff had shouted it out. Everyone was gossiping that there was probably no one else in the world like Jang Gun. Doesn't this also mean he just snatched the #1 hunter spot? Thousands of envious eyes turned towards Jang Gun. The main character felt helpless. In this world, seriously. It's only been a few hours since the test, and everyone already knows everything. According to Hai, Jang is a hot topic these days, which is why people are so interested. The main character even cleanly dealt with the Ares Guild's dungeon. This also means that many parties are currently monitoring Jang Gun's situation. Hai wondered, I don't know if you even care about these things, big bro. The Ares Guild has probably collected all the information and news about you by now. Considering today's ability measurement, plus the fact that he dared to touch their territory, they will definitely not let this go. Even though his little brother was so worried about him, it seemed like not a single word was getting through to Jang's ears. He was even brazenly looking at his phone and bursting out laughing in the face of someone else's concern. The main character was currently fascinated by the completely insane guy on the screen. He was incredibly excited. It was a game loading screen, but since yesterday, this thing had been popping up every time he moved to a dungeon. That crazy pose and these effects are so cool. Hunters can really do anything. Hui said helplessly, bro, that thing you're watching is me. Hearing this, Jang Gun went from giddy excitement to trying to act cool and regain his composure, saying, Seo-kwon and Seo both look really busy. It's only you who seems to be free. Hui felt helpless with his clueless older brother. I'm a guild master too. Why wouldn't I be busy? Right now, I'm just trying to make time to follow you. Meanwhile, the Ares Guild's management department office received the results of Jang Gun's ability measurement. Mong now fully understood why the branch director wanted to deal with the main character. To handle him, they had even called in Qin Qion. He's a hunter from China rumored to soon reach S rank, and he's strong enough to confront Jang Gun. The main character went to Hai's dungeon, the Deep Forest Tribe, where the boss would soon respawn. Jang Gun was incredibly excited for the moment he could enter. Out of nowhere, they ran into a guy named PGON. He was a porter who would carry the byproducts. Here, the byproducts from the main boss had a market price of around 20 to 35 million. Jang was shocked. It's a shame to pick up byproducts but not know what to use them for. Hui thought to himself that the main character had a point. Someone who dressed and acted like Jang couldn't possibly come up with any good idea. In dungeons, byproducts are used to create weapons or defensive gear. Pamon suggested filming the main character for his YouTube channel, and he didn't even hesitate, immediately agreeing to a deal to split the view revenue 50-50. Right now, entering the Deep Forest Tribe's area would be just like walking into a maze. Hui looked extremely serious and focused. In contrast to his mood, Jang was still striking poses, trying to look good for the camera and make some money. The young man continuously showed off his punches and kicks, combined with his maximum power, to make the footage look good. This unintentionally provoked the boss at the entrance of the Deep Forest Tribe's dungeon. A single move had already cleared a path and even summoned the boss. He really was a master. The more they filmed, the more hype the main character got. This was a good chance to flex a little. With his legendary flip-flops, Jang decisively rushed forward, punched the boss flat on its face, and climbed onto its shoulders. In no time, he had wrestled it to the ground, knocking it flat on its back. Pamon filmed with tears streaming down his face, witnessing such an unreal sight for the first time in his life. This was truly going to be the viral hit of the century. The man who had been watching the main character's every move was Sin Cheon Gang, who had been summoned by Gyun Mong. He had to admit that the rumors were true, the guy was a monster. The main character had no magic and no skills. It was purely immense physical strength and combat power, but it was also pretty easy to guess what Jang couldn't fight against. After receiving information that Jang would be going to the dungeon managed by the Ares Guild tomorrow, Sin Cheon Gang was confident, declaring this a great opportunity. At the entrance to the Swamp of Vision, Jang stood there looking completely bewildered. However, he felt a slight sense of unease. He opened his phone and saw a message from Sion asking, "You're going to the dungeon now, aren't you? Don't forget what I told you about the Ares Guild yesterday." The young man had no idea why his little sisters were so worried. Jang nonchalantly charged in, figuring that knowing a few things about that guild wouldn't do him any good anyway. Sion asked worriedly, "Appa, why do you want to go into a dungeon controlled by the Ares Guild? You're not planning to mess with them, are you?" Not only did he not hide it, but Jang also casually and excitedly replied that, yeah, that was kind of the plan. His little sister felt helpless, knowing that worrying about her big brother was useless at this point. The girl had already heard about Jang's power stats from Hoi. She had even seen the YouTube video of him fighting in the dungeon. Although she knew Jang was very strong, she really didn't want him to mess with the Ares Guild and just hoped he could handle things quickly and cleanly. The Swamp of Vision was an A-rank dungeon, and it was a prime location, as the Ares Guild was also waiting for the boss to respawn to start the race. Even though Sion had said all that back in reality, the main character was still acting like he owned the place, fearing no one. He thought back to his sister's warning not to mess with the Ares Guild members. The young man felt that advice was really hard to follow. Jang thought that the lame-ass swordplay of these bastards never seemed to change. Even the way they constantly looked down on him when he first entered was exactly the same. And because of that, when they took a hit from Jang, they all got their asses handed to them in the exact same way. Even when they felt threatened, they'd bring up the Ares Guild's name and go berserk. Why was everything from start to finish so damn predictable? Just as he thought that, as expected, the guy in charge rushed forward and everything repeated itself. He got a fistful to the face from Jang. His tattered old flip-flop got chipped once again. Jang, having entered the dungeon alone, immediately ran into a giant swamp boss called Mega Alligator. Remembering Sion's advice, its hide was very thick and tough, and it had high endurance, making it extremely valuable. Even its teeth were worth a lot. The main character felt incredibly excited and charged at it as if it were a tasty meal. Jang sang as he fought, swiftly dealing with the boss and skinning it. In a flash, he grabbed its two tails, and even the boss became utterly helpless. It was the first time in its life that a boss had such a look of fear in its eyes. The young man spun it around 180 times. At this point, it wasn't just people who could get carsick. Even a boss could get dizzy enough to die. It opened its eyes and cried its heart out. It seemed to have been provoked and was now furious. Just as the main character was about to deliver a final blow, he was stopped by a chain. Xin Xian Gang had launched a sneak attack from behind. For a moment, Jang had no idea what was happening. Xin Xian Gang had used a magic chain. The main character turned to look at the other hunter with a completely bewildered expression. What the hell was this now? The coward introduced himself as if he were someone important. This is a precious gift sent personally to you by Ares. Jang's face remained completely emotionless. You mean Ares sent an assassin to ambush me? The man laughed, looking incredibly smug. Not long ago, he had been watching the main character spin the Mega Alligator around and around. The act had left him in complete shock. The main character had even fought, a hit so strong it sent its head flying. Xin Qian Kang admitted that Jang was strong, but even so, once bound by these magic chains, he'd just become a puppet. Jang gave the chains a casual check, scratching at them a bit, but they didn't budge an inch. It seemed this was no ordinary chain. Once bound by it, one could no longer use their magical power. Their magic was even stronger than that of an A-ranker. That guy, Xin Qian Kang, confidently declared that Jang 1 must be terrified. However, there wasn't a trace of fear on our protagonist's face. In fact, Jang 1 just shot him an indifferent look and asked him a question. What was that? You think I'm scared in a situation like this? His unbelievably calm demeanor made the other guy absolutely furious. He thought to himself that everyone he'd ever fought was exactly the same. When they're caught off guard and captured, they always pretend to be calm at first, then try every dirty trick in the book to break free. Jang just replied casually, "Oh, is that so?" This insane level of composure made the hunter completely lose his self-control. Man, he's not just strong, he's also an expert at pissing people off. The hunter lunged forward, using a poison bomb and activating a series of magical bone attacks, planning to completely obliterate our. However, Jang 1's expression remained unchanged. The hunter was completely shocked that his attack had absolutely no effect on him. He began to back away hesitantly, unable to understand why this was happening. Once more, he mustered all his strength and charged, only for Jang 1 to reward him with a punch that sent him flying, face first. Jang 1 chuckled and said, "If you want to capture me, you'll have to wrap my entire body in those chains. Just wrapping me up a little like this, I can still move, you know." At this point, Xin Qian Kang couldn't do anything but curse, "You monster." But what's the big deal? He just smiled and said, "It suddenly came loose. Was I supposed to just leave it like that?" Then, our hero delivered a decisive kick with his legendary flip-flop. The smacking sound was just so satisfyingly painful to hear. Jang Gun told him, "If you came here to kill someone, you should have been prepared for this." The so-called boss was now completely terrified. He could only stand there, completely helpless. Jang even gave him a taste of what it feels like to fly through the air. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "Congratulations, you have completed the minimum requirement. Your status window has been updated with new information. The final piece of information will now be unlocked." Jang 1 still had no idea what was going on. At the 5th floor management office of Jed Are, it was reported that Xin Qian Kang was dead. The tree he was tied to was found submerged in the swamp. His body couldn't be recovered, but it's presumed he was devoured by the swamp monsters. To think that Hunter Xin Qian Kang wasn't just S-rank, he also had 7 skills. No one could believe that such an ordinary-looking person had defeated him. Meanwhile, our hero was still half asleep. Our protagonist was startled to see the notification window was in a temporary protection mode. It seemed something had changed. Jang Gun thought he was about to get information about the tower, but instead, the window was frozen for over 2 hours. Suddenly, he noticed a new skill he had just received. However, it wasn't complete yet. Seeing his friend getting all worked up and angry, Sihui was already intimidated. Jang Gun thought to himself that even if it was a useless skill, something had clearly changed for him. If he could just get an invitation from the system or something similar, he might be able to find out more, including information about the tower. Then, out of nowhere, Jang suddenly found himself in a strange space, designated as a guardian. A woman in white introduced herself as Jang's supporter, named Avi. At this point, our hero began to understand a few things. and he would finally learn why he was imprisoned in the tower for 12 years. Jang Won's face was full of anticipation, waiting for an explanation. But Avi said nothing. Finally, he had to ask, "Hey, aren't you going to explain anything?" She replied with a look of pure innocence, "What is it you think I need to explain?" This just agitated him further, and he grew frustrated. "Are you messing with me? Didn't you bring me here to tell me something?" However, Avi's role was only to answer the questions Jang Won specifically asked. At that, he finally understood and tried to focus on his questions. "Who locked me in the tutorial tower?" However, the girl couldn't answer that question, as it was top-secret information unavailable to someone with the lowest information authority. Jang thought back to the notification window and realized how convoluted this all was. It seemed only someone with high information authority could find out who trapped him in the tower. So, Jang asked Avi, "What is the tutorial tower?" But once again, she gave the same frustratingly unhelpful answer. That is also information that cannot be provided to someone with the lowest information authority. Our hero stubbornly pressed on, asking more questions like why the tutorial tower was created and why monsters appeared. But all of these questions were outside the scope of what she was permitted to answer. Was this some kind of sick joke? No matter what he asked, he couldn't get a single answer, a satisfactory answer. The main character was so furious at this point that he let out a ridiculous laugh. Seeing this, Avi got a little scared and offered a bit more information, saying that he was the protector. The MC's face basically said, "Wow, what high-quality information. Thanks a lot. You're really useful." Jang tried to calm down and ask another question, but it seemed to be no use. Avi explained that he was currently a temporary protector, and once he received the official guardian title, everything he wanted to know and even things he didn't would become clear. It would take 5 days to become an official guardian. Deep within the place where Jang lived, there was a key to upgrade his information authority. If he obtained it, he would become an official guardian. After learning all this, the main character's skill was upgraded, so she would send the information to Jang again. The MC was extremely curious to see the final result. Jang met up with his 4 friends to ask about it and was told that it was a major disaster. The people in the Ares Guild were furious that they had hired a VIP, but still couldn't deal with Jang. This time, a guy named Gwimin wanted to corner Jang, so he decided to spend a large sum of money to select a few people even stronger than the previous hunter. Only after dealing with Jang could they focus on Pozuth. They were on guard, because if China made it here, they would surely annihilate all their members with their bizarre army. However, if they failed, the consequences would be unpredictable, and they didn't even dare to think about it. Hansel took out a ring worth 2 billion, an item obtained from a labyrinth. Dungeons and labyrinths differ in the artifacts you can obtain, and this ring was one such artifact. In a dungeon, you can get special resources, or when you kill monsters, you can get gems and byproducts. But items taken from the mystical treasures of a labyrinth are useful right from the start. This ring had been sealed. To be more specific, sealed items have much greater power than other normal items. After staring intently at the ring, the main character's skill activated, and he could inspect it with his new ability. Even so, after looking it over and over, it was still just a crappy skill that didn't do a damn thing. Now that he's finished what he needed to do, the main character has to enter the labyrinth. If this ring was worth 2 billion, Jang would boldly order all the food here, and obviously, Sion would be the one paying. As for a crevice, it's a phenomenon where the ground suddenly cracks open and monsters continuously fly out from below. China or Germany had experienced a crevasse before. It was also known as a hellgate. Jang had thought everything was normal because that girl Avi hadn't revealed anything. The main character wondered what would happen if a crevasse occurred in South Korea. It seems it can be stopped, but even at its lowest level, C rank, the area would be completely destroyed. When a crevasse happens, their guilds and some other guilds in South Korea will participate, but the Ares Guild would surely react very slowly and would probably just send 1 or 2 people to participate for show. The more he talked, the more annoyed Jang-gun became. They were a bunch of animals. I'm warning everyone to eat a lot and rest for the next few days because something is going to happen soon. There's a secret base in the tower, and they've received information that the 9th floor has awakened. It won't be long before there's a definite position. They were eagerly waiting to see what World could ultimately do. A harsh reality had struck. The situation had now hit Gimpo International Airport. All residents within a 5-kilometer radius were ordered to evacuate immediately. The airport was closed, and hunters affiliated with the association were still participating. However, monsters kept pouring out of the crevasse. Right now, the situation was getting worse. Everything was in chaos. Countless monsters rushed forward, attacking soldiers and hunters. If you got scared now, you were toast. The captain charged forward and took care of a few monsters, but it was nothing compared to their current numbers. The situation was a real emergency. Even if they killed them, more would continuously swarm the Gimpo airport area, where the crevasse had opened. Suddenly, an A+ rank monster called a giant skeleton appeared. Even if everyone joined forces, they definitely couldn't face it. One by one, they were beaten to a pulp by it. Just as it was about to crush the unconscious people, the main character appeared. As soon as they saw the legendary black tracksuit, everyone recognized Jang. As expected of the hunter, he had just appeared and already completely shattered the A+ rank monster. The system announced, "You have a mission. Prove your ability by obtaining the key in the deepest place." Location, Gimpo Airport. Time remaining, 22 minutes and 32 seconds. It seemed the main character would have to go inside the airport now. While our hero was still completely focused, everyone else's jaws had dropped. They actually couldn't believe that someone in this world could take down a skeleton in a single blow. While no one was paying attention, the horde of monsters appeared looming right behind them. Jang had originally wanted to let the others handle this, but that felt a bit too cruel, so the young man decided to help them out a little. He immediately snatched John Skeleton's massive weapon. In one swift move, our main character leaped up and threw it at the horde of monsters with incredible force. Seeing Jang here, everyone felt relieved and confident that they could hold out until reinforcements arrived. Everyone now rushed towards our main character. However, he just said, "What are you coming to me for? You guys handle the rest on your own." In a flash, Jang was gone. At this point, the remaining people in the tower started to panic. They were in a panic, not knowing how to deal with this swarm of monsters. Even though these were just the remaining monsters, their numbers were still too great to count. By now, everyone was exhausted and felt helpless, unable to fight back against the monsters. The team leader gritted his teeth and shouted, "No, we can't fall here. If we fall here, everyone outside will have died in vain. We all have to stick together and hold on just a little longer. Reinforcements will definitely come." Just as the monsters were running rampant, Kim Si-hein appeared right on time. Everyone was overjoyed because the reinforcements had finally arrived. Along with him were Lelon and Hanan. They all looked around, searching for Jang. The team leader informed them that he had gone into the center of the tower earlier. If that was the case, they all wanted to give it a shot too. With his divine fire / Kim Si-huin and Lelon with his lightning powers, they made short work of the monsters. Jang still held out hope that his friends outside could handle themselves. Down in the abyss, countless monsters were crawling up a path. Our main character hadn't expected there to be a path for them. While he was pondering this, he noticed a car teetering on the edge of the chasm. This seemed like a cool prop for Jang's current idea, but it wasn't so much cool as it was destructive. When the car fell into Jang's hands, he ripped the door clean off and used it as a prop to fulfill his dream of flying like a bird. Jang thought he'd wipe them all out in one go. The monsters stared at Jang like he was some strange creature hurtling down from the sky. The moment he landed was also the moment he sent all the monsters to meet their maker. Usually, you'd need high-end sports shoes to jump around like that. But here he was, in sandals, taking on all comers. In an instant, he had completely wiped out the monsters. The place where he stood was the bottom of Graves. The final boss finally revealed itself. It held a key that would grant our main character his certification. It brazenly approached, and now it would be Jang's final target. However, it seemed our main character had underestimated it a bit. Its counterattack was incredibly powerful. Although Jang didn't fully understand what was happening, he had to admit that this monster was something truly formidable. Our main character rushed in to land a finishing blow, but its power blocked him, even sending him flying and face-planting hard. It wasn't just strong, it was far stronger than he had imagined and was a bit different from the enemies he had fought in the tower before. Suddenly, our main character remembered he had a secret weapon. At that moment, the young man boldly challenged the boss. "Now, you're going to die." Jang would now have to use a technique he never wanted to use again. Back when our main character was still trapped in the tower, he read in a martial arts novel that if one achieved enlightenment in martial arts, they could get out. At that moment, Jang was truly desperate. He tried everything and then began practicing martial arts, even though it was just the nonsensical stuff he'd seen in movies, TV shows, or web novels. What did that matter? He hoped that if he became a master and achieved his goal, something important would happen. At first, Jang imitated all the foolish martial arts moves he had ever seen. However, it was all meaningless. But the ability points he accumulated while trapped in the tower, clearing the stages hundreds of times, turned those meaningless actions into reality. Jang didn't want to bring up that dark history now, but at this critical moment, he had no choice but to do it again. Jang executed the 1-inch punch technique right on the boss. After finishing off the monster, the young man looked around, and thankfully, no one was there. He really never wanted to bring up his embarrassing habit of calling out his technique names. The system announced, "You have successfully captured Ma Acker and proven yourself. You are invited to become an official guardian in the system. When the remaining time in the system runs out, you will receive an invitation." At this moment, everything Jang had ever wondered about could finally be answered. Suddenly, our main character noticed a camera floating nearby, following and recording his every move. Meanwhile, at the Ares Guild, they were still discussing Jang's case. The document they had wasn't from their own analysis team. These were the official ability stats calculated by the Hunter Association. However, the boss was furious. According to the video, it's undeniable. Jang Won wasn't just stuck at A rank. He couldn't even awaken his mana, and he didn't have any items, just a tracksuit. The director asked the department head if he had gathered enough documents. He replied that he had currently gathered everything he possibly could. According to the director, some things couldn't be solved with overwhelming power, so he had come up with a new plan. Get ready, and as soon as the preparations are complete, it will detonate immediately. The next day, at the Korean branch of the Hunter Association, a medal ceremony was held for the hunters who had stopped the Graves situation. Jangwon, of course, was also present at the award ceremony. Thanks to him, the livestream had hundreds of viewers. However, Jangwon's ridiculously shabby and unchanging tracksuit made even the Minister of Defense wonder if he should buy the kid a new set of clothes. Despite the minister's kind gesture, Jangwon's reply couldn't have been more disrespectful. I don't need you to worry about it. This response only made the keyboard warriors even more excited. The old minister, having someone speak so insolently to him for the first time, was absolutely furious. Jangwon even bolted right after receiving the award without a single goodbye. This is the outskirts of Beijing, China, at the Pado Castle. This woman, soaking in the water, was watching Jangwon's video intently. She was completely stunned and asked for the man's name. The servants replied that he was the man who recently exited the tutorial tower in Korea, named Jangwon. Upon hearing this, she ordered a complete investigation into our protagonist, demanding not a single detail be missed from his past activities to the present. This time, the people from the Pado Castle had succeeded in claiming all the dungeons in the southern region. However, in the process, they clashed with the Ares Guild, and some of their members were captured. The cold mistress spoke. What rank of member gets caught by those idiots from Ares? Isn't that pathetic? If they can't survive and return on their own, there's no place for people like that here. Accelerate the plan to monopolize the dungeon's rewards. When you're in the same territory, you can't leave anything behind. Somewhere else, Lillian was still feeling helpless about her famous but foolish older brother. Jangwon looked at his younger sister with a cluelessly innocent expression. The young man had no idea what was going on. After the chaotic scene at the awards ceremony with the Minister of Defense, articles about Jangwon blew up, becoming sensational headlines. Jangwon thought that whether it was 12 years ago or now, reporters all pulled the same kinds of stunts. No matter how much he tried to justify it, Lillian still found his act of accepting the award and then leaving on his own terms unacceptable. He even wore a tracksuit and slippers to receive the award. It was completely undignified. Jangwon's reasoning was simple. Since he wouldn't be seeing them again anyway, there was no point in minding his attitude or behavior. This is also why, after all these years, he continues to do whatever he wants. Jangwon was the reason Ares became an enemy, and he even threw public opinion into chaos. It hasn't been long since he left the tower, and he's already made so many new enemies. Who knows what he plans to do next? Only Hansu World believed that Jangwon wasn't just a reckless person who acted without thinking. The system announced, "You are invited to become an official guardian. When the remaining time runs out, you will receive the invitation. Time remaining, 14 seconds. At this critical moment, Jangwon accepted the offer to become an official member. Meeting Avi again, he immediately asked, "How much has my information authority increased?" However, she replied that by dealing with Hong Ma-A, his information authority, which was at the lowest rank, had only increased to the low rank. "What the hell is this now?" Jangwon said angrily, "Are you kidding me?" Afraid of what he might do, Avi quickly interjected, "I'm just saying what I was taught. Calm down." At this point, nothing could stop Jangwon. "What kind of bastard taught you that, huh?" Our protagonist was completely dejected. After working so hard to beat a boss, his rank only went up by one pathetic level. Avi added that although there isn't much information he can access now, there definitely will be later. "You've officially become a guardian, so I can now seriously tell you what you have to do. After you handle these matters, you will get what you want. From now on, you will have to stop the climbers, the people who climb the tower." Although Jangwon had been in the tower for a long time, this was the first time he heard them called tower climbers. However, Avi wasn't talking about the tutorial towers he was thinking of. The tower she was referring to has a total of 12 floors, including the new Earth. Our protagonist is currently protecting this place, the 9th of Earth's 12 floors. Your mission is to stop the climbers from reaching this 9th floor. All Jangwon wanted to know was who put him in the tower in the first place. However, finding that out was proving to be unexpectedly difficult. Because of this, he felt more frustrated than ever. The number of things he had to do kept piling up, making everything feel like a tangled mess. Complicated. Avi said that if the climber isn't stopped, the 9th floor will be destroyed. This meant that the place where he lived would also disappear. Jang was still furious and getting agitated, which made the woman beside him tremble in fear. "She means that since it has to be done anyway, I should just shut up and do it." Ah, but the girl didn't actually mean that. The main character's attitude hurt her so much, she started to cry. Avi seems to be one of the system managers for the 9th floor. He didn't have to be so aggressive. She calmed down and explained, "The reason we chose you as the final guardian was for your own sake, and everything is aimed at benefiting you. Besides, there are rewards. The more climbers you deal with, the higher your achievements will be. Jiang wanted to confirm one thing right now. What level of information authority was needed to hear about the person who created the guide tower and how they trapped him there? To know that information, the main character would need the highest level of information authority. This also meant that catching climbers would raise his rank. Jiang had one more question. How many of them would he have to catch to reach the highest rank? The answer to that question depends on the climbers our main character catches. To put it simply, there are 5 high-ranking climbers. Catching that many would probably unlock the highest level authority. The red goblin he caught was a low-ranking climber. It seems like Jiang was starting to get the gist of the situation now. The system announced that with his low information authority, an alarm would activate when a climber ascends. The young man felt the story was getting way too complicated. He couldn't live with such a constant headache. He only cared about this one thing. Suddenly, he got a call from Lee Sion. She told him something big had happened and urged her big bro to turn on the news immediately. The news reported that this was a shocking development and public opinion was currently in chaos. Hunter Jiang murdered Ares member, Rut. This information is related to the crevasse attack that happened not long ago. After hearing this ridiculous news, Jiang just gave a slight laugh. At Han Seal's house, Jiang's phone was being blown up by hundreds of calls. His friend Lee Sion was so worried she was on the verge of tears. Who could have stirred up such a mess? Do you have any idea how famous you become after escaping the tower after 12 years? A few days ago, you handled things all by yourself. Other countries were starting to pay attention to you, but now you're being labeled as a murderer. Ever since the issue with Ares started, I've been worried sick. Even though his junior was so concerned, the main character acted as if nothing was wrong. He casually replied while relaxing in the most nonchalant way possible. Don't worry about me. What are you guys worried for? The girl was about to lose her mind. Do you think this is the tower? Seeing her reaction, Jiang asked an incredibly innocent question. Do you have a crush on me? This question made the girl freeze completely. At this point, she had to take a deep breath to deal with this bizarre guy. You just say one more word, and I'll let you have a taste of my lightning. The main character thought, she's already going crazy over a simple joke. If he were serious, it would be a huge deal. He opened his phone to see thousands of calls. This was the first time Han Sale had ever received so many missed calls. Jiang was even trending #1 in keyword searches, and his juniors were being dragged into it too. Not only was Jiang not worried, but he actually felt incredibly excited. Is this the first time you've been the #1 search topic? Talking to this guy is truly hopeless. The articles were all reporting on murder suspect Jiang. Do his colleagues share similar tendencies? Another testimony from a different victim in Ares. Someone who was beaten by Jiang. The damages the high-ranking hunter caused to Ares and their testimonies. Hundreds and thousands of articles had Jiang in their headlines. Now, it wasn't just the main character, but everyone involved facing the court of public opinion. In 30 minutes, they would start the press conference. Jiang had asked Xian to gather the reporters. However, his juniors were extremely frustrated because their senior had made no preparations at all before calling a press conference. Even if this is your style, are you planning to go up there and spout nonsense? Are you going to smash all the reporters' heads in and destroy Ares or what? Jiang felt helpless. It seemed that in his junior's eyes, he was nothing more than an idiot. Meanwhile, the people at Ares were feeling incredibly smug because everything was going as smoothly as they had planned. As soon as they released the information, almost every news outlet reported on the case last night. After that, there will be a follow-up discussion. This further proves that social media is in a state of intense debate about Jiang. They believe that with the current public sentiment, no matter how the main character presents himself, it will be extremely difficult to steer public opinion. This made the Ares Guild even more confident that they had victory in their grasp. What they want to do now is control everything. They will continue to use the outrageous things Jiang has done in the past to create trouble and stay one step ahead of the main character. Moreover, the more his fame skyrockets, the more it becomes a poison for Jiang. Right now, the upcoming press conference will be broadcast live, and to prevent any unexpected incidents, the Ares Guild has sent a few people over. At the press conference hall, Jiang, the man of the hour, was sitting in the most nonchalant pose imaginable. They say great heroes walk their own path. The reporters were bombarding him with aggressive and relentless questions. Is the information being circulated true? Mr. Kim Jang-won? What was your reason for attacking Ares? What are your thoughts on Ares? Jiang remained completely calm and replied, First of all, I don't know how a press conference is supposed to work, so I'll just do things my way. He took out a phone and told all the reporters, Listen to what I'm about to play, and then you can judge for yourselves. To be frank, I don't really know why Ares did what they did. I once turned down a recruitment offer from them, but I never expected them to show up like this. Jiang then played all the audio recordings of the hunter that Ares had hired to assassinate him. Every single word was heard crystal clear by the reporters, and he even threw in a few high-definition photos as a bonus. Jiang calmly said, I'm sure you've all received the information from Ares. That's the swamp where the hunter named Shin Chan Kang was killed. I went there to hunt a boss, but I never expected something like this to happen. The way the media reported, This is very interesting. You all reported it as if Ares was the only victim. The reporters were completely shocked and asked, "Does that mean Ares framed you, Hunter Jang? Can you guarantee that the audio file is authentic?" I think in this day and age, voices can be easily manipulated. Jang decided to reveal everything. At this point, it would be a shame not to. If you think this file has been edited, I believe I have more than enough proof for you. If you'd like, this is the phone of the hunter who came to kill me. Right now, because it was password locked, our protagonist couldn't check it thoroughly. He asserted that if it were handed over to a security firm or the police, they could easily investigate it. Jang said, "Even so, I brought it here first so you could see for yourselves how Ares' assassin tried to kill someone. I'm just a rookie who recently came out of the tower. When he suddenly rushed at me, I had no choice but to fight back with everything I had. I fought desperately to stay alive. Unfortunately, while the assassin was fighting me, he was suddenly swallowed by a mega alligator, a dungeon boss. It was a death that no one could have ever expected. However, before this, Jang had casually told the reporters that he was the one who killed the man. It was an unexpectedly clever move. The young man replied, "The reason I said that back then was because you could say his death was my fault. Because he was fighting me, he let his guard down. I've heard many people say that Ares is a wonderful place, so I wanted to let the matter go quietly, but I never imagined they would want to make such a big deal out of it." After explaining everything, Jang nonchalantly walked out, not caring about the outcome. Just as expected, the media immediately reported that the whole scheme to frame Jang was orchestrated by Ares. It was a classic case of their own plan backfiring on them, and it couldn't have been more painful. The boss went ballistic, unable to do a thing. Even in such shallow waters, Jang managed to capsize their boat. It seemed this was a golden opportunity to tear into Ares, and the reporters weren't about to miss it. An article like this was even more interesting than just another news story about a hunter. Kim Shi-hyun was completely surprised by Jang's brilliant handling of the situation. Our protagonist was like someone who could see the future. Watching the broadcast, everyone was left in awe. He even brought Shin Qian-kang's phone with him. For someone who usually has such a devil-may-care attitude, it was surprising to see such a meticulous side to him. However, Jang replied, "That smartphone is a fake. This phone didn't actually belong to the assassin, but the recording is real." Everyone knows just how sinister Ares can be, and to deal with a tough opponent, you need to be even tougher. That's why Jang had his recorder on and ready. He never expected to use it in this situation. Leland worried, but if they inspect that phone, won't they find out it's a fake? However, Jang stated confidently that the phone would definitely not be discovered, because before the phone can be handed over to a security company, Ares will get to it first. Ares' headquarters is in the U.S. It's a massive guild with dungeons all over the world. Among all those countries, none had lost as much of its dungeon market share as South Korea. The question was, how would they make their move now? They could either pull some stupid stunt or try to make a deal. Either way was fine. If they fought Jang, they had a lot to lose, but Jang had nothing. Jang wanted to take a walk alone and told Shi-hyun not to follow him. When he arrived at his destination, a group of people was already waiting for him. He was actually quite curious to see what would happen. As soon as he went out alone, they appeared. The men said that someone was looking for Jang and demanded that our protagonist go with them. Suddenly, the young man let out a foolish laugh. "Why are you guys dressed like that? Okay, so you guys are from Ares? Ha ha ha. I guess the big shots from Ares are looking for me, huh?" The masked man said, "If you come with me quietly, you'll find out." Seeing this, Jang acted brazenly to challenge them. "What if I don't feel like going? Are you going to drag me? Thanks to you, I've gotten more famous. If you know who I am and you're still doing this, you've got some serious guts, don't you?" Before they could even raise a hand, the main character pointed right at them, making every single one of them jump in surprise. The protagonist even told them to go pull weeds on the side of the road, which made them absolutely furious. This group charged forward all at once, each one using a different skill, including speed skills, ultimate skills, and gravity enhancement skills. They surrounded Jang, aiming all their blades at the main character, but they were utterly shocked when their attacks had no effect. The protagonist just asked lightly, "Are you guys done with your little show?" Without another word, the main character sent them all flying. Now, all these people could do was surrender. Django grabbed one of them by the collar and asked, "Who sent you to find me?" On the outskirts of Wangdu, in Gyeonggi province, there was a hidden basement belonging to a guild of killer hunters. To build this basement area, they had to spend a fortune just to have a comfortable place to work. Team 1's mission for the day was to bring in a famous figure named Jang. According to their assessment, he'd been appearing on TV a lot lately, so he probably wasn't a coward. The thought of him being dragged here by the members of Team 1 assured them that their superiors wouldn't be upset in the slightest. And today, they could do whatever they wanted in the basement. They expected Team 1 to drag Jang Gun back by the collar, but the situation turned out to be the complete opposite. The captain of Team 1 even had to kneel and beg for mercy before the main character. With this kind of entrance, they immediately guessed this was Jang. As soon as he stepped into their secret base, the protagonist felt that they clearly had too much money to build an underground hideout like this. When asked why he came, Jang declared, "I'm the one who's going to send you all to the afterlife." In a room filled with countless torture instruments, a girl from the Pedu Guild was being held hostage, tied up tightly. Looking at her body, it was hard to imagine just how much they had tortured her. A guy named Gaia Myong had gone this far just to make her reveal internal information and the personnel weaknesses of the other side. However, this girl was truly resilient. You couldn't get a word out of her even if you killed her. That's why he went crazy and ordered his men to drag her away and show her a fate worse than death. A few of the hunters were a little worried about what would happen if they killed her. However, Gaia Myong yelled that they didn't need to worry about it. "She's not talking anyway, so just get rid of her." In the moment they were about to finish her off, Jang Gan made a dramatic entrance. "It's you. You were looking for me, right?" Gaia Myong was both panicked and angry. "How did you get in here? Where's the captain of Team 1? Jang Gun replied with a friendly, innocent smile. "Oh, are you talking about those guys you sent to find me? They're probably still sleeping on the street." The protagonist then challenged him and gave him a choice. 1. Get beaten to a pulp. 2. Sit down and talk nicely. Suddenly, a hunter rushed out of nowhere to stab him, but before he could do anything, the main character sent him flying. "I'm clearly the one who was invited here. Why are you so agitated, buddy?" Guy Myong assessed that, based on everything he'd shown, he definitely wasn't just A rank. The weakest hunters in this basement were B+ rank, while the stronger ones were A+ rank. Not to mention, they had even dispatched S rank ability users to fight Hunu directly. Even so, not a single one of them could stand against the main character. He even took care of Kravis all by himself. He wanted to believe the monster's rank wasn't that important, but this guy might really be S rank or even higher. Even though Gyo Myong was an S rank ability user who fought with weapons, he couldn't be sure of his chances of winning. That's why he had to tolerate Jang and told him to calm down and talk. Until he knew the true extent of Jang's power, he wouldn't act rashly but would assess the situation first. Jang suddenly brought up compensation. The protagonist was demanding they compensate him for the damages Ares had caused. "Sending hunters to kill me wasn't enough. You guys were the ones in the wrong first. You even tried to slander me with the media, didn't you? You think I'll just let it slide?" The protagonist demanded a compensation fee of 10 billion won and a few of the low-level dungeons they owned. Hearing this, Gyu Myong couldn't stay calm any longer and yelled, "Do you think you're in any position to make demands?" The main character thought this was already going easy on them, since for a group like Ares, it was just a small amount. Gyeon Myong could only curse inwardly. He thought the 10 billion was still manageable. It would just take some time to resolve. However, Jang wanted to demand the rights to the low-level dungeon, but the man was stalling for time. So our hero proposed that he would have to pay an additional 5 billion in compensation. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He gritted his teeth and tried to negotiate. "Hunter Jang, surely you don't want to maintain a bad relationship with us, do you? Whatever you want, as long as you join Ares, you'll get all the support you need. I can guarantee it." He even tried to persuade him, asking if it wouldn't be wiser for them to mutually benefit instead of becoming enemies. Jang didn't like beating around the bush and was getting extremely annoyed. He was clearly talking about compensation, but this guy just kept spouting nonsense. Jang shot back. "Why are you all the same? You think you're so great. Every time we meet, you put on this powerful act, but you can't even give me something this simple. What the hell good are you?" Every word from our hero was like a slap to Gyeon Mong's face. All Jang wanted right now was a straight answer from them. 1. Accept his conditions, or 2. More people die. In the end, the man had to grit his teeth and accept. Jang returned home, carrying an unconscious girl. 11 billion won and 4 vouchers to acquire low-level dungeons. Plus, the girl was also part of Jang's compensation. Sihui was extremely curious how our hero managed to snatch her from the hands of someone as powerful as Sion. Jang brought the girl back to use as a hostage, and at the same time, he was also a little curious about a personal matter. Right now, Sihui had to go out for a bit because today was a special day for the bosses, so he had to go hunt them all down. Upon observation, the tattoo looked a lot like a meaningless beginning, which really starts from abandoning oneself. At the same time, the mask created from that phrase also looked incredibly similar to her tattoo. Could this just be a coincidence? According to a system check, she was in a poisoned state and had B+ level strength. In other words, there was nothing special about her, and our hero had no memory of her at all. Jang decided it would be better to wait for her to wake up and ask her directly. Suddenly, our hero received a notification that a climber had appeared and was beginning to ascend the 9th floor. Hunu's remaining preparation time would be 5 days. After being summoned, Avi informed Jang that the person had arrived. The next tower climber has arrived. Jang wondered who the hell it was and when they got here. According to the information, this climber was much harder to deal with. Before that person arrived, Gordian needed to quickly prepare something. They had to awaken his mana quickly. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous. This climber seemed to be high level, but that wasn't the case. If a high-level climber were to ascend, mana alone wouldn't be enough. If a high-level being arrived, the world would be destroyed. Without mana, it would be impossible to deal with even a mid-level one. It seemed they didn't know where they would appear, and our hero was wondering if one would even show up this time. However, Avi still couldn't reveal that information to him. One might appear, or it might not. However, a different form might appear depending on the climber's abilities and achievements. Jang got angry once again over this useless information, and with old habits dying hard, he was about to punch Avi in the head again. "You're a man, yet you have no idea how to treat a lady gently," Avi said, flustered and scared. "Why do you always get angry and hit me? Didn't your parents teach you not to hit a defenseless woman? So uneducated." At these words, Jang's face darkened. "My parents died in a traffic accident when I was young." However, our hero didn't really care about the issue right now, so he didn't need her apology. Just then, Avi realized that maybe Jang wasn't as bad a person as she thought. At the Orang high-rise villa, Jang was screaming his head off, convinced that this magic circle was a scam. Seo Yoon said that he should be able to feel his mana any second now. But what the hell was going on? Seo Yoon cheered excitedly. "Why don't you try destroying it? That 5 billion won magic formation. Mages usually focus their magic to support each other, but I've never heard of magic not being deployed like this." Si Hui also showed up, wondering why they still hadn't found anything after 4 days. He was there to deliver a letter to Jang personally. This is a letter from the Korean Hunter Association's Guild Establishment Committee. The younger ones were completely shocked that their big brother had established a guild without anyone knowing. Not only that, but our hero also had a dungeon and was planning to do a lot of things. He named the guild Guardian, or in other words, Protector. Jang suddenly remembered the girl he had brought back and wondered if she had woken up yet. However, she was still unconscious. The young man wondered if she might be brain dead. In any case, he'd already had a doctor check on her, so all he could do now was wait. Jang yelled out helplessly, "Is my mana really supposed to awaken if I struggle like this every single day?" Until now, our hero still couldn't feel anything. Seeing this, Seo Yoon felt helpless too. It would be better to just find someone to perform a mana piercing. It seems she was talking about Nakagawa Yasumi. When it comes to mana piercing, that's Master Yanamu's skill, is very special. It's said she'll directly pierce the blood vessels of any hunter who can't use magic in order to raise their rank. Jang Won was stunned that such a method existed in the world. However, meeting this person would require going to Japan, which was a bit of a hassle. A moment of carelessness from Jang Won ruined the magic circle. Seeing this, Seo Jin flew into a rage, screaming and beating Si-Hai senseless, even though it wasn't his fault. In front of the intermediate-level labyrinth in Sujinami City, Tokyo, Japan, this woman is Nakagawa Yasumi, a leader of Judiani. She is currently in the middle of an incredibly brutal battle. A man with a ponytail, holding a sword, approached and said, "Even if it was luck, you still managed to dodge my sword. I'll tell you who I am, but what name should I use, I wonder? Your kind calls me by countless names. Some call me Climber, others call me the Destroyer, a demon, and some even call me a psycho. But my true title is the Heavenly Demon." The system announced that through the passage, the climber had reached the 9th floor. Time remaining, 0 minutes, 0 hours, 0 seconds. Current location, Suganami, Tokyo, Japan. Suddenly, receiving this information, Jang Won couldn't delay any longer and told Si-Hui to get the car immediately and wait for him. Meanwhile, the news was reporting on the emergency response order due to the damages and casualties. This event was definitely caused by the climber's rampage. Si-Hui was extremely puzzled by this sudden change of plans and didn't understand why they had to go to Japan, especially since just a moment ago, Jang Won had said that piercing blood vessels was too much of a hassle. More importantly, they didn't have passports. This situation was getting more and more complicated. At the Japanese Hunter Association's conference room, Nakagawa Yasumi had just returned from the brink of death, after everyone heard she had died in the battle with the Heavenly Demon. However, thanks to an artifact, she was able to be resurrected. The Heavenly Demon was incredibly strong, and she had to admit that fact. Thanks to worldwide news reporting the death of Nakagawa Yasumi, the top-ranked S-class hunter, not a single hunter dared to come and help. If even she was defeated, the others knew their fate would be the same. Right now, there were no reinforcements, and the hunters who could enter were left with no other options. Many civilians had also been sacrificed, and they couldn't just stand by and do nothing. On the screen, an image of Jang Won was being broadcast, showing him confronting the Heavenly Demon. At this moment, our protagonist used his information authority, but it couldn't be used on the climber. After looking at the Heavenly Demon, Jang Won wondered if this climber's concept was an Eastern historical drama. The Heavenly Demon didn't know Jang Won's title either. He stood and made a few basic sword swings. Since the protagonist had dodged his sword, he decided to answer and introduce himself as the Heavenly Demon. Although his power and the speed of his sword movements were immense, Jang Won was still able to dodge. At a glance, it looked like a simple attack, but it was actually a swing of the sword after gathering energy. Touching it would get you sliced into dozens of pieces. The plan now was to prevent the heavenly demon from swinging his sword, and getting closer to him would be more advantageous for Jiang Wan. In an instant, the protagonist made the heavenly demon cough up blood. On this floor, he finally considered Jiang Wan an opponent. Until now, on all the floors he had passed through, no one had been his match. After getting off the plane, Jiang Wan ran off without a word. And now, Si Hui saw his buddy standing right there. Si Hui wondered if he had known in advance when the climber would appear. During the confrontation with the heavenly demon, Jiang Wan seemed more fired up than ever, and he couldn't understand what the hell kind of skill this was. The heavenly demon explained that these attacks were just him using the Loi Len Then Kong, and the thing he used to slash the protagonist was the Thean Ma Thang Kiem. Nothing he used was derived from the system's power, what you would call a skill. His sword strike was too fast, and right now, Jiang Wan needed to dodge it. In a split second, he realized he needed to back off a little. This was considered expanding his range, and now all he had to do was rush in for the final attack. The heavenly demon couldn't react in time and was injured again. Jiang Wan used the Overlord's fist, landing a powerful blow on the heavenly demon. But surprisingly, he was completely unharmed. He walked forward and declared, "Let me say it again. You're not just interesting, you're magnificent. Ever since I became a tower climber, I haven't used it, but it looks like that's about to change. Jiang Wan is the first person to make me use my secret power." Before he could act, the protagonist needed to close the distance. The reason he's called the God of Thunder or the Heavenly Demon is because of the power of his Diet Thean Lolin Then Kiem. He truly is a ridiculous monster. After Jiang Wan's very slick move, the Heavenly Demon had to admit that Jiang Wan was incredibly sharp for knowing to move right behind him and grabbing his sleeve as he used his sword. Even so, the Heavenly Demon confidently asserted that the protagonist wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He couldn't dodge all of his attacks. Jiang Jun trembled as streams of electricity emanated from his entire body. The system announced that mana had been activated to its first level, E, forcibly injecting mana into his body. Forced mana activation. Mana is increasing. What the hell is going on? Jiang Jun let out a small laugh. This move was his own ability, not a system skill. The Heavenly Demon, from the countless martial arts novels he had read. Anyone who earns the title of Heavenly Demon has reached the pinnacle of martial arts. He was the very embodiment of the demonic path's power. Even after being hit by his heaven-annihilating Thunder Spirit Divine Sword, the protagonist was still determined to fight, which made the Heavenly Demon find Jiang Jun more interesting than ever. Jiang Jun even challenged him. "You think I'm scared?" The Heavenly Demon replied, "How arrogant. You can't defeat me. Why don't you just accept it?" With that kind of power, there was no way Jiang Jun could win. However, it seemed the lightning he'd summoned had struck his pressure points. Back when he was trapped in the tower, the protagonist had practiced many martial arts. Among them was a technique that he couldn't even replicate. Those who mastered it in the martial arts world called it the invincible divine art, first under heaven. Jiang Jun had no internal energy and didn't understand pressure points, so he couldn't learn this technique. He had only been able to imitate it based on that novel, which was a real shame. However, Jiang Jun could now confidently declare, "You will lose within 10 moves." The Heavenly Demon was stunned. Jiang Jun had learned it from the Heavenly Demon himself, and it seemed now was his time to shine. Jiang Jun gathered all his power into one point. Everything that happened in this battle was recorded in its entirety. The system announced the successful capture of Climber Heavenly Demon. The efficiency of the information authority began to increase. In the city of Pedo, the master had been watching Jiang Jun's battle. This only confirmed her belief that this man was definitely her master. Long ago, when she was on the verge of collapse, she felt that she couldn't go on any longer. At that moment, Jiang Jun appeared and defeated all the monsters. He was the one who taught her martial arts and was the first person to support her. He comforted her and gave her motivation. The remaining area is the dungeon in the eastern part of 1. If they capture that place, all the shares in the Central Plains will belong to Pedo. What they want to do now is capture it within 1 month. This time, the queen has decided to go with her. She had sworn that when her master appeared in the world, she would grant him a position befitting him. At this moment, she felt incredibly anxious, as she was about to meet her savior again. The moment Jiang Jun stepped out of the international airport, tens of thousands of cameras and reporters focused on him as if he were a global superstar. The protagonist's face was a perfect picture of what the actual fuck. What the hell is happening now? The reporters bombarded him with questions. What technique did you use to fight the Heavenly Demon? As far as we know, you don't have any mana. Why have you been hiding it all this time? Did you know in advance this would happen in Japan? Jiang Jun yelled for everyone to be quiet. Si Hai also had something he wanted to ask. However, not knowing how to answer the reporters, Jiang Jun delegated the task of answering questions to Si Hai. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Jun had bolted, running for his life from the reporters, leaving a completely bewildered Si Hui behind. As soon as he got home, Jiang Jun saw that the girl he'd rescued from Ares had woken up. She bowed her head deeply in gratitude. "Thank you once again. You saved my life." This young woman's name is Hong Jin. She is an officer of the Pedo Guild. The Ares Guild captured her while they were raiding their dungeon. Because of that, she suffered a great deal. But that wasn't what he wanted to know about. It was the familiar tattoo on her shoulder. Hong Jin explained that this tattoo symbolizes the Pedo Guild. She had asked Master Gui and learned that it was the Under Heaven symbol. It was tattooed directly by the master herself. During the process, that person told Hong Jin, "Nothing can be above you. Only one person can be heaven. Other than that, all will be beneath you." Before she could finish her sentence, Hyun Woo felt a wave of panic. His reaction terrified Hong Jin. Hyun Woo didn't want to remember the mistakes he'd made in the past. The very thing from the tower that he most wanted to forget was now coming from Hong Jin's mouth, giving the guy a massive headache. That was from a time when he still believed that if he cultivated his martial arts, he could one day leave the tower. Back then, the protagonist had a certain syndrome. He believed he was born in darkness, alone, and would be imprisoned in the abyss forever. Hyun Woo had believed in and acted out things that appeared in webtoons, novels, or anime. And now, some bastard wanted to expose his dark past by even carving a tattoo. After thinking for a moment, Hyun Woo remembered. That kid. It had to be her. He had just randomly saved someone, and it turned out to be a guild member of that kid from long ago. He reminded Hong Jin to tell Master Gui at the Pedo Guild not to look for him under any circumstances. A few days later, Hyun Woo brought Hong Jin back to China for a program. The media was covering hunter-related topics, and they invited Jang Woo for an interview as a guest. While watching TV, Si-yoon and the others were shocked to see their legendary older brother just casually sitting there. Jang Woo announced, "If there's nothing else, I'd like to make a small announcement. I will be establishing a new guild. Anyone who wants to join, please submit an application." The guy even went around putting up flyers everywhere and wanted to gather the guilds for a press conference. "If we help with this, Oppo will let us use the beginner-level dungeons, right? That's about it. After all, the master is the one who called us here. I'm the only one doing all these different jobs." While bustling about, Si-yoon curiously asked Jang Woo, "Why do you need to start a guild? There's more than just one or two things to worry about. Isn't it a hassle?" Jang Woo casually replied, "I just want to make money. I can already tell this is going to be profitable. All I have to do is monopolize the dungeons and manage them, and the money will just flow in, right?" Si-yoon's face was covered in question marks. He thought to himself, "Isn't my big brother rich enough already? He must have had a tough childhood to develop a personality like that." After reviewing the profile of a guy with a ponytail, Jang Woo bluntly rejected him. The man immediately flew into a rage. "Why? Among C-rank hunters, I'm the strongest. Did you even read my resume?" He seemed like the calm type, but he just flared up and yelled back, "I read it, and that's precisely why I'm not satisfied. Get out." The guy just trudged away, feeling dejected. There were still many people waiting outside for their interviews. They started whispering, "Isn't that the famous hunter who conquered his C-rank dungeon? He failed? Then what does it take to pass?" Jang Woo had his own reasons. On that person's profile, it was fine that his lowest ability score was a D, but his disposition was listed as selfish. There was no way he could choose someone with that kind of tendency. Time to use a new skill. Huh. Even though at first I thought it was useless and complained loudly. Avi excitedly announced, "Congratulations, you've captured the Heavenly Demon Climber. I brought you here this time to upgrade your new skill." The only thing Jang Woo wanted now was the Information Authority. He was getting annoyed with these useless rewards. "I will give you a choice regarding the Information Authority skill. The information feature you're aware of will be slightly enhanced. Let's see what kind of disposition this is and where the upgrade is." Wow. Despite that, interviewing them directly showed that the Information Authority had really been boosted. The woman in front of him had a socialist disposition. He was a bit unsure if that was good or bad. He glanced at the two people next to her. One had a self-sacrificing disposition, and the other had a peace and friendship disposition. Jang Woo looked thrilled. "Here it is. This is exactly what I've been waiting for." He stood up and announced that the three people sitting before him were hired. They jumped for joy, thanking Jang Woo repeatedly. He just needed these people to do their jobs properly. No need for anything too complicated. This was good enough. As soon as they got to the car, Si-yoon wondered what kind of interviews his brother conducted to be done in just an hour and a half. "I've chosen the people who will bring money to the guild, so that's all that matters." "So you're sure you picked capable people for the guild?" "It's fine, even if they're not. I'll handle the hard stuff." Suddenly, Jang Woo remembered that no S-rank hunters had applied. Si-yoon turned to him helplessly. "Bro, there aren't many S-ranks. There are only 5,000 in the entire world. 5,000 isn't a lot. What's your rank among them?" "This quarter, I'm ranked 163. Song Hyun is 175, and Sun is 161. If you're ranked 200 or higher, you get recognized wherever you go." Jang Woo put on an innocent face while thinking, this guy is pretty amazing. Jang Woo asked another question. "I saw a YouTube ranking of S-rank hunters by generation before. A lot of names disappeared midway through. Why is that?" "Because they died." Aren't S ranks supposed to be super strong? Why do so many of them die? They want to level up and get their hands on precious S+ rank artifacts. That's why so many die. Every hunter has a limit to how much their abilities can grow. For example, if a hunter's power is at C rank right after leaving the tower, their power can't increase beyond A rank. Normally, increasing by 3 ranks is the limit. If they insist on leveling up further, they have to find an S+ rank artifact. Jiang Wu asked another question. So those labyrinths become graveyards for S rank hunters? You could say that. There are also hunters who never find an S+ rank artifact. And then there are hunters who do possess those items. In other words, they killed a lot of people to steal them. Those who kill other hunters are called killer hunters. They get removed from the rankings. Even S ranks are no exception. So the hunters from the Ares Guild that came after you were that type. Jiang Wu thought to himself, they're all the same kind of filth. A bunch of simpletons. One of the 4 beginner-level dungeons stolen from the Ares Guild was truly outstanding. Jiang Wu stood there, taking a deep, satisfying breath. From now on, this place is my dungeon. He told Siyun to go on ahead. He needed to go catch the boss and wanted to check how much money he could make. If I want to make a lot of money, I have to be quick. He walked up, opened the door, and stepped inside. As soon as he appeared, the 2 men inside burst out laughing when they recognized Jiang Wu. Kim Jiang Wu. Jiang Wu also replied with a bright smile, calling someone by their full name right after meeting them. You want a taste of my slipper again? They remembered what happened last time and flinched, their trauma kicking in. I'll be entering the dungeon now. This is my now. I suppose there's no problem with that, right? Huh? The transfer for that hasn't even been completed yet. Seeing him shout, Jiang Wu just gave a bright smile and replied, well, no, please come in. It's been a long time since you've been here. As he was walking, he ran into a man who greeted him on sight. Welcome, Mr. Kim Jiang Wu. Who are you? Another one from Ares Y. It's true that I was sent by Ares Y, but I don't belong to them. I'm from the Hunter Assassinating Hunter group, Pandemonium. Have you heard of it? Pandemonium. Those who know that name and its origins can't help but be afraid. It's a hunter group comprised of top-tier hunters, all within the top 100 of the S rank. If you pay the right price, they will carry out any assassination mission. Their success rate is 100%. Gunling Jack ranked 72nd among S ranks. Baibarum Ao ranked 86th among S ranks. Master Aslan ranked 91st among S ranks. Sakur Ania ranked 52nd among S ranks. If you become a target of these formidable people, no one can escape with their life. Jiang excitedly pointed at the girl in front of him. Wait, you're that somewhat capable mage ranked 52nd. The girl's face was full of question marks. Why does everything you say sound so ridiculous? You call yourself a hunter, but you don't know I'm a top tier in the magic world? Seeing he was getting under her skin, Jiang provoked her further. That's why I'm asking. Such arrogance. The provocation was successful. The female mage went crazy. Any S-rank hunter above rank 50 will die by my hand. Don't ask why you died at the hands of Ania of Devef. Ania activated a binding spell, and something immediately wrapped tightly around Jiang. Is this the only magic circle you know? This isn't the time for you to be asking questions. Still don't grasp the situation? You fool. Jiang sighed. Of course I know. I was just asking to decide whether I should kill you all or not. So hot-headed. After this declaration, Ania's face darkened. Everyone, charge. Rush Jiang and skewer him so he can't say another word. In Xi'an, China, in Wangui's underground city. This is said to be Wangui's most important location, and this muscular man is Sraggle Dune, ranked 82nd among S ranks. This is truly disappointing compared to my expectations. You arrogant fool. If I fall here, my superiors will arrive immediately. Can you handle them all by yourself? The master smirked as the man wildly swung his weapon at her. But it didn't even come close. It's a shame about the technique you're using, but I want to see my master soon, so I have no other choice. The master activated the Divine Thunder Command Sword, and Sraggle Dune was sent flying by the blow. After a powerful impact, he was completely knocked out. The master recalled the words his subordinate had relayed. Don't look for me. He asked me to pass on that message. The master was happy that Hong Jin had met the master she wanted to see. Although she was a bit angry, she was also happy because her master was waiting for her too. Don't look for me. Don't look for me until you've kept your oath. Perhaps that's what he meant. For my master, to be able to meet my master, I must take control of everything. Master, please wait for me. After the recent battle, Jiang had brought back a small Ania, who was trembling like a leaf. Xi'an was like, what the hell? You brought her back to fix the magic circle. Jiang turned to Ania with a terrifying expression and asked, hey, can you do it? I can. I can do it. But if I do, you'll spare my life, right? If you've made up your mind, then hurry up and start. Yes, yes. Xi'an was still astonished that his brother had brought back the world-famous S-rank mage, ranked 52nd, like a sack of potatoes. An assassin hunter, looking so pathetic. How could you bring a criminal here? She was sent by Ares Y again. I spared her teammates and only brought her back. Sion was hit with a second wave of shock. Teammates? Don't tell me Pandemonium came after you, big bro. You defeated all of them? Wait a minute. Your abilities clearly aren't at a level where you could win so easily. Jang, looking bewildered, also felt that something was off. You think my ability score is a bit unusual too, huh? Well, it's just a status window anyway. The young man figured that even if he asked Ares why, they wouldn't have the authority. That kid is scared, so she'll do a good job. Don't worry. She's the type of person who will do anything just to live. Jang had figured her out after seeing the survivalist tendency on Enya's attribute window. And then came the tearful please. Please spare my life. I was wrong. I can create the magic circle with that item. Please, spare me. I'll do anything. Jang then gave Sion detailed instructions. I heard you can fix the magic circle without a staff, and even without the skill. Here, take that guy's stuff. An S+ rank staff. An S+ rank rune. I'll be right back. Watch her carefully. Where are you going? When you receive a gift, you have to return the favor. The young man went to a convenience store and came out with a full bag of items. That's right, I definitely have to return the favor. Wearing a pair of slippers and his usual clothes, he sloppily made his way to Ares. The moment he set foot inside, everyone there screamed and got into a defensive stance. Get out of here. This area is off-limits to non-Ares Y members. The young man calmly asked, Is Heron Gu here? From his bag, he pulled out a justice bat. I'm here to give a gift. I doubt anyone who gets hit by this will sue me, right? The sounds of smashing and piercing screams echoed continuously. The staff at the Ares Guild couldn't possibly understand what was happening, and all this trouble was being caused by just a toy hammer. Django was still quite pleased with himself. Your spirits are pretty good, not running away and just continuously rushing forward to stop me. Are you all prepared to go to heaven? After this chaotic scene, they finally had to call the representative's office. Branch manager, Kim Django is here right now with a squeaky hammer and he's causing a rampage. The screams continued to echo through the phone. The man in the representative's office thought resentfully, this madman Kim Django isn't someone who can be dealt with using money, attacking us with a squeaky hammer. If this gets out to the public, the Ares Guild will lose all face. What should I do? Should I request support from the main headquarters? No, I can't do that. If the problems at the Korean branch get worse, my abilities will be questioned. Before he could even think it through, Django kicked the door wide open. He laughed boisterously. The branch manager's face was dumbfounded, but Django greeted him first. Long time no see. Have you been? The moment he saw Django, his face turned a dark shade of green. Django raised his hammer high. First we fight, then we talk, sweetie. He collapsed with a thud, his back slamming into the bookshelf. It hasn't been that long since we talked about compensation. And you're already sending me gifts? Do you not want to live anymore? About that, the branch manager stammered. Banderonium was no match for Kim Django either. Not knowing what else to do, he got straight to the point and asked, Compensation. What do you want for compensation? Django smirked. Quick on the uptake, aren't you? Prepare the compensation money. How does about 20 billion sound? The branch manager gritted his teeth, silently cursing Django for being a madman. But he still had to stammer out, I'll try my best to prepare it. But it didn't end there. Django continued, placing the squeaky hammer on his head. I don't care how many guys you send after me, but for every single time, you better prepare a compensation package to send me. 2. Now, hurry up and call an ambulance for your subordinates. After saying that, he casually strolled away. The branch manager, left sitting there, grew even more resentful. Kim Django, I will tear you to shreds. If even Pandemonium can't deal with him, I have to think of another way. He must disappear. I can't receive support from headquarters, but I have an idea. I'll go to China and bring back the 500th ranked S-class from the Dragon Sect. Immediately, all information about the Squeaky Hammer rampage hit the news. 150 hunters from the Ares Guild were hospitalized by a perpetrator using a squeaky hammer. Keyboard warriors immediately began gossiping, and it didn't take a genius to guess who was behind it. Meanwhile, Django was lounging around, reading the news about himself. Hansoku has transferred a dungeon to Kim Jang. Why would they do that? He must have some dirt on them. CEO Lu Shang came over and asked his older brother, Did you know that 47 ambulances showed up at the Ares Guild building? Even if you didn't tell me, I've already seen the news. If the Ares Guild sues you, you'll be arrested immediately. Are you okay with that? Django sighed, seeming unconcerned. Sue me? My life was threatened. It was just self-defense. Besides, I only hit them with a toy. What's so serious about that? Sion was helpless. Well, it's not like many people can do what you do. Suddenly, Django's face showed utter shock as he realized it was time for his class. If I'm late, I don't get paid. The beginner's lecture that was requested from Japan a while ago, remember? It was too much of a hassle, so I didn't do it. The lecture fee is 50 million. Of course, if he was paid properly, he could find the motivation to do anything. Notice, a new climber has begun climbing the tower, reaching the 9th floor. Time remaining, 4 minutes and 12 seconds. You are invited. When the remaining time ends, you will be summoned. Time remaining, 1 hour. He was busy carrying a monster in his hands, and now he had to pay attention to this notification. Another climber, and ironically, our guy was in the middle of teaching a class. The students were busy filming him, to the point where the assistant had to remind them to focus. It's nothing special. I'll show you all how to catch a monster with your bare hands. Let's go. After an hour, Jang Go was summoned again. Why is there another climber so soon? I just caught the heavenly demon and my information authority still hasn't increased. Are you messing with me? Avi explained. About that? Your information authority didn't increase, but it has been accumulated. This time, I'll give you information about the climber in advance. This climber isn't alone. They're coming with many comrades. Like the Kravas monsters I saw the first time, different from them. A low-level climber like Hong Ma dragged the Kravas monsters here. The system summoned those monsters to help low-level climbers destroy the world. Therefore, the monsters that appear with those low-level climbers can't be called comrades. Django asked further, so, is this climber high-level or mid-level? It's a mid-level climber. Among those coming with them, is there someone higher than mid-level, stronger than the heavenly demon? That's a relief. If I catch this climber, will my information authority increase? Seeing this, Avi also cheered him on to motivate him. This skyscraper is the Arangui. How's the magic formation? Appa, I've told you so many times not to open the door with your foot. Do you want to break it? Always? What are you doing here? He said he came to see how things were going. Anya was still scared, but one magic circle was almost restored. It also works better than before, and it lasts much, much longer. Is that so? Then, could you do one more thing for me? Your special skill is teleportation, right? Put that into the magic circle. Anya reluctantly had to agree, but Siuzan felt something was off. A special skill of teleportation. If she had that skill, why didn't she run away? Anya explained, with my current magic power, I can't activate that skill. I need the assistance of the magic circle. Only then can I use it. So even if I wanted to escape, I couldn't. Suddenly, Jangan received a notification. A climber had reached the 9th floor. Location: Germany. Jangan needed to get there immediately. At the central square in Berlin, Federal Republic of Germany, the man holding the spear was Master Sweer Gu. Surrender, monster, and I will spare your life. You'll spare my life? Ha ha ha. You're far too confident. Sweer remained stubborn. Don't you see our numbers? No matter how strong you are, you can't break through the firepower of this many S-rank hunters. This man was sitting pensively in the German Hunter Association. He was monitoring the entire situation. Does your confidence come from your numbers? How amusing. But it's better to fight with comrades. I, too, shall fight alongside my comrades. This isn't your fault. The moment another monster appeared, everyone panicked. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your most ancient fear. I am the ruler of everything you imagine when you look into the darkness, the monster representative who steals your courage. I stand at the head of the night parade of 100 demons, the monstrous god of chaos. Then, she summoned a rebellious beast and flew up. Jangan sat with his legs shaking, looking up Germany and South Korea. The average flight time between Germany and South Korea is 11 hours and 10 minutes. The young man impatiently asked Anya, how much longer until the magic circle is finished? About 5 more hours. Make it faster for me. After scrolling on his phone for a bit, Jangan realized his brother knew about the Gravas incident in Germany. Did you receive a request for reinforcements? Appa. The news was going crazy. Jangan held his phone and read, Kim Jang, the proud hero of the Republic of Korea, has become increasingly famous since the Gravas incident in Japan, requesting hunter reinforcements. Kim Jang requests the Hunter Association of South Korea to send reinforcements. The young man complained, oh my god, what the hell are these reporters writing? Siozan wondered. Is Appa going to stop at this time? Yeah. His sister froze for a moment. That's just who Jangan Appa was, someone who dedicated himself completely. Jangan continued scrolling and read some more news. The most viewed article, an unreasonable proposal. Gravas in absolute agony. Make a bet with me. The rules are simple. I will stay in this city for 24 hours. If any one of you can defeat me, I will stop my conquest and obediently return. You can come alone or bring your entire herd. I don't care. But if you cannot stop me, I will continue to destroy this city. Christian B., the head of the German branch, was having a massive headache over the incident. Regarding the current situation, a response order has been issued, but it's estimated that 2,000 people have died. The disaster is still ongoing, and the damages will only increase. As for the status of the hunters, there were 32 S-rank hunters and 68 A-rank hunters. All of them have been annihilated. The situation is far more serious than the Gravas in Japan. The International Association sent reinforcement requests to the top 5 S-rank hunters, but none of them could be contacted. Kristen B., the head of the German branch, was furious. A bunch of money grubbers. Suddenly, his assistant's phone rang. "Hello? If it's important, make it quick. I'm busy." Is that true? Branch chief? We have reinforcements. It's a hunter from South Korea. Who is it? It's Hunter Kim Jang, the one who killed the heavenly demon during the Gravas in Japan. With Anya's help teleporting him, Jangan arrived in Germany. Landed safely. Wow, this magic is pretty good. In the blink of an eye, I'm in Germany. He landed right where the monsters were rampaging, still in his legendary flip-flops. He leaped high into the air and kicked a monster straight in the face. "It's not you guys." The young man then jumped to another monster. "What? One hit and it's over?" Jangan punched relentlessly, raining blows upon the giant centipede monster. After it was exhausted and had collapsed, he grabbed one of its fangs tightly and asked, "Where is that brat?" The entire event was being broadcast live by a fly cam. Viewers became even more excited at Jangan's appearance. "This is insane. Breaking news, hot news. Kim Jangan has appeared in Germany." What? Where? And when? Did the legend really come here? This is too epic. Jangan was now walking to face the female enemy. He's here. He's really here. He's a living legend. The female monster had been sitting there, waiting impatiently. "Oh, so you're the first challenger." Jangan smirked. "You? For someone so young, you've got quite a sharp tongue." The girl got angry. "You're one to talk, running your big mouth. If you were going to show up, you could have been a little quieter about it. This city is in ruins, and you're responsible for it, right?" This guy really knew how to get straight to the point, trying to piss people off. And just like that, the girl has already lost her temper. "Are you arrogant, or just ignorant? You're saying some ridiculous things to me. What business is it of yours whether I'm arrogant or ignorant?" She had truly lost her mind. "I was going to take it easy on my first opponent, but you've gone beyond the limits of stupidity. Let's see if you can still talk after this." The dragon steps. The most arrogant one, Jian, only endured 7 steps. "Let's see how many you can withstand." Jangun had no damn clue what she was talking about and just stared at her blankly. She began to count. 1 step, 2 steps. Jangun began to feel the air around him turn strange. This was the power of magic. Her magical power was expanding, compressing the very space around them. 3 steps. It seemed those footsteps were the source of the problem. He had to stop her from taking another step. 5 steps. 6 steps. Jangun decided he would also have to fight using his ultimate technique. 7 steps. The magic was completely out of control. It wasn't just creating pressure anymore. Its power was erupting. Jangun felt as if his entire body was about to be torn apart, but doing nothing was not an option. Mustering his courage, he broke free and charged forward. She offered a bit of praise. "Oh, you're better than the so-called number 1 from the previous floor." 8 steps. 9 steps. Jangun activated the vanquishing demon god kick, but his attack only grazed her. The girl let out a faint smirk. "Congratulations, you almost stopped my 9th step, but you won't be able to stop my final one." 10 steps. She unleashed an immense destructive power. Jangun felt it clearly. The magic inside his own body was on the verge of going berserk. He was just a moment away from being ripped to shreds. Still, the young man managed to endure until the very end. Not bad. You not only withstood the aftershocks of the 10-step annihilation, but you also blocked most of its destructive power. Impressive. Very impressive. Thanks to your endurance, the damage to this area is minimal. On the last floor I visited, it only took me 5 steps to completely obliterate the city. To Jangan, she was nothing more than a lunatic. He was certain she was even stronger than the heavenly demon, and the realization was agonizing. "So, what will you do now? You may have blocked my attack, but you can't defeat me. Aren't you going to beg for your life? Or will you just cling to your pride and wait for death?" Jangan struggled to remain calm, got to his feet, and pointed forward.
"Hey, I only have one choice, and that is to destroy you." The girl froze for 2 seconds, then burst into maniacal laughter.
Excellent, excellent. You really are different from the other fools. If that's the case, then I, too, will follow the rules and face you with my full strength. I am the head warden of the night parade of 100 demons. My ultimate magic is chaotic divine power. I will let you experience it for yourself. The space was now completely different from before. It felt immensely heavier. Jangun's entire body was once again racked with pain. Just then, a system notification appeared, magical eruption within the body suppressed. Endurance rank has increased. Jangun's current endurance rank was S. It was only thanks to this that he was able to bear it. If his endurance could increase more, he could hold on even longer. External magic is invading the body. Magic will be assimilated. Magic rank has increased. Jangun also felt a transformation within himself. This was the same phenomenon he'd experienced when he met the heavenly demon. That's right, get a grip. Think. I have to remember my encounter with a heavenly demon. During my time in the tower, I've had tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of masters. Things like web novels, comics, cartoons, and movies. To a normal person, those are all just works of fiction. But to me, they were all my masters. And the martial arts they taught me. One of them was the art of Allah for sealing demons in the Age of Myth. The young man began to recall and apply the technique, activating the power just like that. The head warden of the night parade of 100 demons froze. What? What in the world is that? She tried to take another step, but her other foot was also stopped in its tracks. The girl flew into a rage. This bastard dares to grab my leg. There are still 8 steps left. The 10-step annihilation is a stacking technique. This is a master-level skill. It doesn't require taking actual physical steps. Simply repeating the motion of the steps is enough. The power from Jangun's magic circle was now blocking the 3rd step. That guy is using that bizarre technique to stop me. The power of the 10-step annihilation is being nullified. But do you really think you alone can stop me? The girl took 4 steps at once, and the spatial pressure bore down on him again. Let's see how you handle the true destructive power of the 10-step annihilation. It feels like the weight of the world is crashing down on you. You will endure all of this pain until the very end. Right at the 5th step, she was stopped again. A bewildered look on her face as she still couldn't understand what was happening. Jangun now seemed to be getting used to it all. Is this it? It's not that different from before. The girl was in shock. She had already used half of its power, yet Jangun was standing firm as if it was nothing. Now it's time to show my own strength. It's my turn. A magical flower began to glow. He activated the dancing flower kick. The system announced, successfully captured the demonic climber afflicted by chaotic divine power. The system invites you. Time remaining, 0.05 seconds. In a flash, Jangun was back with Avi, fighting so fiercely against the user of chaotic divine power. You've been through a lot. Based on the results of this battle, your information authority has increased from low rank to low mid rank. Therefore, we have summoned you here to inform you of the new information authority you have received. The guy looked completely bewildered, frozen in place. No. I was called here right after I captured the climber. Is this the first time? Well, I was so happy that I wanted to let you know right away. The thing Jangun noticed was that the room seemed to have gotten bigger. Avi explained that every time a guardian deals with a climber, this room also transforms. With your new low mid-tier authority, many things will change. One of them is that you can now decorate this system room. You just have to think of the interior you want for this space and press the button, and the scenery will change. Jangun did as she said, and in the blink of an eye, the room transformed into the 1st floor of the tower. He pressed the button again, and his own spacious room appeared, causing Avi to gasp in awe. I thought that even if you knew how to use it, you wouldn't be able to. This is the first time I've seen the room of a human living on the 9th floor. Do you normally just live in this room? I've been here ever since I became self-aware. Jangun was a little surprised. Did she really live her entire life in this tiny little room? So you sleep here too? Yes. When I feel tired, I lie down on this table to sleep. Jangun fell silent for a moment. He suddenly felt that this girl was truly pitiful. He got back to the main point and asked, besides this, is there anything else? The notification and information authority skills have been upgraded, and a new skill, entry, exit, has been generated. This is a skill that allows a guardian to return to this place once a day, even without an invitation from me. Oh, so can I freely ask about other things I'm curious about? Your information authority has also increased, so you can ask what you want. The young man opened his status window. It seems there's something a little strange about my information. Besides capturing the psychotic power monster and my abilities increasing, I think my abilities are stronger than what's being displayed. Can you answer that for me? Yes, since your information authority is low-mid, I can tell you a few things. Jangun was pretty excited to finally be able to dig up some information. That's more like it. Now, tell me, quickly. Avi began to explain. Because the creator of the tower wanted to prevent unusual powers from forming inside, they limited the increase of ability points. To put it simply, they've locked the ability stats. But this is only a feature that's locked within this system. Therefore, your displayed ability points will have a gap with your actual abilities. The guy's face went blank, as he didn't understand at all. Can you explain it more simply? Besides the information about the locked system, the Guardian's body continues to develop. That's like saying nothing at all. Jangun crossed his arms, finding it ridiculous. Is it really that simple? Then how different are my information window and my actual abilities? I can't tell you because you don't have enough information authority. Infuriated, Jangun got worked up again. Then what the hell else is there? Why am I trapped in this tower? What level of information authority do I need for you to tell me? I can't tell you because your information authority is still low. Jangun flew into a rage. If that's the case, when will a high-level climber get here? Can I just level up my information authority quickly? Avi flinched and stammered. What about the worlds that were destroyed? Meanwhile, at the One Gui estate in Shanghai, China, A fire was raging, growing stronger by the moment. The man foaming at the mouth was Himu Hyancheon, rank 17, S-class. Parian was torturing him relentlessly. And to think you were a high-ranking figure in one go. How boring. Chanayan, get ready. Yes. This is the video of Sir Kim Janwon's Gravas in Germany. It's ready. After watching the masterclass performance, Parian felt very pleased. Master, you always exceed my expectations. Report on the current situation of all the GUI, including the newly occupied territory. Yes, our Hong Gook has taken possession of 92%. This place is the last one. The remaining 8% are those who submit to our pedagogy. In reality, we have completed the conquest of all GUI across the world. Parian sighed and then smiled. The time has finally come for me to fulfill the oath I made to Master all those years ago. Master, when you leave the tower, I will surely prepare a position worthy of you. It will certainly be the highest place. I will prepare the position. The time has truly come to meet Master again. After returning, Jang Gon received a lot of papers. Inside, the reward details stated that he could go live in Germany. Seun, curious, picked one up to read. Aside from the prize money and the item from the psychotic power monster, it's all complete tax exemption, huh? They're also providing a car and a house in Germany. A certificate of commendation from the Guild Hands World Office. Seun was excited. The rewards this time are much better than the ones in Japan, aren't they? By the way, what about the sword of the heavenly demon from back then? Seun announced that Jang Gon had given him that sword. Sao Jun acted slightly jealous that she didn't get anything. Jang Gon explained, "You already have a good magic formation, don't you? It's also an item that a hunter would receive." Ah, that's right. But Appa, besides the item obtained from the psychotic power monster, what was the reason you went to stock Gravas? Kunu said he was curious about that too. Siwoo was also intrigued. Jang Gon grinned brightly. What's so special about it? If I have to say, my hobby is to stir things up. Only a strong person can do that. His buddies actually thought their big brother was telling the truth. From inside the building, they could see the towering guidance tower. Jang Go stood pensively, thinking everything over. One day, the guidance tower suddenly appeared along with monsters, and people were forcibly summoned. He was the first person to be forcibly summoned. Trapped in the tower for 12 years, from the first floor to the 100th floor, he had destroyed it thousands of times. During the time his companions left the tower, he also reset back to the first floor thousands of times. Now, the young man truly wanted to know why he was being kept in the tower. Third, Gravis. Information Authority upgraded from lowest to low mid. It was slow, but at least there was a change. Seeing her brother just standing there like a dummy, Seun told him it was time to go home. Is your head hurting a lot, Appa? What do you mean, my head hurts? Don't worry about it. It's nothing special. 10 days after dealing with the psychic monster incident, Django was once again dragged onto a live television broadcast. Hello everyone, I'm Lee Hyang, the host of the live TV show Getting to Know the Hunters. Our guest for this episode is none other than Hunter Kim Jang-go. Even though it was a live broadcast, the young man couldn't seem to care less. He sat casually, scrolling through his phone. Kim Jang-go, you said some pretty cool things at the last press conference, didn't you? What? Oh, that. I was just telling the truth. Ha ha ha. That's Kim Jang-go's world for you. This is his most charming point. Ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the screen as we go over his biography. After dragging on forever, they finally reached the last question. And now for the final question. Could you briefly tell us about the special skills you possess? The young man was so bored he kept picking his ears and nose. Special skills? What's so special about them? I don't have any special skills. I just use something called martial arts that I created myself while I was in the tower. He said it was nothing, but the host started freaking out like a mad woman. Oh, our Q&A session ends here. Could we ask you to demonstrate the martial arts you just mentioned? To get an in-depth perspective, they even invited martial arts experts to the show. Django glanced towards the wings, looking excited. Them? The two old men began to show off with flourishing movements. If you know how to feel the flow of nature's energy to cultivate our Azure Dragon Sword's style, the Sage Entry method is passed down as a practical martial art. If you train for 10 years, your body itself will become an unbeatable weapon. Django just found it ridiculous after hearing them. Did these old geezers think they could fool him? He stomped his foot hard as if protesting their nonsense. He said, I think you two have misunderstood something. I'll be blunt and tell you the truth. Lately, there seem to be a lot of bad rumors about me. Let me ask you this. For people who don't understand the essence of martial arts and just try to learn it, can they really become stronger? A strong person is strong because they themselves are strong. That means martial arts isn't what makes a person stronger. So, I'll show you. Django snatched a sword, and a red light began to radiate from his body. The young man began to perform a few basic moves. The old man standing there was startled. Oh crap, that stance is the Azure Dragon baited breath that I just demonstrated. Django smiled brightly and declared, "Watch closely. This is how you use a sword." Not long ago, Django had read something similar in a web novel about the Heavenly Dragon Divine Staff. He wanted to try applying it. After activating the Azure Dragon Flash, right there in the studio, the ceiling looked like it was cracking open. The MC was choking on so much smoke that she almost bit the dust. After finishing his demonstration, the young man reminded the old man to go home and practice more. "I'm strong because I myself am strong. It's the same with any martial art, so don't drag me into your theories." After returning to his company, Django was quite surprised by Anya's new appearance. The girl was still as scared of Django as ever. "Yes, sir, you're back." Her face had changed, so no one would recognize her. "You don't have any problems working at my guild, do you?" No, sir." "Do you have enough work?" Hearing that, Anya froze up. Yes, it's enough." Django began to express his thoughts. "I've said this before. I hate enemies, but I saved you because you seemed useful. I will treat you like a normal hunter. What's wrong? You don't like it?" No, sir. I like it very much." With a sinister smile, Django continued. "Anya, so, as long as you don't betray me, you just need to do your job properly. But if, by any chance, you try to run away on your own, you know what'll happen, right? Anyway, if you need anything else, just tell me." I was just kidding earlier. The moment he left, Anya's complete helplessness was revealed. Just like that, I've been doing this accounting job for 10 days already. To be honest, life isn't so bad. The work isn't hard, and I don't have to work nights. The salary is decent, and I don't have to live in the shadows. But, is this really the life I want? The dungeon transfer from Ares Guild has been completed. At the same time, at Incheon Airport, the branch manager. "Wait, do you really want to ask the Pedo Guild for help? That would be very dangerous. I'm sure that Django guy has already received the rights to the dungeon transfer. He probably received the money too. You know very well that we've already failed." The manager was silenced. "No, it wasn't just a failure. It was a complete and utter failure. From gaining a monopoly to losing all power, and finally ending up in the same position as those I once controlled. I will skewer him at all costs. All those little tricks you're pulling won't do a thing. Don't worry, I won't let anyone escape. We're already on the brink of collapse. This person has truly been pushed into a corner. Our monopoly is over. A few dozen more dungeons won't change anything. Bring everything we can. Dungeon transfer rights, share money, artifacts. Everything that could possibly look appealing to them. Send it all to them. He has to go." In New York, this is the office of the founder of the Ares Guild, Matan Brand. The Korean branch has transferred a portion of its dungeons to another guild. According to the report I saw, the Korean branch manager, Hoguk, made a mistake. Matan Brand snapped his fingers on the table. A mistake. Everyone makes mistakes, right? Whether it's me or you. The important thing is to fix it. Only then is a mistake acceptable. From now on, when you report to me, use the word mistake. But if it hasn't been handled properly, if the mistake hasn't been corrected, when you report back to me, then call it a failure. I'm sorry, you don't need to apologize. He's the failure. And the Ares Guild has no need for failures. Do you understand what I'm saying? Handle all of it, sir. Yes, and make it clean. At the same time, get back all the dungeons that were transferred and eliminate that failure for me. Hoguk is currently in front of the Pedo Guild. They said they wanted to see the face of the person asking for a favor, so they demanded I come to this palace. What should I do? I've taken down so many of them before. They were already rivals of the Ares Guild, and now I have to ask them for help. This is a dangerous move, but if it means making Kim Jang-on disappear, I'll do whatever it takes. Hoguk decided to go inside. As soon as he entered, someone was there to greet him. Hoguk immediately felt excited. "Kim Jang-on, you're finished." All the guards were wearing the distinctive buffalo horn masks of the Pedo Guild. Hoguk stood there thinking, this place. The master of this mysterious guild is known as the Dragon of the Pedo Guild, Parian. The moment he entered, he was shocked. A child. "Hello, miss. I am the manager of the Ares Guild's Korean branch." "I know. I heard you came to the Pedo Guild to ask us to eliminate someone. Is that right?" "Ah, yes, that's correct." "What is this person's name?" Hoguk suddenly froze, unable to speak. Suddenly, I had a feeling that saying it out loud would be a bad idea. "Ah, no. Either way, turning back now will only lead to my death. There's no turning back now." Hoguk had no choice but to bow his head and speak loudly. "I'm not sure if you've heard of him. Hunter Kim Jang-o is the one who killed the heretic god of power in Gravas, Germany. If your side could eliminate him, I will transfer 20% of the Korean branch's dungeons to the Pedo Guild, along with 80 billion. Parian sighed and stood up.
So that's it. If you're saying that, asking me to take care of Kim Jang-o, you're asking me to kill my master.
The fool went and poked a hornet's nest. Enraged, Parian blasted him on the spot. Hoguk was still dazed, completely unable to comprehend the situation. What on earth is going on? I came here to request Kim Jang-o's assassination. But why is the guild master reacting like this? Wait, she just said something about a master. Hoguk cried out, wait, I want to ask something. I understand that the Pedo Guild is refusing this request. But did you just say that Kim Jang-o is your master? That's right. May I ask where you and your master met? Inside the tower. Hoguk grasped the situation and began to calculate. So that's it. That's why she mistakenly thinks Kim Jang-o is her master. If that's the case, then there's a way to survive. He started asking more questions. Then, are you Korean? No. In that case, Kim Jang-o might not be the master you're looking for. Ho, and why would you think that? You probably already know that there are a total of 158 towers on Earth. These 158 towers are managed by different regions. The tower built in Korea only summons people from Korea, and the 15 towers built in America are divided among the states. Therefore, if you're Chinese, there's no way you could have met Hunter Kim Jang-o, who was trapped in the tower in Korea. So that's what you wanted to say. She nodded naively over and over, and then, with a boom, the guy got blasted a second time. Who gave you permission to pass out? I was holding back to see what the insect who wants to harm my master had to say, but in the end, I had to listen to that nonsense. Are you saying I've mistaken my own master? Hoguk trembled violently. Parian lifted him by the neck and added, that's right, you are correct. Each tower belongs to a different administrative region. I understand your suspicion, but unfortunately for you, I have cleared the tutorial tower in Korea. At the time, I was truly filled with resentment. I came to Korea at my stepfather's behest and was dragged into the tower. But luckily, I met my master. Hoguk remained defiant. But how can you be sure your master is Kim Jang-o? Parian, who was already enraged, became even more furious. You deny my master to the very end, but it seems you only see one side of the story. Because by denying my master, you are denying me. My entire image right now is based on what my master wanted. The way I dress, my long hair that covers my back, the mark of the one on my back, and my name, Parian. You dare to completely deny my existence. You truly are an insect. Don't even dream of dying a comfortable death. You tried to murder my master, and you denied both him and me to save your own skin. I will personally show you just how great that sin is. Meanwhile, in Avi's room. How's this TV? It's more fun than just sitting blankly at a desk, isn't it? Avi seemed very excited. At first, it just seemed strange, but the more she used it, the more she liked it. She could press a button to watch any movie she wanted. The little girl now turned to plead with Jang-won. Guardian, can't you make that a game or something? What about a game? I've seen a TV before, but can't I just try playing a game once? Hello? You can't create that thing. The only things that exist beside me are the system and the Guardian. I can't create other things because I don't have the authority. Finding her rather pitiful, with a poof, Jang-won pressed a button and instantly materialized a PC and a gaming setup. Overjoyed to the point of tears, Avi threw her arms around him. Thank you so much. I can finally do what I want. Suddenly, the young man felt that something was off. Wait a minute, I'm not even married, so why does this feel like I have a daughter? There's something I need to tell you. I might be mistaken, but you really never know, so I thought I should let you know. After hearing what she had to say, Jang-won returned home with a blank expression, not hearing anyone who tried to talk to him. He recalled Avi's words. Glimbers might also exist on the 9th floor, where the Guardian lives. However, it was still just speculation and couldn't be confirmed. Before God left the tower, Gravas had appeared 3 times. Normally, when a boss dies, the portal also vanishes, but 2 of the 3 portals didn't disappear. It couldn't be confirmed, but there was reason to be cautious. As planned, they were going to Germany in 3 days, and his younger brothers also made up an excuse about wanting to sightsee to tag along. Speaking of the ruins in Germany, Salm was very optimistic, thinking that if there were mages who could use magic formations, the city could recover quickly. An architectural project that would take 10 years could be built in 1, but the problem was the number of dead and injured. Jang-won wondered, so if a monster appears and a Gravas incident occurs, no city would be completely destroyed. If there are mages, there's no need to worry. If that's the case, then why does everyone insist on going to Germany? There are plenty of other beautiful places. But the day after he went to Germany to receive his reward was the opening day of the auction house, which Jang-won found puzzling. What the heck kind of event is this? Kun said he would explain everything later. In short, the auction house organized by the International Hunter Association would be held in Germany this time. And even though Leipzig was destroyed, the schedule remained unchanged. So, you guys are all going to that auction house. And then what? Don't tell me you guys want to be teleported to the auction so you don't have to take a plane. Seeing his buddies pretend to cough, it seemed he had hit the nail right on the head. But the young man was also very easygoing. If that's what you want, that's fine. Sek looked ecstatic. Oh, really? We can? The International Hunter Association only deals in strictly selected items, so if you go, there'll be some cool stuff. Jiang Wan started thinking about the Hunter Association. From what he could tell, the association was considering whether Gravas still existed, depending on its class. If Avi's suspicion was correct that there are currently 2 Simbers on the 9th floor, the tower climbers aren't privy to that information, so if he checked them one by one, he might find out the truth. But that would be a bit of a hassle. Besides, Jiang Wan had other things to do. He had to become stronger than anyone else. It was safe to say he had become stronger after the last battle, but those were all mid-level Simbers. What if a high-level Simber appeared? Obviously, he had to prepare thoroughly. 3 days passed faster than he thought. A knock was heard. The auction will now begin. The group had arrived at the International Hunter Association in Germany. The assistant, Harangu's teammate, was burning the transfer papers for the ownership and management rights of the dungeon. Seongu had gone to meet Pedogi's master. An hour had passed since he received Pedogi's call, and he still hadn't returned. Something must have happened. Looks like Pedogi took care of him. I have to get out of here fast. The evidence is destroyed, so I just need to grab the money and escape. Anyway, if the headquarters punishes someone, they'll just punish Seongu. I'm just his assistant, so they definitely can't do anything to me. Just as he was about to push the door open to leave, a sword struck from behind. Oh, my apologies. I intended to end it in one blow, but I didn't expect to cut your hand by mistake. You're a knight? Ooh, you know? Well, you're a manager too, so you should know about us. The assassin hunters belonging to the main headquarters, the Knights Division. The Knights Division consisted of extremely powerful individuals who were in the top 40 of the hunter rankings before their names were erased. The manager knew for sure that he couldn't escape. Why? Why is the Knights Division here? Why ask such a thing? You should be the one who knows best. 2 more slashes, and before he could even cry out or beg, he was permanently erased. The traitor Ares Y must naturally die. After finishing the job, another person opened the door and entered. A small task like that would be a waste of their time. Is Seongu taken care of? That guy is being held by Pedogi, so we have to wait until he's released? Looks like we won't have to wait. Not long after he went in, a terrifying amount of magical power exploded from Pedogi's palace. Does that mean he's a goner? Most likely. And if he's not dead, we'll have to deal with him ourselves anyway. So, are we going to grab the guy who received the dungeon transfer rights from him now? No, numbers 4, 7, 9, and 10 will handle him, not us. What? 4 people to handle one guy. Ah, it's that guy. Right, the one who handled the last disaster. I guess he's worthy of that much effort. That naive, optimistic red-haired knight almost blurted out my damn name. It doesn't matter how strong that guy is with the artifacts our master gave us. Before he could finish, his mouth was covered. Watch your words, number 8. Don't you know our names are a secret? Sheesh, so sensitive. Anyway, it's not like we have anything else to do. It seems the hunt has now begun. A lot of people have arrived early for the auction. It's still that legendary tracksuit. I wonder when Jian Wu will ever take it off. He even innocently asked, "What do you mean?" Other people say so too, right? Do I really have to smile? Si Hun stammered. It's fine if it's your personal space, but isn't it a bit weird to wear that in a public place like this? What the heck? I wear tracksuits everywhere. I think it looks good and makes me look young. Everything that needs to be covered is covered, so what's there to be unhappy about? His friend was too tired to even argue. Whatever. Besides, everyone is used to seeing him like this. It's true that he even wore this outfit to receive an award, but not a single article mentioned his attire. Jianwu was surprised that there were no S+ grade items at this auction. Then again, it's not like you come across those items easily. Hearing S+, Jianwu flinched. He was hiding the crystal of an S+ grade Chaos Fiend in his pocket. This time, he had received the information panel for the Chaos Fiend. Crystal of the S+ grade Chaos Fiend. Skill: none. Information authority: the Chaos Fiend was born in the form of a small monster. Without help from anyone, she survived by eating the monsters in the basement. Eventually, she captured all the monsters and integrated them to obtain their essence. Jianwu was quite curious about the skill and supplement sections. There were no skills at all. The young man got annoyed. I wonder how long it'll take before I can see this entire panel. There are too few usable weapons, and the characteristics section is missing information authority. Jianwu opened up to look at other items. Meanwhile, the auction was still in full swing. 1 billion. This guest bids 1 billion. Any higher bids? The Jade of Yatagarasu has been sold to guest number 32. Jianwu sat there without a shred of excitement or anticipation. Ha, and I thought this would be interesting. I guess it's okay to interpret it my own way, right? The auction continued. The next item for auction is the Great Spear of Aslan. The starting price is 3 billion. Great Spear of Aslan, S grade. Supplement: none. Skill: extreme, shadow conversion speed. Information authority: this is a perfect replica of the spear used by Aslan. who built an empire with just a single spear. Although it is a replica, its abilities are. Information Authority missing. Aslan, who focused solely on the spear his entire life. Information Authority missing. And with the techniques he mainly used. Information Authority missing. He learned things. Damn it, this is so frustrating. Missing. Authority again, so I can't get a full explanation. Feeling too frustrated, the young man decided to step outside for a bit. Call me when the auction is over. The sky was pitch black. Just as he stepped outside, a few police officers who were scanning the area with flashlights were suddenly sniped and dropped to the ground. Jianwu sensed something was wrong and managed to dodge a sneak attack from them. What is it now? A whole group of hooded figures smirked and asked, "Are you Kim Jianwu?" Right now, the four of us knights are going to make you disappear. We are all among the top 30s rank hunters in the world, appearing out of nowhere just to stand there and flex. Jianwu was so over it. He responded by smashing one of them in the face. "Why are you guys always like this? If you're going to fight, then fight. Stop rambling. Let me just kick your talkative asses so you'll stop bothering me." The young man let out a savage, delighted laugh, so intense that it startled and terrified them. At this moment, life truly felt like a joke. Elsewhere, an assistant was reporting back to their leader, Aries Gu. So, Ongu isn't dead? According to number 5's report, that is correct. Relay a message to number 5. If he makes another mistake, tell him not to come back. What about that other guy? They are currently ambushing him. They should be fighting right now. But, will it really be okay? Our opponent is, after all, a hunter who has single-handedly dealt with 2 disasters. Are you doubting the capabilities of the knights? Who from the knights was sent to deal with Kim Jianwu? It's numbers 4, 7, 9, and 10. Sir. Then it's fine. In any case, I don't think the 4 of them can handle Kim Jianwu. What I'm doing is merely a test to see what that guy is capable of. Model. Let's see if you can handle my artifact. As expected, with just a few casual moves, Django completely wiped out the 4 knights. Meanwhile, a masked figure emanating a purple aura was watching the situation. How are things going? Currently, 2 Simbers have been stopped. Who were the Simbers that once climbed to the 9th floor? The heavenly demon and monstrous strength, the mad god of the night parade of 100 demons. Ho ho, just consider those 2 as offerings for Camber. Nothing to worry about. Who is the next Camber? It seems they haven't decided yet, sir. Is that so? The appearance of an unexpected obstacle is making it quite interesting to see what happens next. After what happened yesterday, Django brought back a huge bundle. When Seun asked what it was, he replied that it was his spoils of war. You're still so naive, little bro. Ah, about the auction yesterday. After it ended, we went outside and found you standing in the middle of a pile of dead bodies. We were completely freaked out. Do you know that, Django? Luckily, the CCTV recorded everything that happened before. Do you know the identities of those strangers? How would I know? I was interrogating them too. Who knew they'd all bite their tongues and commit suicide? Besides, how was the CCTV able to record it? Oh, that? It seems there was some kind of perception-breaking magic involved. But even if they bit their tongues, why did you smash their heads in like that? Django, who was actually bluffing to cover his tracks, stammered a little. Well, we were in the middle of a fight. How could I control my strength? Seun, being very perceptive, looked his brother straight in the eye. From what I can see, it looks like you killed them on purpose. Am I wrong? In reality, Django was also surprised by the connection between the items and those men. That's why I needed to run a little experiment. It's normal to break a few things here and there while experimenting. Either way, it's impossible to find out the identities of those strangers. Even with their faces and the perception-breaking magic, we found nothing special. They must have erased all their records before becoming assassin hunters. After asking, Seun turned around and insisted on buying souvenirs before returning to his country. Who they were for, nobody knew. As soon as his little bro left, Django turned back and opened the sack. Activate Belgrade's ASA Hunter Information Authority skill. Rank S+, additional details unknown. Skill, maximum acceleration. Acceleration. Because of the Information Authority, the truth has been revealed. Faker F173, rank S+. Skill, maximum acceleration, acceleration. Information Authority, no access. Copy, no access. New window. Vector F119, Vector F151, Vector F12, Vector F199. All the artifacts from the strangers had names like these. Faker means an imposter, a fraud. It wouldn't be quite right to call them labyrinth artifacts. They also have strange names and descriptions. Could these be man-made artifacts? Django examined them closely. Is that possible? No crafting information or related data can be found. There's definitely something unusual here. He recalled the events of last night. Compared to the hunters I've faced before, those strangers yesterday were genuinely skilled. They knew where I was and were prepared to attack me. If that's the case, there are only 2 possibilities. 1. They belong to Ares Gui. 2. They're mercenaries. But besides Ares Gui, I don't have any other enemies, so there's no need to wonder who the culprit is. But if so, what on earth is this? In the end, pointless speculation is useless. The origin of these artifacts isn't important. What's important is who sent them. Don't tell me the Aseongu guy is already out of his mind after taking just one light hammer blow. I'm not letting this go this time. He went to the office again and caused a ruckus, demanding to find that bastard Hosiu. The employees were all beaten to a pulp after informing him that the branch manager was currently away. This made Django even more furious. Who doesn't know that? I could tell just by looking at his office. Where is he now? They were about to stammer and not reveal anything until Django raised his fist. Then they begged. I'll talk. The branch manager didn't tell me his destination and has been absent for 4 days now. We don't know his exact whereabouts. He went to Beijing, China, to meet with Petagu. Django smirked slightly, a little surprised. Holy crap. That evening, at Siyun's house. Siyun, do you know anything about Petagu? Why do you ask? Well, Petagu has taken over almost all the dungeons in China. Django was shocked to hear this. What? Last I heard, they only owned 50%, didn't they? But recently, it seems they've taken over everything. Why does that sound so simple? Of course, it's not simple. You're talking about a unilateral takeover, which is a whole different story. In China, you can't just get by with strength alone. Django sighed. But they were all taken over anyway. It's clearly a case of brute force. Actually, China's laws weren't like that from the beginning. Initially, all dungeons in China were state-owned. The process of transferring a dungeon was even more complicated. Why did it change now? I think it was about 3 to 4 years ago. It just suddenly changed like that. Is there a rumor that the person behind the legal amendment is the owner of Petagu? Perfect timing. Right after the law was amended, Petagu appeared and expanded its influence. The owner of Petagu was already a very big figure in China before that. However, this story is indeed hard to believe. Django paused for a few seconds. My disciple and I have never spoken. Thinking about the outside world reminds me of my conversations with that girl. Do you know who I am? How dare you? Shut up. From this day forward, you will be my disciple, so you must learn some manners. What the hell is this? I have to move up quickly with my teammates to survive. It's too noisy. Save me, master. I don't want to die. Oh ho, who would dare do that to you? You are my precious and proud disciple. I absolutely will not let you die. Go now. I have taught you everything I can, but I still haven't learned anything from you, master. You no longer need any more teachings from me. You are no longer timid like you were before. Don't force anyone to do what they don't want to, and don't let others order you around, all right? In the moment of their parting, the female disciple, Parian, cried her eyes out. Now, go on and get out there. And don't forget what I told you. Nothing can be above you. The only one who can be above you is me. Everything else must be beneath you. Looking back on it now, I was talking so much nonsense. Who says something like that to a kid? At the time, they seemed like very fine and praiseworthy words, but now I see I was just in a tight spot and spouting nonsense. That's why you can't even remember everything you said now. Seeing how tense he looked, Siyun guessed he was lost in thought again. Jang was startled and asked, besides that, is there anything else? If not that, there's a rumor that it's a very special place, almost like a kingdom. Other than that, I don't know anything else. I haven't had the leisure to look into the situation of foreign guilds. After saying that, Jang stood up, insisting on going to China. The exact place he wanted to go was Beijing. At the Petagu Palace in Beijing, China, Parian couldn't fall asleep despite her warm blankets and soft mattress. 4 years have passed, but that memory is still vivid. Climbing the tower was a turning point for me. For the first time, I learned that there are things money can't buy. I realized how tragically weak I was. It was when I was at my lowest that I met my master. Following the way my father, a politician, had raised me since childhood, I had always lived like a soulless puppet. To me, affection was something that could be bought with money. Unlike my wicked father, who never even saw me as his daughter, my master was the one who taught me how to stand on my own in this world. He was the one who saved my life. Now, in China, there is no force left that can oppose Petagu. I'll soon be able to bring my master here. It won't be long now, master. Just wait for me a little longer. At a hotel in Beijing, China, a message was sent to 2 knights. They were assigned the mission to handle Ashonu's assistant. Numbers 4, 7, 9, and 10 have failed. Numbers 8 and 5 are taking over the mission. What the hell? They're telling us to stop the guy who took out 4 knights. This has to be a joke. Who would do that? Don't cause a scene. A scene? How can you be so calm? I'm a bit shocked too. But it's not like we're out of options. The knights must prioritize their assigned mission. We can just stay in Beijing until we kill Herong Gu. Number 8 seemed very excited after hearing this. That's a good plan. But why did they tell us to stop Kim Jan World? Meanwhile, the leader, Ares Y, was still racking his brain over the analysis. He's too strong. without a single opening. It's clearly strange. At first, they should have just sent numbers 1 through 3. The Ares Knights have a total of 10 members, numbered in order of strength. However, it's not like the lowest numbered members are necessarily weak. Because each one has a reinforcement artifact, the variables in combat are unpredictable. And yet, he killed 4 knights all by himself. Just as numbers 8 and 5 were telling each other not to mess with him, the ground suddenly started shaking. Number 8 was slammed hard against the wall. You're the ones who took care of Choi Myung, right? Who are you? Why did you guys? Don't blame me. It's just that you handled Choi Myung, a target that Master 1 was supposed to kill himself, so I have no choice but to send you on your way. The next day, in the training room in the second basement floor of Arangui, Siwon was pleading. If you don't want to go, Appa, you don't have to. I'd like that, but everyone has a past they don't want to talk about. Since he was 10, Jang's parents had passed away while trying to make a living, so that dream was unrealistic. But then the tower appeared, and if you played this game without ever leaving the tower, it would have been fine. Meanwhile, his disciple is painting China black, and every piece of news is a shock. Let's not think about it anymore. I just need to grab Herson and get out of there. That's right, that'll do. Siwon was worried, but Appa, you can cross borders with a magic circle. Last time in Europe, it was an emergency, so it was acceptable. But this time, isn't it just illegally staying in a foreign country? I'm not going sightseeing. I'm just going to catch Herson Gu. No, that's not the issue. What kind of trouble are you planning to cause this time? Before his little sister could finish speaking, the young man stepped into the magic circle. Siwon felt uneasy. Right now, Jang handles everything very well on his own, but I have a bad feeling that he won't be able to solve it this time. Anya was crying out miserably from exhaustion. Jang suddenly had to go to Pedigu, so she had to work all night. In the blink of an eye, Jang arrived, and one look at his face now told you that something was up with this place. Just how grand it was. At the gate of the Pedigu Palace on the outskirts of Beijing, after reading the sign on the castle which said, "Only heaven is above me," Jang understood his student's hidden meaning and went completely insane. This was the exact line the kid had once said, that nothing could be higher. There is only one being above me, and I am heaven. Everything else must be beneath me. While still in shock with his mouth agape, he was stopped by the guards. Where do you think you're going? State your identity. The situation was urgent. He couldn't leave it like this. The young man charged in, only to be blocked a second time. He then took a leap and flew straight into the fortress. First, I'll smash all these damn things, then I'll deal with Hyun once and for all. The moment he dashed inside, an emergency alarm blared, calling for soldiers. Jang thought that while these people were a little different, the masks were clearly his. After dodging their attacks, he was shocked again to discover that even their fighting techniques were his, but their execution had a few technical flaws. From their strikes to their martial arts, everything belonged to Jang. Could it be that my disciple taught them this way? Hyun started to look pleased and performed a few basic moves. That's not how you do it. You use it like this. An explosion sent all the soldiers flying. The young man thought to himself, if he had adjusted his power to this level, not so many hunters would have died. Just then, a familiar voice called out, "Master." He turned to look into those eyes. His instincts told him. The martial arts, the skills, the posture, and above all, the proud gaze looking at him. "Master, is it really you, Master? It's been a long time, my disciple." Jang decided to bring the artifact to Avi's room. Although I can't be certain, this is not an artifact. An artifact is something created on another floor. The system uses factors like legends and victories to rank them. Then it adds a supplementary skill and places it in a labyrinth, and it becomes an artifact. Hyun asked another question. So, if I have an item and toss it to another floor, will anything on that floor change? It's hard to say for sure, because any items you bring with you will be destroyed. To become a climber and ascend the tower, you must first discard all the items you're carrying. He took out a brightly shining ring. Then what is this? When I saw it, I thought it was a fake. It was probably made by a climber. Jang froze. Could it be that Arasui and the climbers are connected? Avi has told me about the existence of those 2 climbers before. Could I use this to search for Arasui while also gathering clues about the climbers? Glancing around the room, the young man changed the subject, frustrated by how incredibly messy Avi's place was. From food and books to video games, everything was thrown about in a total mess. The young man imagined it, then pressed a button, and everything returned to its proper place. Before he could even thank him, he looked around and the game console was gone. "I'm confiscating this until I return." Avi started screaming and throwing a tantrum. "What? No, you can't. I'll be good. I'll clean my room. I'll throw away the ice cream wrappers. I'll clean up after I eat. Just give it back to me." Jang felt quite pleased with himself, realizing he held this much power. At Pedigu in China, someone was spying before sneaking inside through the ceiling. He was here to rescue 2 knights from the dungeon and to eliminate Hyo So-gu. Before he could do anything, Parian appeared silently behind him. "Found the little rat. Are you also with Arasui?" The man was terrified, having not sensed Parian's presence at all. She flew into a rage. It doesn't matter now whether you are or not. Just take this. Let me vent a little. A massive explosion in the middle of the night was enough to know the man's fate. Jang hadn't even had a chance to rest before his head started throbbing again. I can't believe those kids could send me a rescue signal. Dealing with these kids was just too exhausting. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw two men standing before him. What the hell is going on? They seemed delighted to see him. Oh, you're finally back? Jang suddenly grew anxious, looked at the clock, and remembered he had a recording session today. So Siyun must have left early. One of the men from the other team sneered. You don't need to worry about them. There was no one here when we arrived. Jang was about to ask a quick question but then just declared, What are you guys doing here? Well, it doesn't matter if I know or not. After all, I can just kill whoever comes at me. All three of them shattered the glass and went outside to confront each other. The S-rank number 8, Snow Ice, charged forward first, with the others supporting him as they attacked Jang together. The moment they threw their daggers, Jang caught them effortlessly in his hand. Ha ha, let me return these to you. He raised the daggers, about to throw them back, but in a flash, they vanished. A man appeared right behind him, taking the opportunity to launch a sneak attack, but Jang activated a skill, Information Authority. The window belongs to Sonic, rank SST plus, Agility plus plus, Supplement, Skill, Return. If it falls into another's hands, it will immediately return to its owner. Truth displayed by Information Authority VER F137, rank SST plus. Now he understood why it had vanished from his hand. Dozens of papers flew through the air, momentarily forming the shape of a sphere. The man descending with the books was named Medusa Hunter, the top-ranked hunter, the one with the highest magic power. Medusa Hunter seemed quite annoyed by Jang's constant smirking. You can still laugh? How? Oh, really? You're as arrogant as I thought. Although Jang dodged it, he was still surprised that this guy was clearly much faster than the last ones. However, they were still slower than him. He pushed the guy away only to be attacked again, the area around them becoming obscured by a cloud of dust. Iceblood number 8 took that opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind. They coordinated their attacks, driving Jang into a frenzy. Jang felt like they still hadn't mastered these abilities yet. The two of them looked around, bewildered, unable to find him. And then, he played a little peek-a-boo right behind them. Surprise, this is called the body flicker technique. The young man launched a finishing blow at them. The body flicker is a technique that allows one to move to another location in an instant. But that last attack wasn't successful. The Musa Hunter panted and laughed mockingly. Did you really think I'd come here unprepared? How ridiculous. Let's see what you've got. In truth, Jang was also getting a bit exhausted. Using his magic too hastily had disrupted his acupressure points. They combined their attacks on him once again. One of them blew up the magic windows to obstruct Jang's movement. The other one clung to him, preventing him from getting close to his partner. They really deserved to die. At this point, he needed to stall for time. The body flicker skill needed a little more time before he could use it again. Seeing him just standing there motionless, the Musa Hunter was confused. What is he doing just standing there? Is it a trap? Probably not. Alright then, if you won't dodge, I'll just run you through and finish you. A massive explosion erupted. The other guy thought it was all over. But life is never that simple. Jang reappeared out of nowhere. Well, gotcha. Let me tell you something interesting. Want to hear it? My stamina is ranked S+, C+. He threw the guy without hesitation, sending him tumbling away. His powerful hand then moved to grab the Musa Hunter's face. Have you ever been on a thrill ride before? Or maybe you never got the chance. I'll give you a taste right now. The beatdown didn't last long, but the aftershocks it left behind were immense. Si-hyun had a mental breakdown when he came back to the site of his ruined home. He lost his home in a single night, and there was Jang, innocently standing beside him, patting his shoulder comfortingly. It's not your fault, Hyung. Who said it was Hyung's fault? It's just. I don't know when we'll ever finish cleaning this mess up. Just then, his sister June barged in. Whoa, it looks like a dump in here. Si-hyun sighed helplessly. Hey, did you come here just to tease me? At least this whole incident has been properly taken care of, right? I heard the government and the Hunters Association are going to compensate us, and it seems no one was killed or injured. That's true, but you should see this. The video of the apartment complex has already hit #1 on the trending charts. Why did Joan look so excited after watching it? It looks like the public's reaction isn't too bad. Huh. The core problem now was that Jang wanted to avoid reporters, so he gave them Si-hyun's phone number and even forwarded all the reporters' questions to Si-hyun, letting him bear the full burden. Thanks to that, Si-hyun's phone was blowing up with 192 missed calls and 423 messages. The poor guy could only cry his eyes out. I just changed my phone number less than a month ago. Only Jang was still full of energy. Hey, don't worry too much. Hyun, where is your conscience? It seems he planned on using the magic formation again. He tossed an item to Si-hyun. Here, catch this. Si-hyun was utterly shocked when he realized the item was an ST plus grade artifact. He suddenly found a new surge of motivation. Hyung, please leave everything to me. It just goes to show you, material possessions really determine one's mindset. Jang made his way to the magic circle. He recalled the face of the assassin who tried to kill him. The man had clasped his hands and begged for his life, and finally confessed everything. First, the person who ordered his assassination was Emton Brand, the master of Ares. Second, he was hiding a secret in his vault. Now Jang had all the evidence he needed. He turned to look at Anya. Are you all right? Ah, yes. Then let's start right away. They were in front of the Ares Guild headquarters. He then threw a phone to Anya. Take it. Anya was so surprised her jaw dropped. Then he added, Jion gave that to you. Take good care of it. Suddenly, despite being dead tired, she found a new surge of motivation. Anya was full of life again. System fully activated. In an instant, the young man had arrived, but the place was dark and gloomy. Where is this? Could it be? Anya betrayed me? Just then, Nton Brand appeared. You're finally here? It's a pleasure to meet you, Nton Brand. Oh, so you know who I am. Jang felt a thrill of excitement. Looks like the intel was useful after all. He replied, You sent people to kill me several times, of course I know who you are. So what's your plan? They all failed. The knights were just bait. The important thing is that I've learned all about you. For example, that you are the guardian of the 9th floor. Jang looked directly at him, but couldn't check his information authority. Could he be a climber? I thought something was off. But what if the master of Ares is a climber? Jang said loudly, Well then, this is great. I can take care of all my headaches at once. Spoken like a man who was able to stop 2 climbers. Do you know why I changed the teleportation coordinates and brought you here? What do you mean? You're just as confident as those other 2, aren't you? Wrong. It's because this place is trapped. Jang thought. This crazy bastard is too kind. He's even telling me there's a trap. How scary. He threw a punch straight forward, but it hit a barrier. This is different from those shoddy magic barriers. Just then, Jang was also sent flying backward. He looked completely bewildered, and as he looked up, he saw countless weapons floating in the air. Metatron Brand smirked and said, Well, allow me to introduce myself. I am one who seeks reason and the core of all things. To those without power, I am a divine being. To those with power, I am no different from a devil. To the powerless, I grant them the strength they could never achieve. The rest call me the Destroyer. However, I am also known as the Copycat, Faker. He pushed the weapons toward Jang-O. Jang-O barely managed to dodge in time. He thought, I can't get close to these things. I'll have to use Blink. If he has a barrier like that, attacking recklessly will only drain my stamina. So, he decided to go all out right from the start. He activated his power, but using the Asura Dance Fire Strike would take too long. This was the moment. He charged forward and challenged him. Let's see you handle this. Activating the Divine Monster Slaying Kick, Jang-O attacked once more, but his opponent's face remained blank. He planned to keep kicking continuously with his Divine Sandals, but right in the middle of his assault, he was blocked by Metatron Brand. Not bad. To be able to generate this much magic power in just a few seconds, he decisively pushed Jang-O away. Afterwards, Jang-O couldn't recover the magic power in his hand. Metatron Brand declared, It's useless. Your magic power is frozen. I have been watching you for a very long time. I was searching for this floor's guardian. I observed your battles with the Knight Order, and as a result, I discovered that most of your skills require mana. Exhausted, Jang-O retorted, You talk way too damn much. Metatron Brand continued arrogantly, Don't you realize the situation you're in? You can't use any of your skills right now. Jang-O replied cheerfully, Isn't it the same for you? That's right. I can't use mana either. However, I can make use of my artifacts. Jang-O tried to test it and realized it was true. I can't even use my transformation spell. Seizing the opportunity, his opponent attacked him directly, injuring Jang-O. Don't try to resist me. You're far too confident in your durability. All of my items are above S+ rank. At that moment, Jang-O was utterly bewildered. What should I do? It seems there's no way out. He desperately searched. Where is it? There must be something freezing the mana. He finally discovered a barrier, but it wasn't so strong that he couldn't break through, so it didn't matter. Jang resolutely charged forward, but a powerful light pushed him back. His slippers were the only thing keeping him balanced. With incredible speed, Jang gathered his momentum and charged forward again. That morning, he had read a lot of interesting things in volume 51 of Lightning Warrior. He decided to give one of them a try. Even though he couldn't use mana, he could still use techniques. The young man activated the Divine Lightning Kick. It worked. The barrier. The next time he was blocked by Metatron Brand, Jang spun around and snatched his weapon away. Metatron Brand was impressed. Even though I've seen it before, I can't help but be amazed. You broke through my barrier without using any mana. I never expected you to have reached this level. Therefore, I will show you my respect and let you see some of my skills. This is the hero's holy sword, Ascalon. Do you know what's so interesting about it? It can borrow a skill from another weapon. There's a legend that the hero always fought alongside his comrades. If you use it, you can do this. Activating skills, acceleration, max acceleration, second acceleration, double acceleration, critical point, double critical point, single twist point, explosion, flame, extreme explosion, high flame, combo, extreme poison double combo, silver blade, shadow blade, mystic blade. The moment he began to move, Jang could see his movements, but there was no way to avoid them. This damn thing froze my mana. Jang blocked an extremely powerful attack. Metatron Brand continued to raise his weapon. Ice System, Aragon's Mace, Fire System, Solar Eclipse Divine Spear, Poison System, Venomous Spider's Dagger. Unfortunately, Jang started coughing up blood. Now for the finishing blow. This is the only weapon I haven't created, but I possess the original, the giant sword, Gigantomachia. Farewell, Kim. The moment that blade stabbed straight down, a brilliant flash of light erupted. After it faded, Jang was revealed, his jacket completely torn off, his body covered in battle scars. Ho ho, you're still alive. As expected, your durability exceeds my predictions. Jang spoke up. Hey, let me ask you something. Metatron Brand looked at him with contempt. You look like a little lamb right now. Since you're about to die, I'll listen to your last words. Why are you trying so hard to kill me? Because killing you is the easiest way to destroy this floor. Why do you even bother climbing the tower? The reason we climb the tower is to sit on the throne. The throne? Isn't that reason enough? Now, it's time to end this. Jang thought S+ rank artifacts. That last critical hit wasn't just a simple scratch. Haha, the power of this bastard. What are you laughing at? Are you going crazy because you're about to die? Alright, I'll end this right now. Even in danger, Jang still managed a taunt. End my ass. What do you think I've been stalling for? Now, I'll use my power. Mertenbrand's face was a picture of pure agony. My god, that's mana. But the mana freeze hasn't worn off yet. No, that's not Kim Jang-gun's mana. Jang-gun let out a loud laugh. Thanks for the info. And thanks for showing me exactly how you fight. Well then, see you later, you bastard. A fiery explosion erupted. All that was left behind were endless curses. Damn, that son of a bitch. In a flash, Jang-gun was back in Avi's room. His entire body was racked with pain. He had hit a control button that made it impossible for the other guy to track his coordinates. Mertenbrand was going insane. I can't find his coordinates. I have to find him before he recovers. Suddenly, Mertenbrand spotted a thread of mana lingering in the air. Teleportation connects one set of coordinates to another, allowing one to jump through space. A thread of mana is used for that. He reasoned that the mana thread should have vanished once the teleportation was finished. If it was still here, it meant Jang-gun had escaped into a separate space. After a moment of thought, he smirked, pleased with his own intellect. This wasn't something just anyone would have noticed. Now, I can find him. Meanwhile, Avi and Jang-gun were on the first floor of the tutorial tower. Although Jang-gun's wounds had been treated with mana, they were still very severe. Avi stood by, wishing. It would be great if we had a potion or a recovery artifact. Unfortunately, all I have is a first aid kit. A tower climber who can copy artifacts and freeze mana. This was a terrible situation. Gordian could only remain here for another 20 minutes. While she was still worrying, Jang-gun looked up and declared, I'm done. Really? Training. What kind of training? This only made Avi more worried. He didn't seem natural at all. Is he really alright? But before she could say anything, Jang-gun was already getting ready to go. Wouldn't it be better to use this time to come up with a strategy? Jang-gun just ruffled his own hair and said he'd be fine. This time, it'll definitely be different. Jang-gun teleported to Mertenbrand's position once more. Kim Jang-gun, welcome back. Upon hearing this, Jang-gun burst out laughing like a maniac, leaving the other guy utterly confused. Sorry, Merten sneered. It's just hilarious that you come strolling back, without realizing your grave is already waiting for you. At this point, Mertenbrand was thoroughly enraged. You dare to trick me. If you're that eager to die, I'll gladly grant your wish. But only Jang-gun knew that he had just mastered countless martial arts inside the tower. Most of them were just imaginary concepts from novels. What he had ultimately been training wasn't a martial art, but the kinetic redirection art. It was similar to a concept from wuxia novels, also known as the soft techniques. Ultimately, he had stopped practicing because he couldn't master it. The problem was that while he had many masters, there was no one he could actually ask questions to. However, in the short 6 hours he was away, he had achieved enlightenment inside the system room. Jang-gun had relentlessly followed everything the books described, even recalling his battles against the heavenly demon and the chaotic god of brute force. Their completely opposite fighting styles helped him grasp the principles of the kinetic redirection art. Now, it was time for a live test. Merton Brand was still reeling in shock, his eyes wide. He thought in bewilderment, what the hell is going on? He definitely hasn't changed. His wounds are still there, and he isn't carrying any new artifacts. But is this really the same guy I fought 6 hours ago? I planned to play around with him before the kill, but now, that's not an option. I need to finish Kim Jang-gun right now. Jang-gun's face was basically saying, hurry up and bring it, as he held out a single hand. You think you can block this with just one hand? You idiot. The moment the tip of his sword shot forward, Jang-gun stopped it with one hand. He even used that same hand to twist Merton Brand's arm back on itself. He let out a piercing shriek, which Jang-gun found noisy. Clenching his fist and using the fist of the fallen king, he sent him flying with a single punch. Seizing the opportunity, Jang-gun followed up with a divine palm strike, and then another. It seemed as if Merton Brand would be flattened into the ground, but somehow he recovered his balance and stood back up. You bastard. That's not mana. Is that some kind of skill? His ability, Gigantomachia, could absorb the power of other weapons. Merton Brand began to taunt him. Do you really think you can overcome this? Jang-gun just smiled, thoroughly amused. He thought it was amusing how many toys the guy had. Merton Brand, feeling he couldn't withstand this power, decided to end it all in a single attack. Jang-gun stood his ground, holding back the crushing power of the descending sword with just one hand. Then, he casually hefted it with that same hand, leaving Merton Brand utterly dumbfounded. Mana? No. This energy is mine. Jang-jin flew right up to his face, provoking him. That's right, it's all yours. And now, I'm giving it back. Activating the first form of the kinetic redirection art, Heavenly Void Rebirth. Merton Brand couldn't believe what was happening before his very eyes. It was as if everything was flowing in reverse. This is ridiculous. Jang-gun decided to end it with a final blow that would completely wipe Merton Brand out of existence. A system message appeared. You have defeated the Hidden Tower Climber. Location: New York, USA. Successfully defeated Faker Hasubun. Your information authority has been upgraded. Your information authority is low intermediate. After that intense battle, Jang Woo obtained a pouch. Even though it was on Hasubun's body, it didn't disappear. Hasubun's subspace. Rank: S+. No subspace skills. Stored objects cannot exceed 15. Determine the object to be brought into the subspace. This means this thing can hold anything. The sword was sucked inside, and the current stored object count is 1 out of 15. The giant sword, Gigantomachia. Giant sword, Gigantomachia. Rank: T+. Strength adjustment plus. Power skill. Collective. Information authority for a treasured item used by the third floor guardian, the King of Giants. This sword can destroy a mountain and split the sky in a single strike. Its power is most effective when used by a giant. Insufficient information authority. Jang Woo sighed. This thing is a bit stingy. Why doesn't it let me store everything inside? Wouldn't that be better? It's time to go home. But my clothes are all torn. I don't have a phone, and I have no idea where I am. While he was in a state of confusion, one of his men suddenly entered and announced, Sir, it's almost time. They found Jang Woo standing there menacingly, wearing a sinister smile. The guy charged forward, and Jang Woo leaped up and unleashed a flurry of punches on him. I'm a bit tired, so I'll go easy on you. Let's start with you taking off all your clothes and giving me your phone. 3 days later, at the headquarters of the Korean Hunter Association, reporters were buzzing with activity. Some were taking pictures, some were writing articles, others were preparing documents, all rushing to ask each other if it was true that Kim Hyun-gu would reveal the culprit behind the assassination attempt at his home. I wonder what he'll say this time. A moment later, Kim Hyun-gu's figure appeared at the podium, and the reporters immediately started shouting, Ah, there he is. He's here. Get back to your spots. Everyone scrambled to snap photos, not wanting to miss a single hot scoop. Kim Hyun-gu sighed, looking down at the pack of reporters, and said flatly, I will leave as soon as I've said what I need to say. As you all probably know, some intruders broke into my home to assassinate me. Kim Hyun-gu held up a phone and confidently declared, I know who is behind all of this. Then, Kim Hyun-gu played a recording on his phone, and a clear voice rang out. The person who ordered your assassination was Ma Brand. After hearing this, the reporters were all stunned, turning to look at each other in disbelief. Ma Brand, isn't he the president of the Aries Guild? Kim Hyun-gu smiled, then held up the phone and said, You might think I'm making this up, but it was caught on surveillance footage, and we have plenty of other evidence as well. Kim Hyun-gu flashed a challenging smile, looked directly at the reporters, and said clearly, I expect the Aries Guild to provide an explanation for this soon. I'll be waiting to hear what they have to say. 3 days passed in a flash. On Gangdong Street, reporters were gathered in front of Kim Hyun-gu's house, shouting over each other, Hunter Kim Hyun-gu, there are reports that the manager of the Aries Guild in Korea has disappeared. Do you have anything to do with that? Netizens are currently in shock over the situation. Please give us an official statement. Looking at Kim Hyun-gu, his body covered in white bandages, Lee So-dong's voice trembled as she asked,
So, as you said, we're inside a tower, and Earth is the 9th floor.
Hansel Kagan thought for a moment, then sighed, "It's not that I don't believe you, but this is just too hard to believe." Lee So-dong nodded in agreement, saying, "Me too. I can't believe it. And you're a guardian, whose role is to protect the floor from invaders?" Kim Hyun-gu leaned back on the sofa playfully and said cheerfully, "Is it really such a big deal? You all just need to say, 'Ah, I get it,' and then let it go in one ear and out the other." Lee So-dong quickly replied, "Well, I sort of get it, but everyone just has this look of utter disbelief on their faces." He let out a long sigh, feeling a bit guilty inside. "Humph, I didn't think it would turn out like this. It's quite a shock, but they had to find out sooner or later." Kim Si-hoon bowed his head and let out a short sigh. "It's not surprising that someone with your rebellious personality would be the one casually going around stopping rifts." Hearing that, Kim Hyun-gu jumped up and yelled, "Hey, what do you mean, rebellious?" Lee So-dong looked at Kim Hyun-gu curiously and asked, "So does that mean you left before to stop Camber?" Kim Hyun-gu immediately shook his head and replied, "No, I went to go mess with the guests." Hansel Kagan, while scrolling through information about the Ares Guild, asked with wide eyes, "The Ares Guild seems to be doing fine." Kim Hyun-gu lazily replied, "I don't care about the Ares Guild. Its president is an invader. Thanks to that, I could kill 2 birds with 1 stone." This news left Kim Si-hoon, Lee So-dong, and Hansel Kagan wide-eyed with confusion. Kim Hyun-gu was enthusiastically explaining, "And that's the whole story for all of you." But suddenly, the noise from the crowd of reporters grew even louder. Kim Hyun-gu felt his temper rising and couldn't take it anymore, cursing in frustration. "Arg! Seriously, these reporters are too damn loud. I need to step outside for a bit." Hearing this, Kim Si-hun said, "But you're still injured. Do you need me to take over?" Kim Hyun-gu confidently removed his bandages and put on his jacket. Then he said cheerfully, "Don't worry, I'm fully recovered." Seeing Kim Hyun-gu step out, the reporters went into a frenzy. "Oh, he's out. Hunter Kim Hyun-gu, can we?" But before Kim Hyun-gu could say anything, he was startled by the sound of a car. In front of Kim Hyun-gu was an incredibly long, sleek limousine, along with a group of bodyguards in demon masks blocking the reporters. A lavish red carpet was rolled out at his feet, and before him stood a girl, bowing respectfully. Bowing her head, Mi Cheong smiled and said, "Master, your disciple has arrived." Kim Hyun-gu, on the other hand, was in a complete panic. He stammered, "Disciple?" Inside, Kim Hyun-gu was screaming, "What is she doing here?" After Kim Hyun-gu and Mi Cheong went inside, the 3 people remaining in the house just stared with a "what the hell is going on" expression. Kim Hyun-gu looked at Mi Cheong and called out, "Hey, disciple." Mi Cheong obediently knelt down, with 3 or 4 guys in demon masks behind her. They were extremely serious. Mi Cheong replied, "Yes, master." Kim Hyun-gu looked at the guys in the demon masks and asked curiously, "Who are those people?" Mi Cheong smiled and replied, "They are the personal bodyguards this disciple has prepared for you." Kim Hyun-gu sighed and said, "They're an eyesore. Tell them to leave." Mi Cheong immediately replied, "Yes, master." Right after that, the group of demon mask guys vanished in an instant. Hansel Kagan approached Kim Hyun-gu, asking with disbelief in his eyes, "Is that the Golden Dragon, the head of Willipedo?" Kim Hyun-gu asked back in surprise, "The Golden Dragon." Kim Si-hun timidly explained, "That's the nickname of the world's number 5 S-rank hunter." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu stared in astonishment at his disciple, who was nodding her head eagerly, and blurted out, "What?" Kim Hyun-gu found it incredibly hard to believe, thinking, "My disciple is ranked number 5 in the world? When I taught this kid, I taught her in my own image, so I'm sure I didn't teach her anything useful. Besides some flashy martial arts." Looking at Mi Cheong's innocent face with her big, round, pink eyes, Kim Hyun-gu was completely baffled. So how the hell did she get so strong? Suddenly, Mi Cheong slammed her head onto the floor with a thud and shouted, "I'm sorry, master." This made Kim Hyun-gu jump and say, "What was that?" Then Mi Cheong shut her eyes and continued to yell, "This useless disciple couldn't keep her promise to you." Kim Hyun-gu stammered, "What promise?" Right after, Mi Cheong launched into a tirade. "You said that no one was allowed to stand above me except for you, master." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu panicked, his jaw dropping as he yelled, "Be quiet." But Mi Cheong didn't get the hint and kept rushing forward, wailing and crying, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm a useless disciple." Seeing that words weren't working, Kim Hyun-gu immediately resorted to action, bringing his hand down in a sharp chop on the top of Mi Cheong's head. This made her cry out in pain. Kim Hyun-gu scolded, "Don't make me say it again." Contrary to a normal reaction, After getting hit, Mi Cheong looked at Kim Hyun-gu with her big, round, sparkling eyes full of affection. Then, Mi Cheong swayed her body coquettishly and whispered, "Please forgive this lowly disciple." Kim Hyun-gu couldn't look at her directly, clutching his head and shouting, "Ah, my dark past." Just then, Kim Si-hun timidly called out, Kim Hyun-gu." Having lost all his patience, he snapped back, "What?" Kim Si-hun stammered, Mi Cheong." But before he could say another word, he saw Mi Cheong transform into what looked like a demon. With a thick, murderous aura radiating from her, she ground her teeth and said, "How dare you call me by the name my master gave me?" Kim Si-hun was so scared his head was covered in sweat, thinking in terror. I can hear her voice echoing in my head. While Hansel Kagan and Loli Seo-dong were leaving the apartment, Kim Si-hun asked, "What's your relationship with the Golden Dragon?" Kim Hyun-gu answered nonchalantly, "She's my disciple." He reached out and affectionately patted Mi Cheong's head while chiding her lovingly. "You too. Stop going around telling people you want to kill them." Mi Cheong, now as obedient as a kitten, replied, "I'm sorry." Kim Si-hun felt like his entire worldview had been turned upside down. He asked in bewilderment, "The world's number 5 is your disciple?" Kim Hyun-gu just calmly replied, "Yep." At that moment, the noise from the reporters outside started to drift in again. Kim Hyun-gu's head throbbed in annoyance. "Ugh, that crowd outside is so loud." Hearing this, Mi Cheong enthusiastically stepped forward to volunteer. "This disciple will go take care of those insects." Her kitten-like face was extremely excited. She clenched her fists and said with a grin, "I'll go kill everyone outside now." But Kim Hyun-gu quickly snapped, "Don't say things like that." Mi Cheong's eyes drooped, and she asked in a sad, small voice, "I'm not allowed to." Kim Hyun-gu turned to her and asked, "What do you think?" Suddenly, a notification appeared on Kim Hyun-gu's phone. He had received a message. Seeing it, the corner of Kim Hyun-gu's mouth curled into a meaningful smirk. Seeing Kim Hyun-gu get up to go somewhere, Kim Si-hun asked curiously, "Where are you going?" Kim Hyun-gu replied lazily, "I'm just heading over to Sungni Street for a bit." Then he grinned, showing his teeth cheerfully as he spoke. The Aries Guild has sent their reply. A little while later, Kim Hyun-gu arrived at a cafe, where a man was already waiting for him. "I'm here. You said you wanted to talk to the person directly involved. So, let's hear what you have to say." Hearing Hyun-gu's words, CW, the vice chairman of the Aries Guild, was so scared he could barely swallow. CW's forehead creased as a headache throbbed. He thought to himself, "Ugh, why do I have to clean up this mess after the chairman disappeared?" And to top it all off, the document this guy presented at the press conference implied that number 6 also vanished along with the guild master. This guy probably defeated the guild master. He's not someone I can afford to confront. Besides, the conflict within the guild is only getting worse because of this. I have to resolve this as soon as possible. After a long moment of thought, CW asked bluntly, "So, what do you want?" Kim Hyun-gu shot back, "Aren't you the one who's supposed to be telling me?" CW immediately backed down and stated his terms. "We will do our best to meet Hunter Kim's demands." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu said, "Then hand them over, all of your dungeons. Then get the hell out of Korea." Hearing this, CW slammed the table and shouted in outrage, "That's ridiculous." Kim Hyun-gu just smirked and shrugged. "Why is it ridiculous? If I demanded any more, you'd be completely annihilated." Kim Hyun-gu flashed a bright smile and provoked him. "You've done plenty of shady things behind my back, haven't you? Thanks to your little friends, I know everything." The fact that CW was sitting there, silent as a clam, proved Hyun-gu was right. Kim Hyun-gu was pleased. "I just said that off the cuff, but it must have hit a nerve, right?" Kim Hyun-gu knew it was time to close the trap. Flashing a perfect smile at CW, he laid out his terms. All right. Since you all worked so hard to get those dungeons, I'll go easy on you, just 40%. Give me 40% of the dungeons you own." When CW heard this, he knew he was finished. The Aries Guild is done for. After sealing the deal, ignoring the tormented CW, Kim Hyun-gu walked out, smiling brightly and humming a tune. Just then, Mission and a group of demon-masked figures knelt before him. Mission asked respectfully, "Master, have you finished your business?" Kim Hyun-gu said, displeased, "Didn't I tell you not to bring those guys with you?" The demon-masked figures immediately vanished. Mission said obediently, "I apologize, Master." Suddenly, Mission noticed something. He reached out and touched Kim Hyun-gu. At that moment, Hyun-gu was saying, "Don't do it again next time. Let's go home now." Seeing Mission hide his hand behind his back, Kim Hyun-gu grew curious. "What are you doing?" Mission just smiled and replied, "It's nothing." After Kim Hyun-gu walked to the car, Mission turned his head and looked back at CW, who was still inside the cafe, clutching his head in agony. While watching Kim Hyun-gu excitedly approach the limousine, Mission forcefully crushed the listening device in his hand. He then gave a silent command, "False Face Army." assemble. Meanwhile, in a desolate building, a blood-curdling scream echoed. CW was being restrained by a stream of dark energy. He struggled desperately, screaming, "Help me. I want to live." Suddenly, the stream of dark energy slammed CW's entire body against the wall, causing him excruciating pain. A person in a white robe and a demon mask stepped forward and said, "You are nothing." Terrified, CW stammered, Why? Why is the Pedo Guild's special unit here?" The white-robed figure raised their sword and said, "Don't blame us. You brought this upon yourself." CW was terrified. I didn't do anything," but the merciless blade continued its path, piercing straight through CW and making him collapse in pain. The white-robed figure's voice rang out, monotone. "Remember this, we don't care what you do. However, if you dare to anger that person again, we'll be seeing each other again, no matter where you try to hide." Suddenly, Avi's reproachful voice rang out, "You're so selfish." Avi complained, hugging herself. "It's so cold in here." Kim Hyun-gu scratched his head, looking sheepishly at his phone as he asked, "Then why didn't you call me?" Avi explained, "I was restricted." Kim Hyun-gu said in surprise, "Restricted?" As she sat down and pulled a blanket over herself. Avi said, "When God enters the system room, I can't contact him for the next 5 days." Kim Hyun-gu suddenly leaned closer to Avi and asked with a grin, "Anyway, did any skills get upgraded this time?" Avi's eyes widened. "Oh, yes. Go ahead and open your system screen." After Kim Hyun-gu opened the system window and scanned his stats, he clicked his thumb and said, "My agility stat went up, but wasn't that already announced? Is there anything else?" Avi replied happily, "The character traits display has been upgraded." Kim Hyun-gu recalled. The system window had displayed it clearly at that time. He exclaimed, "Ah, that skill? It's really useful." Avi then explained, "Before, it looked extremely simple, but now it will be changed to display content that's easier to understand." Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu said excitedly, "And what else?" But Avi just said coolly, "If you want to upgrade other features, your information authority level has to rise above average." Upon hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu looked as if all the life had been drained from him. His body went limp, and he fell back into his chair. He sighed and whined, "How am I supposed to level up if things keep going like this?" Seeing this, Avi tried to console him. Maybe. Maybe the tower climbers can answer that." Kim Hyun-gu asked, puzzled, "How would that be possible?" Avi said, "There are people known as re-climbers. They climb the tower again after already reaching the top. I don't get why, though." Kim Hyun-gu smiled and said, "Are you saying that because they've climbed it before, they'll know information about the tower, right?" Kim Hyun-gu thought to himself, "Faker. For that guy, everything is about getting to the top." That's what he said, but since I don't get what he means, I'll have to interrogate those re-climbers the next time I see them. After getting all the information, Kim Hyun-gu was about to get up and say, "Well then, I'm off." But Avi waved her hand to stop him. "Guardian, wait." Avi's eyes lit up, her hands mimicking playing a game as she demanded, "You have to make me a PlayStation before you go." The smile on Kim Hyun-gu's face froze. In the end, Avi won and successfully got the game console she had always dreamed of. As for Kim Hyun-gu, he could only trudge home with a big hole in his wallet. A few days later, in Gunji, Hanam City, looking at the building that was being hastily constructed, Kim Hyun-gu asked curiously, "What is this?" Mayan respectfully bowed her head and replied, "It is a villa exclusively for you, master." Kim Hyun-gu was stunned, stammering, "This is a house?" Kim Si-hun quickly pulled out his phone to look it up. There's a place like this in Hanam. After seeing the results, Kim Si-hun was also scared speechless. "Is this the land that was supposed to be reserved for the new city?" Kim Hyun-gu asked worriedly. "My disciple, how much money did you pour into this?" Mian gently replied, "It's nothing compared to what I've received from you." Kim Hyun-gu was exasperated, feeling terrified on the inside. Just how much was it? Seeing Mayan's attitude towards him, Kim Hyun-gu wanted to curse. What the hell? What is going on? Why is she suddenly being so nice to me? Mayan then asked, "Would you like to see the inside?" Kim Hyun-gu nodded and replied, "All right." But inside, he was still suspicious. It's not like she has some other plan or a hidden personality, is it? At that moment, Mian looked at Kim Hyun-gu with wide eyes and called out, "Master." The system immediately displayed her personality as extremely loyal, with her target being none other than Kim Hyun-gu. There was no doubt about it. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu stammered, "Disciple. Could it be?" Faced with Mian's affectionate gaze, Kim Hyun-gu bluntly asked, "Are you a pervert?" This caused both Kim Si-hun and Mian to be so stunned that they froze on the spot. Kim Si-hun was the first to react, shouting, "Hyun, are you crazy?" After returning to the apartment, Kim Hyun-gu scratched his head, recalling his younger brother Kim Si-hun's scolding. "What are you saying to a child?" He reluctantly thought to himself, "She's not that young." Kim Hyun-gu glanced at Mion, who was approaching, and asked, "Hey disciple, Aren't you planning on going back to China? Hearing this, Mayan felt very hurt. She lowered her head, bit her lip, and stammered, Am I, perhaps bothering you? Kim Hyunu frantically waved his hands and replied, No, that's not it, but you're a sect leader. Hearing that, Mayan smiled happily again and said with utter sincerity, The place I belong is by your side. Kim Hyunu felt a headache coming on. After a moment, he managed to squeeze out a few words. All right, you can leave now. Don't wander around outside and just go do your own thing. Miyoung quickly replied, Yes, sir. After Miyoung left, Kim Si-hun looked at Kim Hyunu and asked, Hi, did something happen between you and the Dragon Emperor? Kim Hyunu lazily propped his feet up on a chair and said, What about it? Kim Si-hun said, while imitating Miyoung's overly graceful manner, she keeps talking in this super profound way to her disciple. I'm so very grateful, she says, with this huge grin on her face. Kim Hyunu was also at a loss for words and just said, Just pretend you don't see it. Kim Si-hun sat down and immediately asked, So, Hyung, when are you planning to go to America? Kim Hyunu was surprised. Why would I go there? Kim Si-hun said, Didn't you get the message? The news said the International Hunter Association is inviting you. Kim Hyunu was quite surprised. Why? All of a sudden, Kim Si-hun replied, It's probably because of that World S rank evaluation. At this, Kim Hyunu searched his memory and then went, Oh, is that the thing where you get money just for registering? Kim Si-hun sighed and said, I don't get why you remember it like that, but yes, that's the one. Kim Hyunu mimed playing a trumpet and making it rain, saying very arrogantly, Do I even need to go? Your big bro is rich now. Kim Si-hun crossed his arms, smiled, and replied, It would be better if you go. After all, raising your rank on the world leaderboard is pretty prestigious. That means you'd be in the top 1% in the world. Hearing that, Kim Hyunu clicked his tongue. Fine, I'll go then. It's not like I have anything better to do anyway. A few days later, Kim Hyunu's group arrived in America. Looking at the magnificent facility in front of them, Kim Hyunu exclaimed, This is huge. Does all of this belong to the International Hunter Association? Mayan replied, Yes, sir. Then Mayan turned and boasted, Master, I can build a park this big, too. Kim Hyunu waved his hand dismissively. That's too big. Suddenly, Kim Si-hun saw the newcomer and greeted him. It's been a while, Mr. Liam. Senator Liam approached and shook Kim Si-hun's hand in greeting. It has been a while, hasn't it, Hunter Kim Si-hun? Then he said cheerfully, Oh, Hunter Kim Hyunu. Kim Si-hun then introduced Senator Liam to Kim Hyunu. Hyun, this is a member of the High Council, Senator Liam Lo. Mr. Liam replied with a friendly smile, Please, call me Liam. Senator Liam proactively shook Kim Hyunu's hand, praising Hyun-gu. I saw your amazing performance. Hyun-gu happily started to say, Oh, well. But before he could finish, Mr. Liam ignored him. Stepping in front of Mi Chi-hong, he extended his hand and said, It seems the Dragon Emperor has come as well. But all he received in return was a soulless gaze and a terrifying silence. Kim Hyun-gu spoke up to break the atmosphere. Anyway, did you come all this way to greet us personally, Senator? Senator Liam smiled and replied, Yes, I'm a big fan of Hunter Kim Hyun-gu. First of all, is Hunter Kim Hyun-gu here for a rank re-evaluation? Kim Hyun-gu laughed and said, There's no other reason I'd be here. Senator Liam chuckled heartily. Follow me, I'll lead the way. Then, the group entered a room. Senator Liam introduced it. This is the evaluation room exclusively for S ranks. Kim Hyun-gu looked around curiously and asked, This is it? Senator Liam pointed to the pedestal where a glowing 5-colored orb rested and said, When you place your hand on that orb, it will compare you with the register information of other hunters and assign you a rank. Kim Hyun-gu said, looking a bit disappointed. That's a little boring, isn't it? I thought there'd be a test or something. Hearing this, Mr. Liam just chuckled and replied, Well, the simpler the better. Kim Hyun-gu glanced at the orb, then slowly placed his hand on it. The orb flared with light, and the people outside waited in silence, holding their breath. Suddenly, a notification window appeared in front of Kim Hyun-gu. After reading the information, Kim Hyun-gu's face was like, Huh? What the hell is this? After wiping out the monsters, Lee Seo-dong said cheerfully, Great job, everyone. The others replied casually, You worked hard too, Guildmaster. Wiping her sweat, Lee Seo-dong muttered to herself, Whew, it feels like the monsters are getting stronger lately. No, it's more like they're getting smarter. At that thought, Lee Seo-dong chuckled and said, Nah, I'm probably just imagining things. Then she pulled out her phone to check the news. Seeing the latest news was about the International Hunter Association, Lee Seo-dong felt a little uneasy. Isn't that where Hyun-gu Appa went? I wonder what kind of trouble he'll get into this time. Lee Seo-dong sighed and said, Si-hun went with him, but he's practically useless. Recalling a few days earlier, Lee Seo-dong had asked in surprise, You want to postpone the Labyrinth expedition by 2 more weeks? Kim Si-hun, while looking at some documents, nodded and replied, "Yeah, Suk Gun agreed too. We can take a break for a while." Lee Seo Dong smiled and asked, "Hey, you're planning to follow Haeun Gu Appa, aren't you?" "Hit right where it hurts." Kim Si-hun flinched and asked back, "Essa, you're not planning to go?" Lee Seo Dong smiled and said, "Not necessarily." Then she stood up. "All right, that's it for today's meeting." Suddenly, Kim Si-hun's voice called out, Wait a second." Kim Si-hun, trembling and awkward, said softly, "I have something I want to ask you." Lee Seo Dong was curious. "What is it?" Kim Si-hun looked at Lee Seo Dong, who was waiting with wide eyes, and stammered, What kind of gifts do girls like?" Hearing this question, Lee Seo Dong's jaw dropped completely, frozen in shock. Meanwhile, over at Gui Aries, things were looking pretty bad for CW. He sat dejectedly amidst a mountain of paperwork, stressing over how Gui Aries' stock prices were plummeting after Main Brand's death, and all of his artifacts had vanished along with him. Then, as CW trembled, thinking the biggest problem here was, he suddenly shot up. He flipped the table and screamed, "That damn Kim Hyun-gu, 40%? Are you kidding me? Son of a bitch." Just then, the door to CW's office opened. CW scowled in annoyance and yelled, "Didn't I say not to let anyone in?" Suddenly, CW froze and asked in confusion, "Mr. Mason?" Mason, a High Council member of the International Hunter Association, smiled and replied, "It's been a while, CW." CW hurriedly approached Mason and asked, "What brings you here?" Mason gestured and said, "Main Brand. I had a connection with him." Hearing that, CW panicked. Wow, they were quite close. Mason looked around the room and remarked, "It looks like things aren't going so well here." CW stammered, "I'm sorry." Then Mason said, "Don't worry, I'll support you." This rather surprised CW, who immediately asked, "Really? You're serious? But why would you help me?" Mason explained, "I'm not helping you. The one I'm helping is Main Brand. How would he feel if he came back and saw his guild in ruins?" Mason patted CW's shoulder and said with a fake smile, "So what I'm saying is, you just need to do as I say." Returning to our protagonist, Kim Hyun-gu, he was still staring at the notification window with a look of complete confusion. Seeing the words unable to determine on the screen, Kim Hyun-gu was absolutely pissed, roaring, "What is this? Why is it like this?" Senator Liam, standing behind him, looked on with doubt. Mr. Liam said anxiously, "Nothing like this has ever happened before." Kim Si-hun then stepped forward and, raising his hand, said, "Hyung, let me try." As soon as Kim Si-hun placed his hand on it, the screen displayed the number 172. Kim Si-hun's face darkened as he said in anguish, "My rank dropped." Kim Hyun-gu exclaimed, "This is insane. It's not broken, so why is it like this?" Mr. Liam was also worried. "I've never seen it do this before." Only Mi Chi-hong, who had been calm and silent until now, finally spoke up. "What a bunch of inferiors." Then Mi Chi-hong declared loudly, "My master is heaven sent. It's obvious that master is number one." But before he could finish, Kim Hyun-gu cut him off with a shout, "Be quiet." Veins bulged on Kim Hyun-gu's face as he glared at Liam in frustration. "So I came all this way for nothing?" Senator Liam quickly put on a gentle smile and said, "Please, calm down. The party will be starting shortly." Kim Hyun-gu was curious. "A party?" Liam immediately explained, "Today is the anniversary of the International Hunters Association. I promise you'll get to eat and drink your fill there. How does that sound?" When Kim Hyun-gu didn't respond, Liam sighed. He thought to himself, "What should I do? This has to work." A little while later, the party began. Seeing the plates scraped clean, Senator Liam smiled at Kim Hyun-gu, patting his own full stomach with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, I see you really enjoyed the food." Michi, who was beside him, was busy scribbling away, gleefully noting down her master's favorite foods and so on. Liam smiled and asked, "Hunter Kim Hyun-gu, do you?" But before he could finish, a rude voice interrupted. Well, look who it is." Both Kim Hyun-gu and Senator Liam were startled and turned to look. Only Michi was too busy checking out the guys to notice. The newcomer was Tank, the world's number 3 S-rank hunter. Senator Liam said, "I don't have time for you right now." Hearing this, Tank laughed contemptuously. "An old geezer like you thinks you can handle me. Ha ha ha." Their exchange caused a stir, drawing the attention of everyone around them. Kim Hyun-gu really didn't like the giant's attitude. "He's got a big mouth," he said, annoyed. "My ears are about to fall off." Kim Si-hyun, who was nearby, warned him, "You better not mess with that guy." "Why not?" Kim Hyun-gu asked. Kim Si-hyun explained, "He's known for his brutality. He abuses his authority as a hunter and openly breaks the law. It's said he should be classified as a murderer for the things he's done, but there's no proof." Suddenly, Tank glanced over at Kim Hyun-gu, an amused look on his face. "Huh, you look familiar." Aren't you that punk who's been causing a ruckus everywhere just because you stopped one disaster? Tank stepped in front of Kim Haeun-gu and taunted him. You'd better learn your place. Tank tapped Kim Haeun-gu's shoulder with his finger. I'm really good at dealing with punks like you. Kim Haeun-gu smirked, lightly flicking Tank's finger away. I think I'm the one who should be saying that. Feeling disrespected, Tank was furious. He yelled, Yeah? Looks like you need a punch to learn some manners. Then, he clenched his fist and threw a punch straight at Kim Haeun-gu. Senator Liam tried to intervene anxiously. Stop it. If you two fight in here. Just then, Kim Haeun-gu swiftly ducked, dodging Tank's attack. Then he grinned slyly. You're the one who needs to learn some manners. Kim Haeun-gu threw a powerful punch, sending Tank flying and crashing straight into a wall. Seeing the cracked wall and the cloud of dust, Kim Haeun-gu licked his lips and scratched his head. Oops, was that too much? Tank recovered quickly, jumping back to his feet and cursing. You son of a bitch. Seeing him get up so fast, even Kim Si-hun was a little surprised. He thought, I heard he's a true genius, practically immortal. Just then, Tank picked up a huge chunk of rubble and hurled it at Kim Haeun-gu. Kim Haeun-gu just grinned excitedly, then effortlessly raised a hand and shattered the rock. But surprisingly, Tank had used that opportunity to dash behind him. Then he yelled, Die, and landed a solid punch on Kim Haeun-gu, sending him flying several feet. Seeing the brutal fight, everyone panicked and started screaming, running for their lives. Run. As Senator Liam watched the fight, he grew worried for Kim Haeun-gu. He's being overpowered, he thought anxiously. I have to stop them. This will only strengthen the Demon Mountain faction. Tank looked at the wreckage and said arrogantly, Do you get it now? Huh. Punks like you are no match for me. Liam quickly ran over, saying, Wait, we should stop this. But before he could finish, Kim Haeun-gu's arrogant voice cut through the air. Ridiculous. Both Tank and Liam jumped in surprise. Kim Haeun-gu stood up casually, dusting off his pants. That felt like a mosquito bite. Are you done yet? Now, it's my turn. The moment he spoke, Kim Haeun-gu was already in front of a terrified Tank. He quickly threw a punch that sent Tank flying several feet once more. Tank staggered to his feet, cursing, Damn it. But Kim Haeun-gu was already behind him, casually cracking his knuckles. Hey, he threatened. Think you can take this one? You're the perfect punching bag for me to try out a few new moves. Right after that, Kim Haeun-gu began to relentlessly pummel Tank. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, all accompanied by Tank's pathetic screams. All of this was witnessed by Kim Si-hun and Liam, and professionally filmed by Michi. Watching Tank take such a continuous beating, Kim Si-hun remarked with awe, He's lasting a long time, considering who's hitting him. As for Liam, he was scared stiff in the background. Finally, Tank's body collapsed to the ground with a thud. Kim Haeun-gu planted a foot on Tank's body and wiped the sweat from his brow, looking incredibly handsome. Suddenly, the handsome hero remembered something. Oh, wait a second. This guy is ranked number 3 in the world? Then, Kim Haeun-gu looked over at Kim Si-hun, Senator Liam, and Miri, who were all staring at him with looks of pure adoration, and said, So, if I beat this guy, does that mean I'm ranked 3 now? Huh. With sharp, crimson eyes, he resolutely said, I will climb to the top to meet my master again, the world's most prestigious S-rank, Musin. The scene changes to a phone displaying news about Kim Haeun-gu. Dong, holding her phone and reading the news, chuckled softly. I was hoping he'd leave a bit of an impression. Suk, who was eating, asked, Are you worried about Haeun-gu? He'll be fine. He's strong. Dong looked down with a worried expression and replied, Yes, I know. But I'm worried that the worst-case scenario will turn into a total catastrophe. Suk thought back to the past, to an image of a defiant and arrogant Kim Haeun-gu. He had swept away the trash of the hunter world far too easily. He ate while laughing heartily as he recalled everything that had happened. He's the kind of guy everyone wants to stand beside. Dong asked blankly, Suk Appa, have you heard anything from Kim Si-hun? He looked surprised. Why? She replied, I think he has a girlfriend. The scene changes to Kim Si-hun, holding a red gift box. He looks surprised, then smiles with satisfaction, as if completely lost in love. Then, a voice from the room asked, Who is it? Startled, he quickly hid the gift box in a large bag. Senator Liam opened the door and asked warmly, Do you like this place? From a distance, Kim Si-hun watched the two of them talking. Senator Liam said, On his behalf, I apologize for what happened yesterday. Mary replied, Oh, there's no need to be so formal. The scene then shifts to police officers carrying a dazed-looking Tan on a stretcher to the hospital. In a crowd, people were talking amongst themselves. After that incident, the party was cancelled, and Tan was taken away by paramedics. The one who stood out the most was Haeun-gu. He looked around blankly at the surrounding crowd and their chatter as Liam invited him to stay at a 5-star hotel. Liam asked Hunter Kim Haeun-gu, If you don't have any objections, could we talk for a moment? Haeun-gu asked blankly, You're not busy either, are you? Then he turned back to Miri. All right, I'll be back. You stay right here. Filled with anger, she shot him a hateful glare. Yes. She slammed the door shut and stomped angrily into the room. The air in the room was thick with awkwardness, with only Kim Si-hun and her inside. He shyly glanced over at her, trying to think of how to approach her. It would be nice to sit closer, but that doesn't seem possible. I thought she was an open person because she's always smiling when she's with Hyugu. Then he gently asked Miri a question. When she turned to look at him, his mind screamed, "What do I even say?" Then he thought of her favorite school subject. But instead, he asked with a slightly smug expression, "So, how did you and Hyugu meet?" Miri remained cold. "Fine, I will tell you, but on one condition," he asked blankly. "What is it?" She replied shyly. "What does Master like?" Kim Si-hun said, "You mean what Hyugu likes, right? Right after he gets out of a tower, he likes food." She then asked about money and immediately left, leaving him with his jaw dropped. "All right, fine. I'll just be over here for a bit." Then she went outside, slamming the door behind her, leaving Kim Si-hun completely bewildered. He muttered softly, "She's so blunt." In another room, Hyugu was sipping tea with Liam. Liam asked calmly, "I hope the tea is to your liking?" Hyugu replied placidly, "It's fine. Let's get to the point." He was munching on a cookie with great relish. Liam smiled. "You're very direct. Very well." Then Liam got straight to the point, asking, "I'm sure you know of Ma Sun, another member of the association's High Council. He receives support from the government and is also one of the top hunters. Even within the top 10, he has the support of ranks 1, 3, and 6. He's been very reserved. But now, we need a new card for our side." As he spoke, he clenched his fist resolutely. "I want you on my side." With a thoughtful expression, Hyugu returned to his room, looking tired. "I'm back." He handed a bag of cookies to Kim Si-hun. The boy looked up, bewildered, and asked, "You're back early?" He replied, "Yeah." Hyugu glanced at the gift bag next to the chair and asked, "I've been wondering about that." "What is it?" Kim Si-hun feigned indifference and tried to change the subject. "It's just a souvenir." He pressed on. "But it looks a lot like a gift. Are you planning to give it to someone?" The boy got flustered. "Just someone." He quickly changed the topic. "So, what did you and Liam talk about?" He replied simply, "He told me I don't have to do anything." The boy was stunned by Hyugu's answer and thought, is Liam being that accommodating? But he is the master of the world's rank 5 hunter, and he destroyed the Ares Guild, a top-ranked guild in the world. He himself is a weapon. As Hyugu looked on, wondering what he was thinking, Kim Si-hun said, "It's because there are rumors that you're on his side. Relying on your reputation, even Ma-san wouldn't dare to touch Liam. I guess I've already helped a lot, even without participating in their little games." Kim Si-hun then asked, "What did he offer you?" But Hyugu gave a non-committal answer. "I'm not sure, but he said that's fine." Then he suddenly burst out laughing. "Besides," he said, "I can use the gate anytime I want," which was never mentioned before. The boy asked again. He said it's fine. That's pretty strange. He replied cheerfully, "Yep, that's what he said. That if you want, you can attend the top 50's party in 2 weeks. You can also use the teleportation gate to get there." After hearing this, Kim Si-hun said, "That's not too bad." The scene changes to the main office of the Ares Guild, where Maon is in a discussion with CW, the vice chairman of the Ares Guild. "Has the problem been resolved?" CW replied, "Yes. The wild beast has been silenced, all thanks to you, sir." Ma-sun looked pleased. "Really? That's good." CW thought to himself, "What is he planning? And I don't understand why he would help me." Then, looking into Ma-sun's affectionate eyes, he realized that the story about Ma-il-bin was just an excuse. "No, this is enough. My doubts will become a poison. I just need to protect what's within my reach." Noticing CW's pensive expression, Ma-sun asked, "You seem to have a lot on your mind." Snapping out of it, he replied, "I'm sorry. I still have many issues to resolve." Ma-sun reached into his inner pocket, reassuring him, "It's all right. By the way, I have something for you." CW held out his hand to receive the mysterious object. "What is this?" With a sinister look on his face, Ma-sun said, "From now on, listen carefully to what I have to say. If you help me, you'll be able to control the members of the Ares Guild outside the Washington statue." Outside, rain poured down in the dead of night. Inside a hospital room, TH sat up, his face contorted in pain. Damn it. A flash of lightning illuminated a corner of the room, revealing Ma-sun standing there. "You're finally awake." TH was startled. Ma-sun." Ma-sun coldly approached the hospital bed. As he walked, he said, "I told you to be careful of that, Si-tin Kim Hyunwoo." TH said angrily, "What the hell is with that bastard?" The pain pierced right through my adamantine body. I'm sure he used a technique similar to Musin's. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice echoed from nearby. "He used a technique similar to mine, you say." The two of them turned in confusion, only to see the very person TH had just mentioned, Musin. Muzin said coldly. It's been a while. Mason asked. Your presence here. Does that mean it's complete? He replied, yes. A smug smile crept onto Mason's face. Good. Muzin has finished his preparations. Now, it's our turn. 2 weeks passed, in front of a bustling skyscraper. Inside a room, Liam pulled back the curtains, looking outside expectantly. It seems Kim Hyun-woo really isn't coming. A voice spoke up. Are you still waiting for him? Eden came to the door. Just give up. If he hasn't arrived by now, it means he doesn't care. This was Eden, the Sword Saint, S-Class and ranked 4th in the world. Jel, known as the Silent, S-Class and ranked 7th in the world, replied coldly. Wouldn't most people at least send a letter or a note? Liam, still peering through the curtains, said, he's a little different. He must think this is necessary. Another voice cut in, drawing everyone's attention. It's time to head out, Councilman Liam said. Let's go. The party was a lavish affair, with everyone dressed formally in suits. Liam sipped from a glass of wine. Eden glanced at a group of high-ranking officials. The top brass are as slippery as ever, probably because they're all from different countries. Riley commented coldly, everyone's busy networking. Liam was speaking with a guest, the man said. I heard the banquet hall was completely destroyed 2 weeks ago. It seems it's been restored to its original state. Liam laughed it off. It's all thanks to the mage-class hunters. Before he could finish, Eden, who was standing behind him, called out in alarm, Hey, Liam, look over there. It was a group of people, and Muzin was with them. Riley exclaimed in surprise, Why is he here? He hasn't shown his face at the association since he broke into the top 5. How strange, Liam thought. I have a bad feeling about this. A guest in a white suit asked in a clear voice, Are all the hunters present? You can see that everyone has arrived, can't you? Besides, I didn't think you'd show up, Muzin. Muzin said enigmatically. In that case, there's no reason to wait any longer. He then reached out, grabbed the face of the man in the white suit, and snapped his neck. As everyone stared in stunned silence, Muzin's face remained cold, splattered with a few drops of blood. The sight terrified Liam. The scene changes to a high-rise building. Lee Seo-dong asked, Hey, why don't we do this somewhere else? Hyun-woo replied, Why? She answered pointedly, You seem to have forgotten that this is my guild. He chuckled. But there's no one here, is there? To which she immediately replied, Of course. That's because I restricted access to this area. Sakur Anya asked in a panic, Really? Then we should move somewhere else. If we change locations, does that mean we have to start all over again? Hyun-woo turned to them and said nonchalantly, Yeah. So, seeing her utterly devastated expression, Sakur Anya trudged away wearily. I hate night shifts. Hyun-woo scratched his head, trying to console her. You can relax and take your time with it. Sakur Anya was completely exhausted, but she still had to draw the magic circle after finishing everything else. If she had to redraw this magic circle, it would mean another 2 weeks of overtime. Lee Seo-dong said, Then you can just draw it in the morning at work. I can assign you to other tasks. Sakur Anya's face lit up. Really? She immediately bowed to Hyun-woo. I'll do my absolute best, Guild Master. Lee Seo-dong then asked him, But, did you decide to accept Liam's offer? Hyun-woo replied, Yeah, it'll be convenient if I can travel anywhere using the magic circle. Lee Seo-dong said worriedly, I don't think it's meant for leisurely trips. Shouldn't it be reserved for serious incidents? Hyun-woo replied, Well, since I'm always running into trouble, it'll make getting around much easier. I'd feel terrible if anyone got hurt because I was late. Just as Hyun-woo was about to ask Soyeon how long it would take, there was a frantic banging on the door, accompanied by a desperate scream. Help! Is anyone there? Help me, please. Someone save me. To everyone's surprise, Lee Seo-dong suddenly remembered and said, Oh, that's right. The guy you captured. I forgot he was still locked up in here. She immediately ran to the door where the cries for help were coming from and opened it hesitantly. You can come out. When the guy poked his head out and screamed, It's the light, she slammed the door shut with a bang. A confused Hyun-woo asked, Why did you close it? She gave a small laugh. He just startled me a bit. When Hyun-woo gently opened the door, the man was lying collapsed on the ground, looking weak. Please, I'll tell you everything. So please, just save me. Just let me see a little bit of light. Hyun-woo thought to himself, he's only been locked up for less than a month, but it seems this torture was a bit too much for him. Hyun-woo gave a cold, meaningful smile and asked, So, you'll tell me everything? The scene changes to Sir Liam's party. The scene was chaotic. Everything was shattered, there was bloodshed, and bodies littered the ground amid desperate screams. Help. Run. The hunters were attacking the officials and guests at the party. The fight was intense and terrifying. Sir Liam shouted to the survivors, Everyone, this way. Hurry. S-rankers from the world's top 50 were brutally murdered. All in less than 5 minutes. How is this possible? Liam thought. Just then, behind him, Tank, his eyes filled with fury, roared, I warned you. and then attacked Liam. At that moment, Eden used his swordsmanship to block Tank's attack, sending him staggering back. "You crazy bastard." Meanwhile, Riley was also casting her magic to fight the villain, shouting, "Liam, run." At the same time, Eden was struck down by Tank's blow. Liam screamed, "Why? Why are you people doing this?" Musin, having slaughtered countless people, replied coldly, "Because it's necessary for the end of the world." Liam was terrified. What? What are you talking about?" Just then, Hyun-woo and his disciple walked in, witnessing the horrific scene. "What is this now?" he said angrily. His eyes filled with killing intent. He looked towards Musin. Puzzled, he asked, "Why is this place in ruins?" He approached Liam with a smirk and said, "Why don't you tell me what happened?" Liam stammered through his tears. A voice called out, "Are you the one? The one who defeated Tan?" Hyun-woo said in a cold voice. "And who the hell are you?" The man in the hat introduced himself coolly. "I am Musin." Hyun-woo asked the girl, "Who's that?" His disciple smiled and said, "He's the top-ranked S-ranker, Master." Hyun-woo gave an awkward laugh. "Is he the one with that funny name?" Musin said aggressively, "You've come at a good time. I was just looking to eliminate you." Hyun-woo, with a puzzled look, said, "Buddy, what are you talking about? Do we know each other?" Musin stammered in reply, "No, I just need to kill you to climb the tower." Hyun-woo was stunned. "What?" Musin attacked Hyun-woo with all his might. Confused, Hyun-woo thought, "To climb the tower?" He smirked. "Who are you?" the system announced. Information Authority skill activated. Name, Shinchan Woo. Age, 33. Gender, male. Status, very good. Stats, Strength 5+, Agility 55, Stamina 5-, Constitution 55, HP 55, Luck. Skill, Memory Reconstruction. Unique skill equipped. According to the information I've received, he isn't a climber yet. Musin said arrogantly, "I'm not a climber now, but soon I will become one. I need to leave this place to reach my destination, so you must die. I must kill you right here." His fist closed in on Hyun-woo's face. Stunned, Hyun-woo cursed under his breath. This crazy bastard. He was sent flying by the blow. Furious, he cursed. "Damn it, he caught up to me." Musin spoke coldly. "I hear you've also studied martial arts. Why don't we have a match?" Hyun-woo was sent flying by another punch. Seeing this, his disciple rushed forward. "Master." As she was about to intervene, the ferocious Tan blocked her way. He acted like a sleazy creep. "Come on, play with me for a bit." The girl glared at him, radiating killing intent. Burning with rage, Hyun-woo got up and fought back. His strength was no match for the man. He growled in frustration. You said you weren't a climber. This pressure. It's no different from a climber's. Damn it. In that case, I'll go all out from the start." Musin sneered. "It'd be a bit shameful if you ran away." Hyun-woo smiled confidently. "I didn't expect the mana around here to be increasing. My 2 weeks of research weren't for nothing. The Asura's flaming dance strike isn't very efficient. It's very powerful, but it takes a lot of time. However, if I can immobilize the enemy, that's a different story. If I use the 10-step ultimate kill to temporarily increase the mana around my body, then 1 step from it should be enough. I am guided by the mana of a god," he roared. Asura's flaming dance strike. Musin calmly absorbed it with his life force. He looked on with a smug expression. Hyun-woo thought to himself, what the hell? With the Asura's flaming dance strike, he should be on the ground by now. Musin said coldly, "For someone like you, that was a little disappointing." Hyun-woo was relentlessly beaten by Musin, staggering around like a drunkard. Musin frowned in annoyance. That kind of movement is a mockery of martial arts. Hyun-woo's face flushed with anger. "So what? Is this any of your business?" Musin sneered. "There's nothing precise about your martial arts. All your mana does is flow through your blood vessels. It's just a simple release of power. It's not even done properly. That's your limit. I've trained in martial arts for hundreds of years. Don't think you can beat me." Kim Hyun-woo smirked contemptuously. "What? Hundreds of years? Are you even human?" The system prompted. Look at his stats. Skill, Information Authority, Name, Musin, Age, 33, Gender, Male, Status, Very good. Stats, Strength 50, Agility 55, Stamina 50, Vitality 55, HP 55. Luck. I guess reaching world number 1 will be tough for them. It must be because of this skill. Equipment Memory Creation, a unique skill. Musin said, "Of course, I am an ordinary human. However, my skill grants me infinite time for training, allowing me to practice all kinds of martial arts. That is why I can temporarily transcend this mortal existence." Kim Hyun-woo cursed in frustration. "You've got to be kidding me." Musin mocked him. "So for a delusional fool like you, I will show you the true meaning of martial arts. The true meaning of martial arts is that I must kill you." A roaring fist palm sent Kim Hyun-woo coughing up blood. Musin relentlessly attacked with the Blue Dragon Kick, Chain Kick, Blood Wind Fist, Evil Dragon Punch, Heavenly Dragon Steps, and his ultimate technique, the Holy Aurora. His eyes brimming with killing intent, he looked at Kim Hyunu and said, "Your endurance is quite impressive." Kim Hyunu thought grimly, he's too strong. With this destructive power, anyone else would have been toast by now. Should I make a run for it like last time? But if I do that, his next target will be Miri. Musin stared coldly at Kim Hyunu. Kim Hyunu thought, if I don't use that skill, I'm going to die. But my body can't fight back against him. A system notification appeared. You have endured all extremely powerful attacks. Stamina has increased. Musin said flatly, I must admit, you are very strong, but I will end this now. Hidden Dragon Palm. Kim Hyunu used an invisibility technique, unnerving Musin. Did he just disappear? Kim Hyunu appeared right behind him and chuckled. Surprise. Musin furiously charged. This time, he was the one getting beaten by Kim Hyunu, and he cursed in anger. You bastard. How is this possible? His frantic mana has vanished. It wasn't for strengthening. There must be another reason. But how? Kim Hyunu exploded with rage, shouting, I'm returning everything you gave me. Blue Dragon Kick. Chain Kick. Ultimate Skill. Holy Aurora. Musin was stunned. How can this be? Kim Hyunu scoffed. Did you really think I was beaten? You have no idea that I was observing you the entire time. I channeled mana into my eyes and watched how you use your own. It was quite easy to learn because it's so incredibly refined and rhythmic. I'm talking about those martial arts of yours, he thought to himself. The cost is steep, but if I don't do this, I have no chance of winning. Musin said, annoyed, that's impossible. You learn them just by watching. Kim Hyunu thought, that's an understandable question. There's a huge difference between seeing and doing, but with all the experience I've accumulated, and on top of that, the massive mana consumption, combined with my wide and stable key channels, I was able to do the impossible. He smiled confidently and said to him, so, why don't we see what I've learned? Amidst the rubble, the two faced each other. Liam thought to himself, this is a huge problem. The other hunters aren't doing anything, and Miri is only ranked 5th. She can't fight the 3rd and 6th ranked hunters at the same time. Tank spoke aggressively, so Miri is just a little brat. Huh? Miri retorted irritably, get lost. He laughed stupidly. What are you gonna do about it? Gonna watch that bastard's expression. Miri said confidently, I wanted to watch my awesome master, but I guess that's not happening. If I let you live, you'll just get in my master's way, so I'll kill you right here. He froze. What? She stomped on a boulder, shattering it and shocking Tank. How the hell did she do that? He thought. I thought she was weaker than us. Miri said in a cold voice. You should prepare yourself, too. You've committed many crimes. Tank gritted his teeth, his voice menacing. You will die the most painful death imaginable. Kim Hyunu confidently attacked him. He was beaten by Kim Hyunu until he could no longer fight back, lying on the ground, cursing him. You damn bastard, you just keep getting stronger. Is that some kind of talent? This isn't something a normal person can do. Not even a genius could do it. It can only be used by those who have reached the pinnacle of martial arts. Therefore, Musin will use his full power to strike you down. Watch me now. A brilliant light enveloped him, forcing Kim Hyunu to step back. After a fierce battle, a powerful gust of wind blew past, and Kim Hyunu struggled to shield his eyes. A moment later, he looked up and was completely shocked by what he saw. Kim Hyunu was giving Musin a thorough beatdown. This made him resolve to use all of his strength and transform into a monster, a true monster, because he's a descendant of the Demon King. Kim Hyunu staggered to his feet and said scornfully, Ha, there's no way a camber could be this freaky. Musin was endlessly enraged by the insult. You won't be able to lay a finger on me again. Kim Hyunu smirked. Is that so? A red aura of power began to radiate from his body. He shoved his hands in his pockets and slowly walked toward him, coolly saying, I can do the exact same thing. Kim Hyunu swiped a hand under his nose, then smirked and continued, You're not the only one with martial arts skills. At this point, his voice deepened as he revealed, I still remember the martial arts that the Heavenly Demon used. Even though I won back then, I couldn't copy his techniques. Now I understand the principles of his martial arts. Kim Hyunu said slowly, It's like the Thunder God. As he spoke, he immediately imitated the skill, surrounding himself with countless bolts of lightning. Round 2 began. Meanwhile, Mi Qiang, with her overwhelming power, quickly took down her opponent. The man, still refusing to accept defeat, cursed at her. You bitch, how could you? In response to his words, Mi Qiang didn't react at all. Seeing her silence, the battered scumbag continued to rage. First Kim Hyunu, then Musin, and now you. Why are my skills nothing compared to you people? The moment he finished speaking, Mi Qiang's foot slammed straight into his face. Finally, the scumbag was knocked unconscious. Mi Qiang casually touched her cheek and criticized him slowly. How foolish. It's not a matter of skills, but of martial arts. After dealing with him, she looked outside through the hole that had been punched earlier, her face filled with anticipation as she softly called out, "Master." At that moment, the battle between Kim Hyunwoo and Musin was raging fiercely. Kim Hyunwoo was continuously overwhelming Musin, but Musin was as resilient as ever, seemingly an even match. The two immense powers clashed, creating a massive shockwave. Both were thrown far apart. Kim Hyunwoo struggled to his feet. His mana consumption was so great that his body had grown weak. He felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. Musin, on the other hand, had his own calculations. He thought worriedly, "At this rate, I can't win." Kim Hyunwoo weakly raised his hand, gathering what little spiritual power he had left. He worried. "This doesn't look good. The mana consumption is insane. I'm about to run out of steam." Musin, on the other hand, thought differently. He didn't seem to have weakened at all. The two stared at each other for a long moment, and Kim Hyunwoo decided, "I have no choice." The guy on the other side was no less determined. Musin's face grew serious. This is the only way. With that thought, the two rushed in to clash again. Eye to eye, they smirked at each other. There was no more time to waste. As Kim Hyunwoo prepared to attack, he suddenly froze. Musin unleashed his power, forming a black, circular sphere of spiritual energy with incredibly terrifying might. It made Kim Hyunwoo flinch. He continuously moved his feet to dodge, saying in alarm, "Wait, that's a necrosphere." Beneath his feet, the black spiritual energy swirled around him. Musin remained focused, maintaining the sphere above his head. He said with amusement, "Looks like you know a thing or two about it." Kim Hyunwoo was sweating bullets but still ran his mouth, pointing at the sphere and asking, "What the hell are you doing? That's not martial arts. Who just pulls a bunch of mana together like that? How is that any different from what I did earlier?" Musin ignored him and replied irritably, "It doesn't matter. I'll do whatever it takes to deal with you." Now, a bottomless black hole could be seen in the center of his chest, spewing forth a torrent of dark magic. Seeing his chance, Musin roared, "Demon God Annihilation." The extremely powerful dark energy shot straight towards Kim Hyunwoo. Musin was extremely confident now, thinking that this ultimate move would guarantee his victory. But he was immediately proven wrong, his eyes widening in shock at what was about to happen. What? That terrifying stream of magic was being blocked by Kim Hyunwoo's lightning. This made Musin cry out in horror. How is that possible? Kim Hyunwoo, with a bright smile, stood calmly and began to dismantle the entire magic spell. Musin's face turned pale. Still not believing his eyes, he asked again, "You blocked my necrosphere with lightning?" Kim Hyunwoo said smugly, just to shock him. "Well, since you taught me something just now, let me return the favor." Kim Hyunwoo explained, "I've improved it a bit, so let's see if you can block this." Unable to react in time, Musin could only stammer a few words. Kim Hyunwoo continued to use Thunder God's Advent, combining it with lightning to create a soul-shattering amount of power. He launched it straight at Musin, brilliantly illuminating the sky. Then, there was a deafening explosion. After the explosion swept through the area, Musin was nowhere to be seen. A moment later, the cool figure of Kim Hyunwoo appeared, hands stuffed in his pockets. The system also began to frantically display notifications. "You have defeated the Heavenly Warrior, a member on the Camber Reserve list who called himself Musin." Another notification appeared, resetting the ranking of the Heavenly Warrior. Information Authority has been changed from low to medium. Current Information Authority is medium. You will be invited into the system after a certain period of time. Time remaining, 3 days, 3 hours, 8 minutes, and 12 seconds. At this point, Kim Hyunwoo was so exhausted he could barely breathe. Having spent too much mana in the fight, he quickly slumped to the ground. At the same time, an item appeared on the ground in front of him, his face streaked with dirt. Drenched in sweat, he pondered something deeply, finally reaching out to pick up the item. This is the system notification. Origin of the Heavenly Martial Arts. Incomplete. Class 5 plus skills. Unavailable. A secret training manual of the Heavenly Martial Arts belonging to the one known as Musin. To follow his first master, he lacked sufficient information authority. He had become a Greenber. With the help of this insufficient information authority, he could learn countless martial arts within the artifact and eventually named himself Musin. Because he was only on the reserve Greenber list, he had to wager the power of the maze to be able to climb the tower. Stone maze meter, 0%. Kim Hyunwoo held the item in his hand, wondering doubtfully, "What is this stone maze reserve list?" While he was lost in his questions, he suddenly heard someone call out, "Master." He looked up and saw Michi-on running towards him. Kim Hyunwoo felt relieved and let out a smile, then relaxed and lay down on the ground. "That was tough, but in the end, I still won." The atmosphere grew quiet. Michi-on stood watching her master rest on the ground. Meanwhile, at a secret base, a mysterious figure was preparing to report Musin's death to the designer. The designer, the tower's master, asked in disbelief. The anonymous Greenber and the reserve Greenber were both defeated. The mysterious figure nodded. "That's right. The designer stroked his chin, intrigued. How impressive. His gaze sharpened. Then he let out a cold snort and continued. I've thought about this before. It's the role of a crisis. All living things do not evolve easily. Haven't you noticed that the ecosystem on the current floors is stable? Only when disaster strikes do they strive to survive, and from that struggle for existence, they slowly evolve. The mysterious figure sitting opposite him asked, Are you suggesting that he is the crisis for the Greenbers? The designer nodded. It's quite possible, isn't it? Has he ever met a high-ranking Greenber? The mysterious figure quickly replied, Never. The one on the reserve list almost defeated him, but ended up dying before becoming an official Greenber. The mysterious figure paused for a moment, then hesitantly continued with his speculation. But he will never meet a high-ranking Greenber, because the old gods who rule the constellations are hiding on the 8th floor. The designer agreed with this. Then you are correct. At that moment, Kim Hyun-gu was still lying on the ground resting, a satisfied smile on his face, just as the designer declared that he would die sooner or later. One day after the incident, at the Guardian Guild's security office, everyone was buzzing. Have you seen the news? The whole world is in shock. An excited person walked over and asked, What happened at the top 50 party? Hong Jin frowned and said to them, Exactly. I heard it was a total massacre, but no one paid attention to her, only interested in the fight. Have you seen the fight clips? They're insane. The person opposite her replied just as excitedly, Isn't our guild master cool as hell? This left Hong Jin speechless. Their comments rang out endlessly in front of her. His name is now famous all over the world. He's so amazing. The massacre occurred during the party for the top 50 hunters. Out of the 42 people present, 33 died. Of the 9 survivors, 4 can no longer continue as hunters due to the severity of their injuries. Hong Jin picked up her phone and read through the major news headlines. The various nations have not yet officially concluded the case. They will need to conduct a thorough investigation into who was behind this. The people who had been cheering moments before continue their joyous shouts. I'm so happy to be in this guild. Mr. Kim Hyun-gu is unbeatable. Hong Jin sighed. Looks like no one really cares about what happened. Just then, a voice spoke up. It's media manipulation. That startled Hong Jin. It was Seo and Young. She looked at her computer screen and continued. Because most of the top 50 rankers were wiped out, that would make people anxious, so they're hyping up a star to distract everyone. Hong Jin turned back, agreeing. She added, Yeah, if the guildmaster knew about this, I doubt he just let it slide. Seo and Young advised. That's why we shouldn't say anything. Meanwhile, in America, Lai Xiu-dong asked the person in front of her with great concern, How are your injuries? Kim Hyun-gu's entire body was carefully wrapped in bandages like a mummy, with one arm in a cast. He even managed to smile and replied, You see me like this and you're still asking sarcastically? Lai Xiu-dong replied softly, I'm just asking out of courtesy. She continued, Even after being treated by a skilled magician, you're still in this state. No wonder the senior was worried. Kim Hyun-gu was only focused on the result he had achieved as he spoke. Humph, at least I won. Lai Xiu-dong sighed. Still, it's worrying. With that, she quickly headed for the door. I'll be back after I finish your paperwork. Kim Hyun-gu gave a weak wave. All right. After Lee Seo-dong left, he grimaced in pain. He raised his mummified, bandaged hand, stared at it for a moment, and sighed. Humph. The after effects are no joke. Kim Hyun-gu recalled the battle and thought to himself, it was a good thing that it's not that bad yet. A normal person would have immediately lost control of their energy. Kim Hyun-gu lay on his bed, thinking how embarrassing it was. I tried to act on instinct, so I couldn't fully grasp the techniques I used. Maybe I need to read more books. It would be great if I could learn from someone. Suddenly, he remembered something and was startled. Ah, maybe this could be useful. Kim Hyun-gu took out the item he picked up last time and asked, Do you know how to use this? 2 days later, in the ARB space, his supporter, Avi, spoke up. Ah, isn't this the origin of the heavenly martial arts, owned by someone named Muin? Kim Hyun-gu pointed at the system panel and continued. The labyrinth stone, that's right. I want to know how to complete this. Let me search. His supporter, Avi, tapped her fingers, calculating something. Numerous screens appeared in front of her. A moment later, the girl opened her eyes and said, There's a clue. Then she slowly explained. Guardian, I think you'll have to go to the labyrinth dungeon. I don't know if the labyrinth stone is a monster's mana stone or something else, but since it says Camber needs to clear a dungeon to move to the next floor, you might find the answer there. Kim Hyun-gu rubbed his chin in agreement. All right then. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-gu noticed something and jumped up, asking, That's right, do I have any new skills? His supporter, Avi, pointed at him and replied, You do. Go ahead and open your status window. He quickly opened it. Name, Kim Hyun-gu. Guardian of the 91st floor. Age, 24. Gender, male. Condition, very good. Stats, Strength 5, Agility 5+, Stamina 55, Vitality 5-. willpower A+, luck B. Skills, authority, average information, psychology act. Kim Hyun-gu let out a sigh of relief. Phew, most of my stats have increased. He wondered if this psychology skill was new. How do I use it? Avi replied, twice a day. You can read other people's minds as long as you have access to their information. Kim Hyun-gu frowned, thinking to himself, it seems I can't use this skill on gamers. Well, it's better than nothing, I guess. His supporter, Avi, excitedly informed him that his notification system was also now nearly perfect. Now will signal the time and location of a gamer. At that moment, many game cartridges and consoles were laid out on the table. His supporter, Avi, looked at those things and remembered, I have something else I wanted to talk about. Seeing her gaze, Kim Hyun-gu teased her. You want a game console? His supporter, Avi, replied, flustered and embarrassed. It's not like I only play games all the time, you know. Only play games. Kim Hyun-gu asked, so what's up? Avi became serious. This is something I discovered recently. Or to be more precise, it's just a guess. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Mission was repeatedly calling him master in her mind, causing Kim Hyun-gu, who could read her thoughts with his new skill, to spit out the water he was drinking. Mission looked worried, quickly standing up to ask, Master, are you all right? He replied, I'm fine, I just choked a little. Outwardly, Mission quietly bowed and said, yes, but inwardly, she was having mischievous thoughts. Is Master really okay? His body might not have fully recovered yet. I wonder if there are any professional healers in Waipido. Maybe I could use an artifact? Anyway, if Master's body is injured, I'd get to touch him. Reading these thoughts, Kim Hyun-gu blushed and looked away. I've seen something I shouldn't have. Mission asked again, oh, where's Sun? Did she go take care of the procedures? She heard Master was being discharged soon, so she used a magic circle to go somewhere else. Mission's face was still full of worry as she looked up at him. Master, are you really okay? There's a crowd gathered downstairs. Master must be very uncomfortable. Hearing this, Kim Hyun-gu glanced out the window. He saw a large crowd below. Who are they? Oh, reporters. Mission said coldly, just give the word, Master, and I will kill them all. He quickly put on his slippers and got out of bed, saying slowly, there's no need for that. No matter what we do, they'll just find a way to stick to us. It would be better if I just held a press conference. Kim Hyun-gu decided to go down. At that moment, a swarm of reporters rushed toward him for an interview. Hunter Kim Hyun-gu. Hunter Kim Hyun-gu. Can you tell us? Hunter Kim Hyun-gu. Mr. Kim Hyun-gu. They kept pushing and shoving, squeezing him like a sardine in the middle, which was incredibly uncomfortable. He tried to calm them down. Everyone, please be calm. Someone took this opportunity to ask Hunter Kim Hyun-gu about the welcome party. Overwhelmed and exhausted, he started flailing his arms wildly and shouted, everyone shut up, let me through. He even roughly elbowed a nearby reporter in the chest. Kim Hyun-gu was getting annoyed. Move it, get out of my way. A guy standing nearby snapped a photo of him with malicious intent. He thought to himself, I knew Kim Hyun-gu was a rude guy, but this is just too much. Turns out, this guy was reporter John Z, who was staring at him with a cunning look in his eyes. He's probably looking down on us reporters. I'll have to show him what reporters can do. A moment later, the atmosphere quieted down a bit. Kim Hyun-gu cleaned his ear and said nonchalantly, since I'm not feeling well, as for everyone's questions. Before he could finish, someone spoke up. Mr. Kim Hyun-gu. Denzone relentlessly asked, there are rumors that you took advantage of the disaster at the party to kill the hunters you hate. Is that it? This malicious question made everyone freeze. Kim Hyun-gu shoved his hands into his pockets, annoyed. He hadn't said a word, but that reporter, Joe, wouldn't stop attacking him. Can I take that as confirmation of the recent rumor? Kim Hyun-gu didn't answer but let out an amused laugh, which made Joe smirk, thinking he liked that expression. That's what you get for daring to ignore a reporter. Then, Kim Hyun-gu suddenly said loudly, hey, get lost. Joe heard him, confused. What? Kim Hyun-gu sarcastically said, you're standing this close and you still can't hear me. Just then, someone leaned in and whispered in his ear, the internet. Is this on the internet? Right. Kim Hyun-gu then emphasized what he'd said earlier. If that guy isn't gone in 30 seconds, there will be no interview today. Joe was so angry he gritted his teeth. What? Mi Chong, watching from a distance, couldn't take it anymore and quickly ordered her subordinate, handle him. Understood. Mi Chong watched from afar, ensuring Kim Hyun-gu's safety. A little later, in another building, the news of Kim Hyun-gu's morning interview quickly became the top headline. Joe's rude question to Kim Hyun-gu had plunged the press conference into silence, and Kim Hyun-gu, not behaving as he usually does, had politely asked Joe to leave. The person was shocked and repeated, very politely. After reading it, Kim Si-han was so shocked he couldn't believe his eyes. Hyun being polite, I can't even imagine it. It seems he's really changed. Kim Hyun-goo's voice rang out, "Si-hun, I'm back." Kim Si-hun replied happily, "Oh, welcome back. How have you been?" "I'm fine." Kim Hyun-goo leaned on the sofa and quickly got to the point. "By the way, I'll be going to a dungeon soon." Kim Si-hun was incredibly surprised to hear that. "You're going to a dungeon, but you haven't been fighting for money lately, have you? Are you looking for an artifact?" Kim Hyun-goo leaned back on the sofa and replied, "No. I need to confirm a few things." Kim Hyun-goo directly suggested that he wanted Si-hun's guild to accompany him. Kim Si-hun was surprised by this. "Huh? Why not your own guild?" Kim Hyun-goo explained that he didn't have a map. Without one, he would have a lot of trouble clearing the dungeon. Kim Si-hun thought that made sense. That's true. You wouldn't be able to find a safe place to rest, and you wouldn't know where the monsters are concentrated. It would be a disaster if you got lost, too. He continued, "We can set off next week." Just then, Mi Cheong sat down next to Kim Hyun-goo. He smiled while patting her head and continued, "Great. Let me know the location a day before we go." Mi Cheong sat there in a daze, her face bright red. Kim Hyun-goo looked up at her. Suddenly, he thought of Hanarin, his second disciple. Kim Hyun-goo's eyes filled with worry. He wondered, "I wonder if that kid is okay?" The story of the two of them continued. An image of Hanarin standing with Kim Hyun-goo appeared. "When I was trapped in the tower, I tried playing the part of a master who teaches his disciple and then disappears, but it didn't work out in the end. After that, I gave up on that whole hidden identity style, but that kid proactively asked me to be her master." Hanarin placed a hand on her chest and said seriously, "Please, accept me as your..." In another scene, Hanarin and he faced challenges. The story continued. "Because she was going through a rebellious phase, I didn't teach her true martial arts, but since she wanted to get stronger, I still trained her." The rebellious phase here describes kids with grand delusions who want to show off and convince themselves they have superior intellect or hidden powers, because that can also be useful. Back to the present. Returning to their conversation, without mentioning the past, Kim Hyun-goo patted Kim Si-hun's shoulder and said, "Sigh. They say no news is good news, so she must be fine." Kim Si-hun picked up his device and looked up, thinking, it looks like his mind is wandering again. Suddenly, Kim Si-hun saw a notification on his device. Kim Si-hun looked down and saw that it was a notification for a new article. He was surprised when he saw it, this article. Joe Michael. The report stated that reporter Joe Michael had gone missing after being demoted from his lead reporter position. Kim Si-hun thought, isn't that the suspicious reporter from before? An image of Joe Michael appeared in Kim Si-hun's mind. Kim Si-hun asked himself, that guy went missing? He glanced over and saw Kim Hyun-goo patting the girl's head. Kim Si-hun reconsidered. That's not something he would do. The girl seemed to be enjoying it, feeling the warmth from his hand. She was both shy and happy, looking very cute. As Kim Si-hun read the article, his face darkened, afraid that he would be the next one to go missing. Kim Si-hun didn't know what to think. He trembled, huddled up, and clutched his device tightly. A moment of silence passed. Kim Si-hun suddenly thought, maybe I shouldn't get on his bad side. In another development, at the Ares headquarters in Korea, a skyscraper with countless rooms stretching up to the clouds, it was truly a massive headquarters. A voice announced, "Sir, Kim Hyun-goo has arrived." Inside a small office at the Ares headquarters, a young man in a formal suit stood quietly. Hearing the announcement, he let out a sigh of relief. He grabbed his tie and loosened it, thinking, there's no more. CW thought anxiously, I can't lose 40% of our dungeons to Kim Hyun-goo. CW thought of Mars, but realized he couldn't ask him for help. He pictured the hunters and the massacre that had shaken the entire world. The perpetrators were hunters from Mars's own faction. An image of Mars flashed in his mind, standing before the judging eyes of the public. CW continued to mull it over. Whether Mars was involved or not, he couldn't escape the public scrutiny. Then, another person came to mind, Liam. Because of that incident, Liam had seized a great deal of political power. A sudden noise snapped CW out of his deep thoughts, pulling him back to the present. CW turned to see Kim Hyun-goo casually opening the door and stepping inside. He smiled. Well, it's been a while, hasn't it? He was dressed so simply, a stark contrast to CW's formal attire. To anyone else, he would have looked like someone who'd just crawled up from the dregs of society. CW and Kim Hyun-goo sat down opposite each other in the room. Kim Hyun-goo spoke first. I'm waiting for your answer, CW sighed, thinking to himself, for now, I'll just have to try and negotiate him down as much as I can. CW started. Wait a minute, Kim Hyun-goo ignored him, holding up a hand with a smile. I don't want to drag this out. CW replied seriously, you don't want to waste words on me, is that it? So let's keep it simple. He wanted to cut straight to the chase. Kim Hyun-goo pointed directly at CW. All right. From now on, you can only answer yes or no. Got it? Furious at his attitude, CW shot up and slammed his hands on the table. What did you just say? But Kim Hyun-goo remained perfectly calm, sitting with his legs crossed. He spread his hands wide and smirked. It's not that big of a deal. It's a reasonable number, after all. For just 40%, it'll be as CW was seeing red. He gritted his teeth in fury, thinking, this son of a bitch. Hey, CW spat. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room not belonging to either of them. Please, save me. It was a recording, playing from a device in Kim Hyun-goo's hand. The voice continued, pleading, I'll tell you everything. So please, just let me see a little bit of light. Please. Kim Hyun-goo stared at the device, the voice on it filled with raw emotion. Please don't lock me in there anymore. Don't lock me in the warehouse again. I don't want to go in there. I don't want to. The voice was utterly desperate. Kim Hyun-goo turned to CW. You recognize that voice, don't you? Hearing the recording, CW froze. An image of the young man flashed in his mind, and CW was speechless. Suddenly, Kim Hyun-goo placed the device on the table. All right, think it over. You can't get out of this, Sonny. And just to be sure, let me give you a little piece of advice, he said loudly. If you refuse my offer, he continued grimly, heirs will suffer an even worse fate. Hearing this, CW began to tremble, breaking out in a cold sweat as he fell silent. So, he continued, I'll ask you one last time. He slammed his hand flat on the table. Do you want to see how this story ends? CW's hair stood on end. He was trembling so badly he couldn't speak. He placed his hands on his knees, trying to calm himself down. No. Meanwhile, in another city, a sun-drenched villa stood peacefully. A young lady stood looking out a glass door, looking thoughtful and relaxed. One of Miriam's subordinates knelt to give a report. By eliminating all other forces, we have completely seized control of all dungeons from the surrounding guilds. The young lady turned. All right. Good work. The subordinate looked up at Miriam, lost in thought. Lady Miriam is smiling so brightly. Just a few months ago, she never showed any emotion on her face. But now, she's so expressive. She looks truly happy and joyful. It's like she's a completely different person, the subordinate thought. Miriam spoke. Have you dealt with that reporter completely? A horned man appeared from the corner. My apologies, Bama said. A third party has interfered. Hearing this, Miriam turned sharply. Who? Judging by the signs of a struggle, it seems he was kidnapped. By the time we got there, he was already gone. Miriam's expression soured. Speak. You must know who did this, don't you? The first subordinate stepped forward and held out a device for her to see. Miriam looked at the symbol on the screen, not recognizing it. What is this? Her subordinate replied, It's the only clue we have. This symbol was drawn on the desk. The subordinate continued. It's as if they wanted you to see it. Miriam rested her chin on her hand, thinking, How strange. Look into it. With a wave of her hand, she gave the order. The horned man replied, As you command. She then addressed her first subordinate. You may leave as well. I understand, he replied. However, may I ask how much longer you intend to be away from your post? Miriam casually tossed her hair back. When Master arrives in China, we'll leave as well. In the meantime, I'm entrusting the guild's management to you. The subordinate was so surprised he fell silent. A deep blush spread across his face as he thought, Does she truly acknowledge me? Never trust anyone. Miri's subordinate bowed his head, thinking, And yet, you're trusting me? He replied, I will do my best. Meanwhile, Miri was still lost in her own blissful thoughts, smiling to herself. Master, Kim Si-hun said, Aren't you going to stay at the house Parion built for you? Kim Hyun-goo replied, It's more comfortable here. Kim Si-hun turned and asked, How did the negotiations with Ares go? He leaned back in his chair and said, It went smoothly. Within 2 weeks, the issue with the Ares Guild will be over. Before that, he needed to take care of a few things. Cog said it would exceed 40% of the mind invasion skill's capacity because of how things turned out. Cog thought to himself that he had no choice but to install it in the dungeon as Ma-sun had instructed. Lying down and scrolling on his device, he thought, I figured he would hesitate, but I never knew he was also involved with that Ma-sun guy. He held up his device and smiled. It would be impolite of me to just stand by and watch this happen. In another area, at the A-rank dungeon, the demonic underground gate, the sound of footsteps echoed. It was the sound of 2 skeletons moving strangely. The fact that the 2 skeletons could still move normally horrified Seo-hun, who was hiding and clasped his hands over his mouth. The 2 skeletons glided past the young man. He trembled all over, not daring to scream. Seo-hun was revealed. It was Hun from the operations department of the Ares Guild. Seo-hun thought, Thanks to my concealment skill, I don't have to worry about the monsters. But I don't want to be in here alone. Seo-hun picked up a black orb and thought, But I can get promoted to an executive officer just by following Mr. Sito's orders. Seo-hun knelt down and started digging. He just told me to bury it in the sand, right? As he was working, a strange foot appeared before his eyes. Startled, Seo-hun looked up and saw him. He, on the other hand, gave a friendly hello while the other man leaned against the door, looking as terrified as if he'd seen a ghost. The atmosphere grew heavy. He wondered anxiously, what in the world is going on? An excited voice rang out in the middle of the room. Whoa, you're a little late. Kim Hyun-gu was already waiting inside. He was gleefully sitting on the back of Cog's secretary, who was crying pitifully from being trampled, a swollen lump from a punch already on his head. Beside them was Mary, Kim Hyun-gu's first and cutest disciple. She stood with an air of confidence, one hand on her hip as she waited. Kim Hyun-gu waved cheerfully. It's been about 6 hours, hasn't it? The unlucky secretary, who was being used as a table, whimpered miserably. Guildmaster, please save me. Cog pressed his lips together, sweating profusely, but didn't dare to make any sudden moves. His mind was racing. Damn it, I'm screwed. I'm so dead this time. Kim Hyun-gu said with a sweet chuckle. Since you're here, why don't we have a little chat? This only made Cog shrink back in fear, a tiny sliver of hope left in his heart. Where are the guards? As he backed up toward the door, Cog bumped into a large, muscular body, which stopped him in his tracks. Turning his head to look, Cog got another huge scare. Standing right behind him were two strange figures, dressed from head to toe in black with masks that covered everything but their mouths. Kim Hyun-gu had approached without him noticing. He leaned in close to Cog's face and laughed in a demonic voice. Hey, you're dead meat. There's no escape for you, buddy. The threat made Cog go limp like overcooked noodles. Then, with a thump, blood splattered, followed by a tragic scream. Ah! Cog clutched his head, rolling back and forth on the floor, screaming nonstop. Ah! He screamed like he'd never screamed before, the sound echoing through the room and forcing Kim Hyun-gu to cover his ears. Geez, you're loud. He sighed calmly and said, I'll go easy on you, so stop screaming your head off. After hearing that, Cog instantly fell silent. He quickly clapped his hands over his mouth to stop any more sounds from escaping, his face still filled with terror. Kim Hyun-gu smiled with satisfaction, then raised an eyebrow slightly. He lamented with a vile expression. Looking at this, people might think I'm the bad guy. Cog's secretary, crawling on the floor, glared resentfully at Kim Hyun-gu. But you are. Looking at Kim Hyun-gu sitting in front of him, Cog couldn't help but wonder, where exactly did he get his information? As if reading his mind, Kim Hyun-gu voiced Cog's thoughts aloud. You're wondering how I know, aren't you? That caught him completely by surprise. Kim Hyun-gu looked at the pathetic man kneeling before him and sighed theatrically. He said sarcastically, You people start begging for forgiveness once you know you're dead. Every single one of you is the— Miri, standing by, nodded her head repeatedly, agreeing with her master's words. From out of nowhere, Kim Hyun-gu produced a rock the size of his palm. Should I tell you how I know? He threw the rock hard at Cog's head. It's because every bastard in your guild is exactly the same. Being literally stoned made Cog's head spin, his face turning purple as he cried out, Ugh. Kim Hyun-gu picked up the rock again, bouncing it in his hand with a smirk. Now spit out everything you know, if not. Cog was still clutching his head from the pain he'd just experienced, his legs shaking as he cried out. Ah! Kim Hyun-gu's hand was already blazing with fire as he growled furiously. If not, sensing the danger, Cog looked up, still holding his head in fear. Kim Hyun-gu threatened, I wonder what a head smashed open with a rock looks like. Maybe I should give it a try. He chuckled, raising the rock to his shoulder, his face full of sinister intent. I couldn't handle the immense pressure. I had no choice but to travel back in time to the past. Before that, Ares CW was holding a small, spherical object. You told me to bury this in the dungeon that Kim Hyun-gu captured. In the room, CW was conversing with a white-haired man. Judging by how he was addressed, the man appeared to be very powerful. What is that? CW repeatedly asked the man who was gazing out the window. He turned his head with a sinister smile. It's a detonator. CW froze, listening intently as Mason continued to explain, You know what a monster wave is, don't you? Looking at the table, CW explained. Yes. In the early days when the tower first appeared, it was a catastrophe. Our understanding of the tower was still very limited. At that time, only a handful of hunters were managing it. The newspapers were constantly running stories. Of course, back then, there were still some dungeons that couldn't be conquered. If the monsters in a dungeon weren't cleared by the deadline, a dungeon break would occur and the monsters would escape. They would destroy everything and hunt down humans. That is what a monster wave is. Standing under the moonlight, Mason was pleased with the answer. Good. You know all about it. I intend to create a monster wave. This statement made CW look worriedly at the orb in his hand. Mason held out his hand to elaborate on his dark plan. After that, he'll be shunned by the entire world for his lax management. Then, we will take back the dungeon. A perfect plan. Mason looked over at CW with a scheming expression. If everything goes smoothly, I will guide you in reorganizing the guild. Back in the original room, CW knelt timidly before him. And that's what happened. After hearing the story, Mishin was skeptical. How strange. She approached CW, revealing the skull tattoo on her slender back as she interrogated him. Why would Mason follow that guy's plan? At the time you're talking about, Mason had nothing to do with my master. Going to such lengths just to get rid of master is completely unnecessary. The more she spoke, the more a dark, murderous aura emanated from her. Unless, you're lying. The boy shrank back, his face turning pale as he stammered. Don't. I thought the same thing, Kim Hyunu said, resting his chin on his hand. So, Mason was only pretending to help me, but he had another plan behind my back. He covered his face, full of doubt. No way. So he was even willing to let? Meanwhile, in Washington, a wine decanter and a chessboard were set up for battle on a table. Mason held two large detonator orbs in his hand. He sighed, "Teesk," so it ended up like this. He sipped his red wine, bored, thinking about Muson's failure. He was a crucial step in destroying the 9th floor. In the dark room, a sliver of light crept across Mason's face. It cut diagonally across one of his eyes, making his scheming expression even sharper. Did I underestimate the situation? Mason was lost in thought again, an image of the Earth in space appearing before him. When I first reached the 9th floor, I thought it would be a piece of cake. The image of the Earth gradually shattered, clearly showing his disappointment. Then I met Hazma and was certain that we were prepared to destroy this world, step by step. Low-level Grambers don't have enough power to destroy the world on their own. The plan was proceeding smoothly without any issues, with only the final step remaining. Using Ares, I could monopolize all the dungeons in the world. Such a meticulously calculated plan. He had already arranged the chess pieces so clearly. With my own power, I successfully brought Muson and other hunters under my command. Now, if I place the detonator in Ares' dungeon and Muson's massacre begins at just the right moment, the 9th floor will be finished. On the chessboard, Mason moved his piece, knocking over his opponents in a display of victory. But ever since that guardian, Kim Hyunu, left the tower and opened the gate. If they just sit and wait, all those who have climbed to that place will die. Even Hasbo. The Hasbo symbol on the chess piece was decapitated, but what he left behind is still there. Although that assistant is quite cunning, he's not very smart. I didn't pay much attention to him because I thought everything would be fine as long as I controlled him. The appearance of Kim Hyunu destroyed all the potential pawns Mason held, as well as his entire plan. And then Muson was defeated by that guardian. Thinking of this, Mason furiously gritted his teeth. He crushed the half-full wine glass in his hand. Damn it. What did the glass ever do to him? Mason looked at his wine-covered hand with a cold expression. Humping. He took a cloth to wipe his hand and looked up at the chessboard. No matter. I still have a plan B. Using the organizations that have been built in the shadows. To Mason, these organizations were nothing more than sacrificial pawns in a game of chess. After finding Muson, I kept a close eye on him, thinking the plan would fall apart if I didn't supervise him. But after checking, I realized he had developed on his own. He became extremely powerful. As a result, a series of large barrels filled with explosive orbs were now placed before Mason. He exclaimed with satisfaction. Excellent. While he was enjoying the moment, a voice called out from nowhere. You look happy, don't you? Mason was still in high spirits, not yet noticing anything strange. Indeed. Oh, before he could finish his sentence, he was attacked. Startled, I turned toward the voice, only to see Kim Hyunu standing there casually. Ma-sun shouted, his voice filled with surprise. Is that Kim Hyunu? In response, the man just gave an arrogant smile. Oh, he's stepping forward. How does he always get it right when it comes to these kinds of deductions? Ma-sun stood up in fear and took a few steps back. A vision appeared with lines of reasoning. The guardian, the one called Ma-sun, is likely a climber hiding on the 9th floor. The scene flashes back to a discussion with Ai. In the cozy living room, she said, I've looked through the internet and the news. Until the first rift appeared, there was no evidence that Ma-sun ever existed. Her adorable face was serious as she analyzed. Then he suddenly appeared and got involved in shady business. On top of that, he has underground connections with Muson. She used logic to break down her suspicions. How could Muson, who is neither a guardian nor a climber, know the truth about this world? Did someone tell him? Hearing this, Kim Hyunu thought it made sense and fell deep in thought. I said worriedly. This is just my speculation. Her face clearly showed excitement, but she continued. If you don't think it's right, then don't go looking for him. A voice cut through the conversation. Your body hasn't fully recovered yet. Back in the room with Ma-sun, Kim Hyunu smiled lightly and cracked his neck to stretch. I've waited a long time to deal with you myself, but it's worth it. Ma-sun anxiously turned his head to look at the explosive marbles he had prepared. Kim Hyunu continued, You've brought all the evidence right here. The man questioned him, his voice trembling slightly. How did you get in here? Kim Hyunu smirked and got into his stance. You don't need to know. The system panel announced. Skill. Information authority. Red text reading unverifiable appeared above Ma-sun's head. His face was filled with worry. Ma-sun gritted his teeth as he looked at Kim Hyunu. He's a real monster. Wasting no time, Kim Hyunwoo gathered his inner power and charged straight at Ma-sun to attack. The entire room flashed with a brilliant light, accompanied by Kim Hyunwoo's fierce voice. "You little rat, run for it." Hit by Hyunwoo's attack, Ma-sun let out a vicious scream of pain and was sent flying upwards. Before he could even react, Hyunwoo had already leaped up behind him. He launched a strike at Ma-sun's back, leaving him unable to fight back. Taking Hyunwoo's blow, Ma-sun crashed hard to the ground. After the painful landing, Ma-sun angrily turned to face Hyunwoo and cursed, "You damn bastard." Before he could finish his sentence, Hyunwoo landed another blow to Ma-sun's face. Ma-sun screamed in pain, "Ah." Hyunwoo, radiating killing intent, said, "Hey, Ma-sun." He then grinned smugly and said with satisfaction, "Let's end this quickly." Ma-sun turned his head slightly, glaring at Hyunwoo with eyes full of resentment. Suddenly, Ma-sun smirked and yelled, "Stop." Just as Hyunwoo was about to finish Ma-sun off with the Twin Thunder God strike, his entire body suddenly became paralyzed. His raised foot froze eerily in midair. Hyunwoo, bewildered, had no idea what was happening. "What the hell? My body, it won't move." While Hyunwoo was still confused about the situation, Ma-sun got to his feet, his face filled with killing intent. With a grunt, Hyunwoo fell to the ground. Ma-sun looked down at him. Suddenly, Ma-sun let out a furious roar, "You son of a bitch." Then he kicked out, launching an attack at Hyunwoo. Despite having fallen, Hyunwoo remained motionless on the ground, stuck in the same position as before. Hyunwoo's face still showed his confusion. He thought, "What's happening? My body is frozen like a stone." Ma-sun walked closer to Hyunwoo. "Fool, barging into my home with no preparation." Ma-sun summoned a book and said, "Did you think everyone would just lie down and wait for you to defeat them?" Suddenly, multiple streams of light shot straight into Ma-sun's body. He laughed and said, "I was going to let someone else handle you, but it seems I'll have to step in after all. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the voice of the people, Ransa." At that moment, Ma-sun was wearing a different outfit and a bright light shone around him. He spread his arms, laughed hoarsely, and said, "And this place? This is the restricted area that I've worked tirelessly for years to create. It doesn't matter how strong you are. As long as you're in here, you can't defeat me." Hearing Ma-sun's words, Hyunwoo thought with some concern, "This is bad. So you can only use your power within this area?" Ma-sun smiled and replied, "That's right." Hyunwoo thought to himself that killing a guardian was extremely important for him. Ma-sun is nearly invincible in this area, but he's extremely weak outside of it. Besides, it doesn't matter how large the restricted area is. It only has a radius of 200 meters, and yet he decided to step right into it himself. Suddenly, he cornered Hyunwoo against the steps and spoke, "Do you have any last words?" Hyunwoo said, "I just have one question." The man narrowed his eyes in confusion. "Huh." Hyunwoo looked at Ma-sun and asked, "How many climbers are there right now?" After hearing Hyunwoo's question, Ma-sun gave a confused smile and thought, "How ridiculous. Is he that desperate?" Then, Ma-sun answered Hyunwoo's question. "You're about to die, and that's what you're asking? Sorry, but I can't answer that, because there are always new climbers, even at this very moment." Hearing Ma-sun's answer, Hyunwoo narrowed his eyes in anger and thought, "So, that means he doesn't know either. I see." Hyunwoo continued, "Then I will ask one last question. What do you know about those who reclimb the tower?" Ma-sun thought for a moment and said, "They are the ones who have fallen from the constellations. They are beings who lost their power and were cast down, and they climb the tower to reclaim what they've lost. Simply put, they are former gods." Hyunwoo was a bit surprised by Ma-sun's answer and said doubtfully, "Former gods." Ma-sun grew impatient, not wanting to answer further, and said, "Our conversation ends here. This much mercy is enough for a man about to die. That's right, this is more than enough for a man about to die." After saying that, Hyunwoo unleashed his power, shot up to his feet, and said, "Isn't it?" Seeing Hyunwoo stand up, Ma-sun was utterly shocked and said fearfully, "How are you able to move?" Ma-sun stumbled backward, saying, "That's impossible inside a restricted area." "How?" While Ma-sun was completely stunned, frantically flipping through the pages of a book, Hyunwoo said, "Of course, I've already figured out all your tricks." Hyunwoo smirked, walking slowly toward Ma-sun. "Go to hell with that Rian thing of yours. This is simply mana control." Ma-sun's face twisted in anger as he cursed, "You bastard." He then extended his hand, sending a wave of magic toward Hyunwoo and commanding, "Stand still, stop breathing, kill yourself." But it all failed. Hyunwoo used a technique to prevent the magic wave from entering his body. Seeing this, Ma-sun was terrified. Hyunwoo looked at his own hand and thought, "My fight with Musin was really useful. I don't know the name of this technique, but it easily purges mana invading my Kai flow. When he blocked my Asura's scorching dance strike, he used this technique. I'm still too inexperienced." Then, Hyunwoo leaped high into the air, gathering his power and declaring, "Now, it's my turn to attack." Hyunwoo used Asura's scorching dance strike, swinging it down toward Ma Sun and causing a massive explosion. After landing the blow, Hyun-Yu smirked and said, he wasn't anything special after all. Suddenly, Hyun-Yu's jaw dropped. Huh. What the hell? I can't sense any presence. Before Hyun-Yu was a scene of utter chaos, but there was no sign of Ma Sun. Hyun-Yu muttered, he must have run away. Cough, cough, pant. Ma Sun was now sitting in a chair, covered in injuries. Ma Sun thought, if I hadn't used teleportation, I would have been dead. The damage to my body is severe, but I'll be fine. Ma Sun sat in the middle of a room flanked by bodyguards. He thought Plan B was started with the Mexican underworld, but now it's a secret organization that has engulfed all of Europe. As long as I have this organization in my hands, I can start over. As Ma Sun was smiling to himself, a voice suddenly spoke out. There you are. Ma Sun looked toward the source of the voice, smiled, and said, ah, it's been a while, hasn't it? Footsteps approached Ma Sun. A girl with purple hair was entering, escorted by a male bodyguard. That girl was Hanerin. Hanerin smiled, looking at Ma Sun. The sun rose high, its light shining down on the rooftops, reflecting off the glass of the towering skyscrapers. In the middle of it all stood one building that outshone the rest, the headquarters of the Global Hunter Association. Senator Liam picked up his phone, looking at a 33-second-long audio recording. He spoke with confusion. This isn't urgent or rushed at all. Kim Hyun-Yu shrugged casually and told the senator, just listen to it first. Liam thoughtfully followed his advice and pressed play. His eyes focused intently on the contents of the recording, a hint of worry clearly visible on his face. From the recording, a familiar voice emerged, talking about Muzin's failure. Upon hearing this, the senator's face turned pale. He showed clear astonishment, his eyes wide and his body breaking out in a cold sweat. What could possibly make a powerful senator so afraid? The recording hadn't stopped, so the voice continued to speak about destroying the 9th floor. As the recording played on, Liam panicked and loudly asked Kim Hyun-Yu. This voice is, in stark contrast to the senator's expression. While Liam was in a state of panic, Hyun-Yu wore a faint smile, a trace of arrogance and contempt playing on his lips. He still hadn't answered Liam's question, so the senator had no choice but to continue listening to the recording. The voice on the recording introduced itself with authority. I am Riona. Wasn't this the person that Kim Hyun-Yu's subordinate had already eliminated? The senator knew the context of this conversation. Wanting to confirm his suspicions, he asked Hyun-Yu again, is this real? To confirm it for the senator, Hyun-Yu closed his eyes and gave a slight nod in agreement. After understanding the situation, Senator Liam fell into deep thought, propping his hands on the table as he pondered. This truth about Ma Sun was quite shocking, but he clasped his hands together and considered it. Thinking about how easily Ryan Sada was destroyed, a brilliant idea sparked in the senator's mind. With this, we can overcome Ma Sun's faction and the Hunter Association. He had devised a plan. He would give this recording to his subordinates, already imagining the scene in his head. Even if Ma Sun is criticized, it won't be easy because he's still very nimble in the political arena. But this recording is enough to sink him completely. A perfect weapon to expose his dirty deeds. He now held a fantastic weapon in his hands. Senator Liam returned to his conversation with Kim Hyun-Yu. He knew the man must have a reason for giving this to him so easily. Since I'm handing this over, let me ask first. You brought this to me, so you must want something in return, right? How efficient. If only everyone were as reasonable as our dear congressman here. Kim Hyun-Yu happily stated his terms for the deal. I'm glad you catch on quick. It's not much. I just need you to manipulate the media a little. You mean, like, downplaying it? Not only did I find it hard to believe, but even Liam Lowe, a man of supreme power, was stunned when he heard it. Bewildered and astonished. The media? He asked casually. That's right. Kim Hyun-Yu replied nonchalantly. I don't want to be bothered by that pack of reporters anymore. Kim Hyun-Yu playfully rocked his chair, gesturing as if his terms were an incredible bargain for the congressman. This is a win-win situation. You'll easily be able to strip Ma Sun of his power, and my life will get a lot easier. Seeing that he had nothing to lose from the request, Liam agreed to the deal, though he still had some slight concerns. All right, but if this is released anonymously, they'll surely use every trick in the book to cover it up. But things would be different if I were the leading congressman. So, he's playing his cards right. Huh. Give this guy an inch, and he'll take a mile. And yet, our Kim Hyun-Yu agreed. Good, let's go with that. After achieving his goal, our Kim Hyun-Yu ended the conversation. He pushed back his chair to leave. I'll be going now. It seemed Liam Lowe had something more to say and quickly told him to wait. He stated his own request. Can I ask you a few things? Kim Hyun-Yu was a little startled when he said that. He turned his eyes back toward the man. The senator brought up the issue that was on his mind. I saw it on the news before you arrived. There was a massive mana explosion at Ma Sun's estate this morning. The scene shown was nothing but a pile of collapsed ruins. Not a single trace was left. Without any hesitation, Liam directly stated his thoughts, wanting Kim Hyun-Yu to confirm them. Did you kill Ma Sun? Unsure how to answer, Kim Hyun-yu looked a bit dejected, scratching his head in thought. Not yet. Oh, Senator, that doesn't mean he didn't do it, just that the time isn't right. The day will come when Ma-san falls at our protagonist's hands. There was a good reason he didn't kill him. Hyun-yu reported back to Mr. Liam. Miriam and I searched the area. We couldn't find any trace of him. He must have escaped. Rummaging through his thoughts about those villains, Kim Hyun-yu remembered that Gimber usually disappears after dying, but I didn't receive any notification, which is a bit annoying. Hyun-yu clicked his tongue in frustration. Just when you think he's being serious, he goes and makes that "oh my god" face. Kim Hyun-yu pouted and grimaced, blaming himself. From now on, I shouldn't get involved in these political matters. But now I have to find that rat again. Oh, what a pain. Well, you've already started, so you have to see it through, right? You can't just irresponsibly leave it halfway. What kind of hero does that? To serve his own goal of taking down the enemy, Kim Hyun-yu put on a businesslike smile, wanting to ask Liam Lo for a favor. Congressman, I need you to search for Ma's son. Before he could finish his sentence, a strange blue-purple light appeared before his eyes. It blocked his vision, causing him to widen his eyes in bewilderment. Huh? The scene changes to the location of Kim Hyun-yu's second disciple, Hanarin. She walks step by step past the corpses sprawled on the ground, a very sinister smile on her face. Approaching Rian-sa, Hanarin spoke up. You look tired. Sitting on a throne of status, he clutched a wound on his chest and said, I have a few problems to solve. When he said this, she feigned doubt. Problems? He got straight to the point. Kim Hyun-yu is the bastard standing in our way. Hanarin's heart skipped a beat when she heard that, because the name he had just mentioned was her master's. Knowing he had ill intentions toward her master, her eyes sharpened as she glanced at him. In a nonchalant tone, she played dumb and asked him, Oh, is that so? Ryan-say thought she was on his side. He complained to her, because of him, our secret plan has been delayed a little. Walking up the stairs, step by step, Hanarin played along with him. What a pity, she said, not letting on that she was on Kim Hyun-yu's side. He said trustingly, Don't worry. With you as my right hand, the organization has grown this much. It won't be a problem for me to conquer this world anymore. Nice plan, but too bad you're not the main character, buddy. Suddenly, Hanarin contradicted his statement. No, that's not it. Ryan-sa panicked a little. His face fell and he broke into a cold sweat, a huge question mark appearing over his head in confusion. A thwump sound rang out, blood splattering everywhere as a sharp sword pierced through Ryan-sa's chest from behind the chair, causing him to look down with astonished eyes. He probably never imagined this would happen to him. His face still hadn't registered what was happening. From behind the chair, Hanarin's face slowly peeked out, a wicked smile on her lips. As for Ryan-sa, having just taken a direct hit to the chest, the veins in his eyes bulged in pain as he screamed. Oh, what a pity for a life full of ambition but with misplaced trust. Stepping out in front, Hanarin mocked him with a jeering tone. I pity you for being too foolish to believe what's happening right before your eyes. Ryan-sa looked up at her with hateful eyes. His body, weakened from blood loss, trembled all over as he whimpered like an abandoned dog. Looking away, he desperately searched for a lifeline. Was someone like him really going to die such a pathetic death? With eyes like a hawk, Ryan-sa scanned his underlings below and reached out a hand, pleading for help. Where's everyone? What are you doing? He yelled, still ordering his subordinates to seize her. But upon receiving his command, his underlings remained as still as statues. Could it be that they, no longer wanting to serve under him, had already pledged their loyalty to Henry? Witnessing his betrayal by everyone with his own eyes, Ryan-sa was filled with a speechless resentment. He could only grit his teeth and accept his fate, while Henry continued to taunt him in his final moments. Why so shocked? Even with his sword run clean through him, he somehow found the strength to grab her shirt and demand answers. How? How could you betray me? What can I say? You're just unlucky. Ignoring his obvious desperation, she gently brushed his hand away. Prying his hand from her collar, she retorted, cornering him. What are you talking about? Radiating an overwhelming aura, Hanare placed one hand on her hip and pointed the other straight at his face, clarifying the meaning of his accusation. It seems you don't understand the meaning of betrayal. Are you implying that you and I were on the same side? In the spacious hall, beneath elegant lanterns, Hanare's powerful words echoed clearly. It's true that I received a great deal of help from our initial exchanges. I didn't intend to kill you. An expression of discontent crossed her face, as if blaming him for bringing this upon himself. Until recently. But I still couldn't believe a word you said. You have no pride. None. You really should read up on Nam Kao's Lao hack. Maybe you'd learn something about dignity. It's pathetic to see someone live so shamelessly. Hanare finally unleashed her pent-up anger. I built this organization from nothing. And you claim that I am your right-hand woman? You think I'd ever bow my head to someone like you? How could he argue? Her words hit too close to home. Ryan-sa could only clutch his wound and snarl like a cornered animal. To teach him a lesson about his place, Henry continued her verbal assault. In that case, you just foolishly admitted it yourself. The head of the Illuminati was decided long ago. Below, colorful light streamed through the stained glass. Henry raised her hand into the light, reminding him with an arrogant air, wasn't this organization created as a gift for that person from the very beginning? Rayona seemed utterly shocked by her words. What? Neither quickly nor slowly. Henry began to slowly pull the sword from his body, telling him, maybe I should tell you why you have to die, though this moron probably wouldn't understand anyway. She had been pulling the sword out slowly, but then suddenly yanked it free, sending a long spray of blood across the floor. The blade tore through the bench behind him, making Rayona cough up blood in agony as she withdrew the crimson-stained sword. Her eyes blazed as she delivered her final warning. You are not the master of the Illuminati. You tried to harm my master. Did you think I would simply stand by and let that happen? At her words, Riona's head slumped forward, motionless. Unsure if he was truly unconscious or just planning his escape, Hanari gave an order to the men she had won over. Get rid of him. And the chair. But then, something unusual happened. The hand resting on the chair began to move quickly. He wasn't trying to escape. Rather, because his body was that of a climber, it was disappearing upon death. In an instant, not a trace of him remained. Hanari's eyes widened in shock. He vanished. Witnessing this vanishing act, Hanari immediately thought of two beings, the night parade of 100 demons and the heavenly demon. She came to a conclusion. So, he really was one of them. Her hand gently touched the horned skull on her shoulder. It was like a support item. Hanari mused to herself, Master, no matter what battle you must face. Touching the skull, she closed her eyes with a faint smile, making a promise to herself and to Kim Hyunwoo that she would help him at any cost. The scene cuts back to our protagonist, Kim Hyunwoo. A large system window popped up with a notification. You have found and eliminated a hidden climber. Location, Mexico City. You have successfully captured climber Riona Segrin. Avi, Kim Hyunwoo's supporter, pointed to the screen and concluded, there's no doubt about it, Riona is dead. Our hero, Kim Hyunwoo, found this hard to believe. Really? He asked, just to be sure. I was with Liam, so I just assumed it was some kind of error. Avi explained that his information authority score had increased. Still, he couldn't quite understand the situation. Hyunwoo rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. What in the world happened? He had no idea his disciple had given him such a surprise. What a wasted opportunity. He could only assume that Riona had been finished off by the lingering effects of one of his own attacks. Was he hit by one of my attacks earlier? But the timing is weird. The logic didn't add up, so his thoughts shifted. Or was he killed by someone else? He did escape while heavily wounded, after all. He might have a pretty face, but he was no simpleton. The more he thought about it, the more frustrating it got. In the end, he decided to let it go. An enemy had been defeated, and that's what mattered. He leaned back in his chair. Whatever. Knowing how he died isn't going to help me anyway. All that matters is that the job is done. To make sure his job was secure, he asked Avi doubtfully, I'm guessing there aren't any more of them hiding, right? Avi replied uncertainly. I think so. Hearing the answer he wanted, Hyunwoo relaxed. All right, then I have no reason to be here anymore. Avi asked, You're leaving already? Kim Hyunwoo quickly made an excuse. Yeah, I got a few things to take care of. He gave an enthusiastic smile, leaned in close, and said to Avi, What's wrong? You want a few more game discs? His words hit a nerve, and she bashfully made an excuse. No, that's not it. Her words said one thing, but her actions said the complete opposite. She pulled Hyunwoo's hand forward, and he, confused, could only follow her. Avi pointed to a high-tech device on the computer screen. She revealed her desire. This one looks promising. Hyunwoo was shocked by her request, unable to hide his surprise as he said loudly, This device? Knowing he was about to refuse, she tried to persuade him with sparkling, expectant eyes. It's the latest trend. If I have it, I'll be able to do my work more efficiently. Unable to refuse those hopeful eyes, he reluctantly agreed. Fine. After their conversation, he walked out the gate wearing an incredibly tacky pair of three-striped sandals. The iron gate slowly opened. Waiting outside the gate was Mi Jong. She bowed respectfully. Master, you're here. Seeing his disciple waiting, Kim Hyunwoo asked, How is everyone else? She answered him, I think they're all ready. Finally, the two of them got into a white car. As the car started, Kim Hyunwoo lowered his voice. All right, let's go. He reached out and patted Pito Jila's head beside him. When he patted her head, she shyly blushed and drew back. He commanded, Let's move out. Arriving at the labyrinth dungeon, she, worried that the plan might have flaws, looked up and asked him, Master, if the others aren't ready, will it be okay? It'll be fine. But that's what other people would say. As for Kim Hyunwoo, he could carry the team all by himself. It's unclear if there was a hidden meaning in his words, but they made the faint-hearted Mi Jeong shyly cover her face. They aren't necessary. All I need is my disciple." With a line like that, how could the young lady possibly escape? Hearing him say that, Mi Jung was completely smitten, cupping her cheeks with both hands and looking adorable. "Master, how could you say something like that?" What else was he supposed to say? But he meant he wanted to borrow her power, not what the young lady was thinking. Good grief, what a wild imagination. Despite his little disciple being completely love-struck, Kim Hyun-woo remained focused on the information on his phone. He looked on thoughtfully. Humph. On his phone were a series of sizzling hot articles about the latest news. It was about the death of Ryun Sha. Breaking news. The truth about the Hunter massacre. The demon god was the culprit behind it all. Shocking news of the Musen massacre. Demon god. Shocking news of the Musen massacre. Maon hired Kim Hee-woo to assassinate him. Ares Guild Master Maon spoke out, saying, "I have no relationship with that man." Reading the latest news, our dear Kim Hee-woo scoffed. It hasn't even been half a day. He's as swift and efficient as I expected. Satisfied with what Liam had done, he couldn't be bothered anymore and put his phone in his pocket. Looks like I don't have to worry about that issue anymore. Holding a piece of cloth in his hand, the system screen displayed a notification for a new mission. Origin of the incomplete Weasel Labyrinth Stone. Progress. 0%. He resolved to do his best. A small, ugly goblin charged straight at Kim Hyun-woo. It had no regard for its own life, nor did it have any sort of strategy. It just rushed in like a moth to a flame. Because of its pea-sized brain, it received a painful kick to the face from him. That one blow was enough to take it down. One look at Kim Hyun-woo's fist was enough to understand the power it held, so much so that white smoke was still drifting from his hand. He clearly showed his boredom with these pathetically weak monsters. Iska. It wasn't that he was worried about strong enemies. Rather, he was complaining that their numbers were too large, which would take up too much of his time. Why are there so many of them? Just when he thought he had defeated all the goblins, Mi Jong, who was beside him, said, "Master, more are coming. Let your disciple handle them." With his hands still in his pockets, he now showed clear excitement on his face as he told her, "No need." As he spoke, his hands moved back and forth like an illusion, and the area around him seemed to be summoning magic with a stream of red power. With a single move, he flashed past the puny goblins with a predatory, demonic grin. The skill he had just used was the Overlord's annihilating fist, whose wide area of pressure and immense power sent the creatures flying everywhere. Every last one of them took the full force of the blow, flying like baby birds learning to fly. His teammates from afar witnessed the entire process of him taking down the enemies with such speed. Hansel couldn't hold back his admiration and exclaimed, "Whoa, he's seriously strong." Lee Seo-jong also had to admit, "Even though I already knew that, I can't help but be amazed every time I see it." Kim Si-hyun said nothing. He was lost in his own thoughts. If Jin Ah-seop and I joined forces, the three of us could probably defeat that number of weasels. But it wouldn't be as easy as this. He looked at that overwhelming figure. His get-up sports shorts paired with three-striped sandals, slouching lazily made him look no different from some street punk. But Kim Si-hun was completely in awe of his strength. Is this the gap between us and him? Suddenly, an enthusiastic voice called out his name. Hearing the call, Kim Si-hun turned to look. It turned out the excited person was Park Gammon. He was holding a camera, recording the video of Kim Hun-yu defeating the goblins. His face beamed with joy at being allowed to tag along. "Thanks for letting me be your porter." He was live-streaming the recent battle. "All right, is the live stream good? The view count is insane. This is amazing." Along with it came a flood of excited comments, and they gave our Kim Hun-yu a nickname. Kim Si-hun, watching the stream, was also astonished. He's also extremely famous. While he was engrossed in the stream, the star of the battle called out, "Hey, you, get up here." Realizing Kim Hun-yu was calling him, Kim Si-hun jumped and replied, "Huh? But we're only on the 14th floor." But his system had already displayed a notification. Labyrinth attack completion rate, 100%. Yeah, we've met the quota. Kim Hun-yu clenched his fists, trembling with anger. All I had to do was kill monsters for the completion rate to go up. I can't believe it was that easy. What was I even worried about? After completing the mission, he spoke up, asking about everyone's well-being. Besides, it doesn't matter what we do down here. Will you all be okay? Perfectly fine. Just as he predicted, they were confused when he said that. What do you mean? The group, worried about him, wanted to be sure and asked again. You don't have a map. Will it be okay for just the two of you to go up? Wait a minute, do you two even know how to read a map? Surely a brute like Kim Hun-yu wouldn't be skilled in such matters. He glanced over at his disciple as if expecting an answer, but she just turned her face and looked away. There was no escaping it. Kim Hun-yu cleared his throat loudly. "Ahem, disciple." She replied with a sullen face. "Yes, master." Not wanting to make things difficult for Mi Chi-young, he forced a laugh to brush it off. "Ah, never mind." Hearing that, she let out a quiet sigh of relief. "Yes, master." The young Park Gammon, acting faster than he could think, volunteered to be their guide. Let me go with you too. I can read a map. He seemed jumpy, but he looked pretty sharp. But Kim Hun-yu didn't need him. I don't really care, but won't you lose your salary if you leave now? He couldn't care less about a measly salary. What he was aiming for was real money. The kid looked on with excited anticipation. Anyway, I can just earn money through my live stream. It's settled. He boldly shouted, "All right, follow me." Meanwhile, in Naren's castle, a bucket of cold water was splashed directly in John Michael's face. The cold water shocked him out of his daze. As he came to, he found his entire body tightly bound to a cold, iron chair. John Michael panicked, shouting and demanding, "Why are you doing this to me? What did I do wrong?" The orange-haired underling with slick-back hair mockingly answered his question. "Who knows? I don't know either. Maybe it's because you pissed off our boss. It was a line you wanted to punch someone for, a reason used in every action movie." Hanari appeared from the doorway of the sealed cell. The underling noticed her presence and turned his head to look. Without beating around the bush, Hanari, her face burning with anger and arms crossed, got straight to the point. "Was it you? You're the one who gave my master a hard time. You're not getting away with this." Hearing her words, he panicked, sweat pouring down his body. John Michael still wasn't sure who she was referring to. "Master?" For some reason, he grew more and more panicked to the point where he began to stutter. "A hard time? What do you mean? Hunter Kim Hun-yu? Wow." A final spark of intelligence. As if to confirm his words, Hanari walked over to a panel of control buttons. She flashed a forced, yet dangerous smile. The moment she pressed the red button on the panel, a powerful electric current shot through the iron chair, jolting John Michael with a paralyzing shock that made his whole body convulse. She warned, "Do you understand now?" He screamed in agony from the electric shock. Ah. On the verge of tears, he trembled and begged Hanari, "Please stop. Help me. I didn't know." You think ignorance is an excuse. For someone as devoted to her master as Hanari, she would see this through to the end. You didn't know. To save his own life, he played along. Yes, I really didn't know. She was only pretending to ask. Hanari knew the truth all along. She gave him a physics lesson using the right-hand rule, her face serious as she spoke to John Michael in a sharp tone. "Are you aware that the articles about my master are under strict control?" Hearing this, John Michael seemed to have a sudden realization. So that's what it was. By the time he realized it, it was far too late. But what could he do when he wasn't the main character of the story? Looking at a small logo on Hanarin's collar, a very familiar image jogged his memory. It was from before, in the reception room, when John Michael was getting water from the cooler and chatting with someone next to him. "Hey, doesn't this whole thing seem fishy?" The person next to him was a bit confused and asked, "What do you mean?" John Michael immediately voiced his thoughts. "I mean, Kim Hun-yu. Why does everything about him sound so heroic?" "Because he is a hero." "Are you jealous or something?" The office worker next to him didn't hesitate to share his opinion. "It's understandable. He's the one who caught Musin, the man who started the massacre, right?" Although his words seemed correct, they couldn't dispel the man's suspicion. It was as if everything about him was being covered up. John Michael posed a series of questions he'd been thinking about for a long time. How come there aren't any conspiracy articles or rumors about him? Wouldn't journalists want to write something different to make a name for themselves? Before he could finish, the office worker cut him off. "Don't dig too deep." He was cut off right as he was getting into his sarcastic rant. John Michael was suspicious. Huh? The office worker told him to just do what everyone else was doing. The simple stories about Kim Hun-yu currently get more views than any scandals about him would. As if to give John Michael a warning, the young man slapped him on the shoulder and said, "There's no point in standing out. Don't do anything stupid. You'd have to be clueless not to get such a hint." And yet, John Michael didn't understand, questioning the subtle warning. He grabbed the young man's hand, about to ask something. Before he could speak, a familiar eye tattoo appeared on the back of the young man's neck. He asked him, "Have you always had that tattoo?" Fearing he would discover something, he quickly covered it with his hand and made an excuse. "Ah, it's recent." Back from the memory to the present, the same familiar image was in front of John Michael. Hanari crossed her arms, a dangerous smile on her face as she asked him, "Do you remember now? Not that remembering will save you." But she said it to let him have his final moments. He was now trembling with immense fear. Seeing Hanari's hand approaching, his face was a mess of tears and snot. He still couldn't believe everything had happened so quickly. How? How is this level of information control? She grabbed his head and began to get physical with him. While giving him a lesson in electricity, she offered him his final parting words. "Isn't that a disciple's duty?" John Michael screamed like a madman from her electric magic. Ah! He was like a lost puppy without its mother. "In my opinion, this Hanari has sacrificed so much for her master in secret. I hope our Kim Hun-yu doesn't let her down." Just as he was completely eliminated, the scene changed to Kim Hun-yu's location, where his system window displayed a new notification. Labyrinth stone level at 100%. The labyrinth stone is full, therefore you may use the power of Artron one time. Looking at the reward from the system, he let out a smirk that stretched from ear to ear. showing just how happy he was. Holding the great sword in his hand, Kim Hun-yu said with determination, "All right." The system window presented him with a choice. Would you like to use the origin of Tron, the sword of the heavenly demon? Yes or no? Kim Hun-yu excitedly told Michi, "Disciple, I need to go somewhere. So please take care of the dungeons." She asked him curiously, "Where are you going, master?" Without explaining the details, he only revealed that I need to go meet a few people. The system window still showed the choice, and it was obvious what our hero would pick. The moment he pressed the option, Kim Hun-yu was teleported to a strange place. It was nighttime here, with a sky full of stars, looking very ancient. After looking around to scout the area, Kim Hun-yu looked down at his hands and remarked, "This is more detailed than I thought. I can probably bring my equipment with me." After a quick glance around, Kim Hun-yu was surprised by a figure in front of him. "By the way, where did that guy come from? It seems like he just phased right through me." Turning his face to investigate, he didn't know what to say, nor how to react properly. His face froze, his feet glued to the spot. That familiar back with a long, high ponytail belonged not to a woman, but to a man who looked like he was from ancient times. That person was holding a sword identical to the one he had just been holding. Before he could process the situation, the man turned his face to look at him. How could I ever mistake that face? It's the heavenly demon, or by his other familiar name, Chioma. Is this the one Kim Hun-yu has been searching for day and night? Meanwhile, on the 8th floor, the dragon used the last of its strength. It spread its undamaged wing to move, trying to hold up its injured head. It squeezed its eyes shut in pain, but forced them open to say, "Is that all you can do?" The antennae on the Monkey King's helmet twitched. The king sat cross-legged in the air, laughing scornfully in reply. "I thought you were the floor guardian." Scratching his head, the Monkey King grinned with a clearly triumphant face. "Heh." The dragon gritted its teeth and glared, saying, "Who are you? I can't believe you possess such power in that half-human, half-beast body." Wukong hopped around on the sharp rocks nearby. "You so-called guardians are foolish to judge others by their appearance alone." As he spoke, the Monkey King raised his hand, and from midair, a glowing ribbon appeared, twisting into a spiral. The Monkey King closed his eyes and smiled gently, saying smugly, "I'll show you just how special I am. You fool. Those ribbons are coming together to form a staff." The Monkey King said, "Watch closely, you ignorant lizard. I am no ordinary being." The Monkey King spun his staff behind him and said with a triumphant smile, "I am the one who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace, the handsome Monkey King, Sun Wukong." Kim Hyun-woo was watching the heavenly demon from behind, when suddenly the heavenly demon whipped around in surprise. "How did you get here?" Hyun-woo stood frozen, bewildered. He stiffened, forcing a smile as he thought to himself, "Huh? He recognizes me. I was sure that Odin's skill was to travel to the past. It allows its user to teleport to its past and learn martial arts from its master." Abe had confirmed it. But after seeing his reaction, the heavenly demon calmly asked him, "How were you able to enter this dimension of reincarnation?" Surprised to hear that, he asked, "What?" "The dimension of reincarnation." The heavenly demon calmly replied, "Did you die too?" Hyun-woo shouted, "How could I possibly be dead?" The heavenly demon looked down and replied indifferently, "Well, you can't enter here unless you're dead." Hyun-woo shouted impatiently, "Hey, whatever. Just let me in." The heavenly demon didn't bother to reply, turning his face away. Hyun-woo thought angrily, "He's completely ignoring me." Then he closed his eyes and calmed himself down. "All right, calm down. Let's analyze the situation. First, I used Odin's power and successfully returned to the past to meet the heavenly demon. We shouldn't know each other, but he recognizes me." He was suspicious. Besides, the system had already announced that the effect of the source had been reduced. He continued to think about what he'd seen. Hyun-woo scratched his head. "What exactly is going on here? I came here to learn martial arts from the heavenly demon, the man standing right in front of me." With that thought, he clasped his hands together and said, "Hey, teach me some martial arts." The heavenly demon glared at him and said, "Are you kidding me?" Then the heavenly demon spun around and walked away, leaving Hyun-woo standing there, completely stunned. Not giving up, he followed him, saying, "I said, teach me martial arts." The heavenly demon replied coldly, "Stop buzzing around me." He snapped, "Just teach me." The heavenly demon, without hesitation, retorted loudly, "Get lost." Hyun-woo bit his lip hard in anger, scoffed, and thought to himself, "Calm down. I need to stay calm. Who would willingly teach someone their own skills anyway?" With that, he pouted, forced a pleading smile, and said, "Then, could you just show me a few basic moves?" The heavenly demon remained unmoved, replying coldly, "Fuck off." Hyun-woo's face stiffened in shock, and the last thread of his patience snapped. Then he blurted out, "What did you just say, you son of a bitch?" The heavenly demon turned his head back and repeated coldly, "I said, get lost. Weren't you the one who cursed me out before, calling me a 10-second teacher or something? Go use that massive amount of mana of yours somewhere else." Hearing that, Hyun-woo yelled, "Cursed you out, huh?" Saying that, Hyunwoo grinned and clenched his fist. A large, red circle of mana radiated from his back as he spoke arrogantly. How about you get a taste of what being cursed out really feels like? The heavenly demon watched, letting out a small, "oh." His indifferent attitude seemingly unchanged. He said nonchalantly, "That insane amount of mana you have is still the same. Huh. No, I suppose it has improved a little." Seeing the heavenly demon's indifferent attitude, Hyunwoo snapped, "You're pretty relaxed for someone who lost last time, aren't you? Guess you don't mind losing again, huh?" Hyunwoo yelled. The heavenly demon smirked and slowly walked down the steps, saying as he went, "No, that won't be happening again." His hand moving to draw his sword, the heavenly demon continued, "Because you can't kill me anymore." Hyunwoo grinned confidently and charged straight forward, preparing to punch the heavenly demon as he yelled, "We'll see about that." The powerful attack forced the heavenly demon back a little, but when the dust settled, it was clear he had easily blocked the blow with just one hand. The heavenly demon flexed his other hand and said, "I'm much faster than before." Then, with a single push from his blocking hand, he sent Hyunwoo flying backward with immense force, crashing hard and kicking up a cloud. Hyunwoo went flying, smashing into a wall, causing cracks to spread all around it. He sat there, clutching his stomach and panting, thinking to himself, "I didn't even see it." The heavenly demon thought to himself, faster than before. And stronger, too. Then he beckoned provocatively and said, "Want to try again?" Quick as a flash, Hyunwoo charged forward, and once again, his attack was blocked by the heavenly demon with a single hand. He quickly attacked with his other hand, but the heavenly demon dodged it with ease and grabbed that hand as well. He struggled, head bowed. Grimacing, he put all his strength into his leg, swinging a kick upward while shouting, "How are you so different from before?" The heavenly demon suddenly let go of both his hands, leaning back to dodge the kick. Hyunwoo gritted his teeth, thinking angrily, "I was able to beat him before." As if reading his mind, the heavenly demon spoke, "Isn't it obvious? I have my restrictions." Hearing that, Hyunwoo asked, "Restrictions?" The heavenly demon replied, "That's right. I was a grim reaper when we fought before." Hyunwoo, still clutching his stomach, asked, "What are you talking about?" The heavenly demon continued, "I couldn't use my full power because it was sealed." "How much do you know about climbers?" "You, a guardian of the 9th floor. How do you think climbers are ranked? Based on individual strength? Wrong. It's based on their achievements. It doesn't matter if you're a hero who saves the world or a villain who destroys it. It's no different from what people call black or white, good or evil. The tower only calculates and assigns ranks based on a climber's achievements." Hyunwoo rubbed his shoulders and asked, "So, once a climber becomes intermediate, is their power limited?" The heavenly demon looked a bit surprised and said, "I thought you were an idiot, but you catch on pretty quick." The heavenly demon held his sword, looked up at the sky, and said thoughtfully, "My combat ability is on par with a top-tier climber, but inside the tower, it's restricted because I don't have enough achievements. Just like that time we fought." As he was speaking, the heavenly demon raised his sword, slightly unsheathing it. "Why don't we stop the chit-chat? You said you wanted to learn martial arts, right? Well, I'll show you, since I'm pretty bored right now." Hyunwoo thought cautiously. "This is so sudden." The heavenly demon pointed his sword and continued, "That is, if you can kill me." Hyunwoo raised his hand in response without the slightest hesitation. "Of course. For a second there, I thought you changed your mind." Hyunwoo smirked, clenching his fist. "I can't learn any martial arts if I kill you, so I'll just beat you to a pulp instead." The heavenly demon calmly replied, "Don't worry. Bring everything you've got, because if you die here, you won't really die." Hyunwoo asked, confused, "What do you mean?" The heavenly demon raised his sword and said, "You need more experience to learn." With that, the heavenly demon moved like lightning, swinging his sword in a single slash that cut right through Hyunwoo, sending blood flying. He could only mutter. Before he could even process what was happening, the slash had hit him, leaving his body in shock. "My first death." That was Hyunwoo's last thought. The scene changes to the night sky in front of a high-rise apartment. Kim Si-hun asks, Hyunwoo went missing after his encounter with the heavenly demon. Myeong replied irritably, "That's right." With just the two of them in the room, an uncomfortable atmosphere descended. Si-hun thought, "What is it now? He might not be normal, but it would have been better if you told me beforehand." Myeong looked like an abandoned puppy, and his silent stare just made her angry. "What are you looking at?" Si-hun turned and walked away, thinking sadly, "She's always like this whenever Hyunwoo isn't here. I should just stay away." Suddenly, two figures in horned skull masks appeared on the ceiling, startling him. Once spotted, the two figures quickly fled. Kim Si-hun cried internally, "How many times has this happened? I can't even get any rest in my own home. I need to head back as soon as the house is repaired." With a cold gaze, Myeong glanced at a tightly tied brown bag on a chair. A sound, which only she could hear, was coming from inside. "I see. So you can hear my voice." A mystical golden light emanated from the bag. Miryong thought in confusion. Strange. I'm the only one who can hear that voice. It's not magic, but it's still very suspicious. If this wasn't Master's. As she was thinking, a voice from the bag reached Miryong's ears. You could wield my power and become even stronger. Little one, don't you want power? Miryong was confused. What is it talking about? Who is that? As she stared at the mysterious bag, an image appeared from within. A girl covering her mouth as she licked her lips, surrounded by a constant, mystical golden glow. She giggled and said to Miryong, "You don't need to be so wary of me." Then she added, "After all, I can't do anything without your permission." Next, she was seen sitting with her legs crossed in the bag's infinite space, as if reclining in a comfortable chair. She was surrounded by golden light with waves of water rippling beneath her feet. She introduced herself, "I am the master of all monsters, the chaos god of monstrous strength." In a forest somewhere, under a sky full of stars, something fell to the ground, moving too fast for the naked eye to see. A foot landed hard on the grass, making a long sliding sound. Yu tried to throw a punch at the heavenly demon, but it was easily blocked with a completely nonchalant expression. Next, he reached down to grab his shoulder. Then, using all his strength, he pulled the heavenly demon down and brought his knee up toward his face. Even though it happened in a flash, he managed to block the knee with his hand. Then the heavenly demon regained his footing, stood up straight, and twisted Yu's knee, sending his body spinning through the air as he cried out in pain. "Oh." Immediately after, he looked at him with a smug, mocking expression as he drew his sword, tilting his head and stating, "I recall reminding you that your attacks are too basic." As soon as he finished speaking, the blade was fully drawn, flashing brightly. While Yu's body was still spinning in mid-air, he was struck by a sharp slash before he could even react. Immediately after, Yu's body crashed to the ground with a loud thud. At the same time, blood started gushing from his stomach. Seeing this, he couldn't help but cough violently and curse in anger. Damn it all. Then Yu jumped back to his feet, his face filled with rage, while the wound on his stomach was already healing on its own. He yelled, "Stop." Then he glared at him and cursed again. "You bastard." Finally, unable to take it anymore, he grimaced, pointing a finger at the other man and screaming recklessly while the wound in his stomach continued to heal itself. "You said you'd give me advice while teaching me martial arts," he added. "You said that in this goddamn world, I couldn't die. But do you have any idea how many times you've already killed me?" he demanded. Seeing this, Ma calmly gripped his sword and answered, "Hunu, probably. About 99 times." Hearing how nonchalant he still was, he grew even more furious, practically fuming as he yelled the correction. "No, it was 100 times." Hearing this, the man tilted his head back, closing his eyes with a satisfied, provoking smile. In a soft voice, he shared his thoughts. "I'm quite pleased with that myself." Then, he shamelessly asked, "I've let out enough of my anger, so why don't you fight back?" Seeing such a contemptuous attitude, Hunu's face darkened. He clenched his fists so hard his whole body trembled with rage, grinding his teeth. "Damn it! Stop messing around, you bastard." Then, as if itching for a fight, the other man asked, "Hey, Hunu, do you still want to fight me?" Hearing this, Hunu's tightly clenched fist suddenly froze. Then, he began to remind him, "You should know by now." Ma trailed off, before making a firm declaration, "You can't defeat me." Hearing that, Hunu's face contorted as he fell silent. The man was right, and there was no way to argue. Next, he saw the man's ferocious expression, along with the damned stats above his head. 100 battles, 100 losses. Faced with his serious gaze, Hunu finally accepted the truth. Then he remembered Bakwi Yahang and realized that he wasn't the type of person who would give up on martial arts. Then, Hunu remembered the image of Hasabun and considered further. Even when he was cornered, he remembered the deadly battle with those demons and realized it once more. Even when he had a significant weakness and no special skills. The images of those three people shattered in his mind like a mirror, and Hunu finally accepted it in his heart. There's no way I can defeat him. Back in reality, Hunu collapsed to the ground. But he immediately shot back up, his face filled with a thirst for battle. "Not yet. Don't jump to conclusions." Then he pointed at Ma. "If I win this fight, it doesn't mean you'll win forever." Ma shook his head, looking fed up. "More nonsense." Hunu took an attack stance, his expression resolute. "We'll see about that." Hunu then closed his eyes to compose himself, while his inner voice reminded him, "Focus." At the same time, beads of sweat dripped incessantly down his face. Then, he urged himself on once more. "Just focus on one thing." The image of sweat drops multiplied in his mind, followed by an urgent inner command. He paused for a moment. As he focused, a giant drop of water enveloped his opponent in his mind's eye, with the sound of flowing water creating tiny, dripping. He screamed, confirming his target in his mind. Ma. Back in reality, he leaped up and accelerated with boundless power towards Ma. Ma thought coldly. How annoying, as he drew his sword to counter. There was a slicing sound as the sword cut into Hanu's abdomen, causing fragments to appear, but it seemed to instantly regenerate to its original state. Cheon-ma was stunned as he witnessed this. He's different from before. He recovers instantly after dying. He unleashed a flurry of slashes on Hunu. The attacks came relentlessly. 100, 104, then 120, 150, 200 times, 300, 500, 700 times. Cheon-ma attacked Hunu with all his might, but he responded powerfully. Don't think you can beat me with a move like that. You can't even execute your moves properly by increasing your MP that way, Hunu taunted. You're not just foolish, you're not even proficient in Tai Chi. That's not martial arts. You were a fool to show off your martial arts in front of me, Hunu said, raising a powerful fist. Death. Death and mockery can't stop me. Then, a series of images from his past flashed by a past where he was always bullied, always struggled in life, always endured things alone, always the target of his friends' gossip. He trained and entered the tower, and his battles with cold-blooded killers forged the man he is today. Hunu's eyes blazed red as he shouted with determination, I will never give up. Suddenly, an explosion shattered the quiet night sky atop the mountain. 2 explosions, both caused by Hunu. He was unleashing waves of attacks on the ground. Cheon-ma thought, he's crazier than I thought. Within the deep recesses of Cheon-ma's mind, a quiet space appeared, dense trees under a sparkling, star-filled night sky. This place is a virtual space. It's where those who fail to climb the tower stay until they get another chance to ascend. In this place, no one dies. No one at all. It's a place where the concepts of life and death don't exist. The rule is that no one can enter this place except its master. But somehow, this guy managed to. What he said sounded so ridiculous, especially coming from the mouth of someone I've killed. Cheon-ma thought pensively about Hunu. I don't know if he's crazy, but I accepted his request and even added a ridiculous condition. He sighed. From the very beginning, I never intended to teach that bastard martial arts. I was just bored and decided to humor his pathetic little request. That's right. From the very beginning, I've always used my own swordsmanship to defeat Hyun-woo, and I still feel satisfied every time I kill him. When he looked into Hyun-woo's eyes, Chunma noticed they were always filled with sarcasm and prejudice. It was filled with astonishment, but it was so annoying that he could tell Hyun-woo wasn't subdued at all. Despite being killed countless times, the guy just wanted to fight even more, which annoyed him to no end, as his hateful glare clearly showed. Chunma was still struggling internally. And so, from that point on, I started giving it my all against him. 200 times. I quite enjoyed it, seeing him die without being able to withstand a single blow. Then, on the 400th time, Chunma defeated Hyun-woo, feeling utterly triumphant. I laughed at him, the guy who couldn't even last 3 seconds. The rock shattered once more. The 700th time, he defeated Hyun-woo. It was quite satisfying to completely crush his strongest moves. On the 1000th time, Hyun-woo fell before Chunma's blade. I completely shattered the martial arts he had built up. I was certain he wouldn't be able to stand up anymore, when everything he had built was torn down. But he got up again. Chunma was astonished by Hyun-woo's perseverance. Defeated thousands of times, yet he still stood up to fight. Chunma's grip on his sword tightened as he furiously continued his assault on Hyun-woo. This irritating feeling welled up inside my chest. He can't even handle a few of my attacks. But why do I feel so damn irritated? Chunma's eyes, burning with hatred, glared at the determined Hyun-woo. He was still wrestling with his thoughts. My own suspicions were raising questions. And after killing him another 200 times, I finally realized it. What is this feeling? It's something I felt a very long time ago. Something I've only ever felt one other time. It's the same feeling I had when I became a climber. It's faint, but it is unmistakably the feeling of danger. Is it because he never gives up? Even as he pondered this, he continued to fight Hyun-woo, defeating him time and time again. The surrounding landscape was also being torn apart by their battle. Chunma gritted his teeth, thinking, don't make me laugh. I'll bury you. I'll crush you so that you can never stand again. He then launched an attack, but lost in his thoughts, he moved too early, leaving an opening. I was too hasty. Seizing the opportunity, Hyun-woo quickly landed a punch right in Chunma's face, knocking him flat on his back. Hyun-woo said smugly, exactly 295 times. What did I tell you? Nothing lasts forever. Chunma scowled in anger after being defeated for the first time by Hyun-woo. The scene shifts to a dark, crimson hell, where Wukong sits, waiting for something. A voice called out from behind him, Are you finished? It was the Blue Lion. Wukong got up and asked, What took you so long? The Blue Lion replied, Stop complaining. Wukong shot back, annoyed, You'd be complaining too if you were in my shoes. It's been 3 months since I split that lizard's head open, Wukong said, gesturing to a dead lizard behind him. Wukong then asked, You're here, so does that mean you're done with your part? The Blue Lion answered, Of course. Wukong looked puzzled. Then what about your other brothers? White Elephant and Great Phoenix. Just as he said that, the two of them arrived. We're a little late. The Blue Lion turned to them and asked, Did you two clean up properly? The two replied, "We've completely cleared out the west, the east, too." Wukong shook his head with a small laugh. "How ridiculous. You guys climbed all the way to the throne, and it took you a full 5 months just to destroy one region." The Blue Lion and the other two became enraged. "Hey, you're only recognized as a high ranker because all your achievements are public knowledge. But the only thing we're recognized for is our existence as the 3 demon kings of the East Saturday." The narration introduces the 3 demon kings of the East Saturday. They were said to have devoured 100,000 soldiers in a single bite. The one who trampled legendary beasts, from legends, with tusks and a trunk that ensnared all things, and the one who wiped out an entire kingdom, devouring its king, its ministers, and all its subjects. Those achievements alone allowed the 3 of them to become mid-level tower climbers. After listening, Wukong laughed softly. "You're all just making excuses." Suddenly, the ground beneath them shifted, cracking open as a towering skyscraper emerged. Wukong was taken aback. He leaped down below. "All right, let's make a plan before we start climbing." The Blue Lion looked down and sighed. "Hasn't it always been like this?" Wukong raised a hand, opening a mystical teleportation gate. It was a bottomless purple vortex. "I'll still take the south. Blue Lion, you handle the north. White Elephant, you go east, and Great Phoenix, you go west." Before leaving, Wukong turned back to remind them all. "Most importantly, finish everything within 2 months this time. I still have work to do." And with that, he vanished into thin air. The scene shifts to a high-rise apartment. Inside, a phone on a table suddenly starts ringing. It's a call from the administrator. Team leader Kim Si-hoon answered the phone. "Hello." Before he could say more, the voice on the other end blurted out, "This is Hunter Im-hoon. We have an emergency." "Where is Hunter Kim Haimwoo right now?" he asked, confused. "What's wrong?" The person on the other end replied, "Get back to work. A disaster level alert. In 3 hours, a catastrophe will occur in South Korea. We need the help of Hunter Kim Hyunu." Miri, who had her head down, suddenly woke up, her fearful eyes looking towards the sword kept in the glass case. Back to the scene where the battle between Hyunu and Chan Ma was still raging fiercely. Day after day in this space, the two men fought each other relentlessly. Time was measured by the number of endless battles between the two. Neither would yield, and both struck without mercy. Hyunu kicked at Chan Ma, but then retracted it, replacing it with a heaven-piercing punch. He smiled smugly. "That kick was just a feint, you bastard." The battle continued. "Bring it on." Chan Ma chuckled to himself, thinking, "That crazy bastard. This is probably the 5,000th time he's died." Hyunu was still smug. "Well, who told you to mess with a madman?" Chan Ma suddenly felt a sense of dread, thinking, "What is he? How can he fight to this extent?" Hyunu maniacally lunged towards Chan Ma with his fists radiating red power. Chan Ma thought, "I've killed him 5,000 times. Is it even possible to lose a battle 5,000 times without taking a single break? Furthermore, he should have fallen into despair by now, seeing all his efforts go to waste. I started using the Thunder God technique against him since his 3,200th death." After being defeated, Hyunu lay on the ground and reached up to grab Chan Ma's collar, startling him. Chan Ma looked into Hyunu's eyes, thinking that his eyes were still resolute even in that state. Hyunu was still arrogant. "Looks like I've caught you again." Chan Ma chuckled lightly, grabbing Hyunu's hand. "You truly are a mad dog." Hyunu remained steadfast. "Thanks for the compliment." Then the battle resumed, and Chan Ma was once again lost in thought. "The sense of danger I used to feel has long since vanished. This feeling I have now is astounding." As he thought back on his battles with other players, he remembered, "I climbed from a street beggar to the sovereign of the sky, and I saw many types of people while climbing the tower. But I've never met anyone like this Kim Hyunu." To describe this man, he is a person with an immortal will. From a wandering swordsman to one who considered himself the strongest in the world, their wills all shattered when they met me, because I broke the swordsmanship they had built up. But what about Kim Hyunu? He came to me knowing he had no chance. If I kill him 1,000 times, he comes back 1,001 times to challenge me again. I have broken everything he's built, yet he continues to stand back up. His eyes were incredibly belligerent and determined. Chan Ma thought again, it's as if he doesn't even have the concept of giving up. That's why I'm so astounded by Kim Hyunu. Not as the heavenly demon, but as a human, Mu 1. The battles continued to rage on. When Hyunu used a technique, Chan Ma said, "That's a sloppy teleportation technique. It only looks similar." He easily dodged Hyunu's move. "You need 3 steps to use teleportation." Hyunu suddenly realized something, continuing to fight with techniques meant to defeat Chan Ma, only to receive his criticism. Martial arts aren't skills meant to look flashy. You need to understand their essence. That's not how you use footwork. The heavenly demon fist steps. Stop daydreaming and focus on the 3 basics. The Thunder God technique is fundamentally different from other martial arts. You can try to copy it just by looking, but achieving its true power isn't that simple. Chan Ma explained the techniques to Hyunu while they fought. The important thing isn't creating the lightning, but that the lightning must exist naturally within your mana. His 82nd death. Chanma continued to speak, and the battle didn't stop. Once the lightning exists within your mana, you need to give it shape. That will be your basic form in any situation. Despite hearing the lecture on that technique, Hyunu was still defeated for the 8,423rd time. Hyunu suddenly thought after this defeat, how many times have I died now? Whatever. I don't even know anymore. Every step I take is different from before. This is the power of martial arts. He looked at his own hands, and he continued to fight with the techniques he had learned, but still failed. Chanma continued, now, break the shape you've created. From now on, the technique and the ki within your body will follow you with every move. His 1,100th death. Chanma, a being of great power, stood on a high rooftop looking down at Kim Hyunu. His 14,000th death. Watching Chanma, he said, the flow of mana through every pressure point in the body will naturally create lightning, and dozens of other techniques are used to maintain an extremely powerful Thunder God technique with just the right amount of mana. Hyunu's eyes remained determined. It's perfect. Chanma looked down coldly. Well, now for the final step, but now I finally understand. Despite all his failures, Hyungu's beaming eyes said it all. The two of them continued to fight as brilliant lightning flashed. Cut to the International Hunter Association's control center in the US. The gray-haired woman spoke into the intercom. The civilian evacuation is actually being coordinated by the police. It's complete chaos. A man named Liam asked, how much longer do we have? The man behind him answered, we have an estimated 10 minutes. Flashing back 31 hours earlier, we weren't worried when a disaster was identified in the US because we had Hunter Kim Hyungu. But just a few hours later, disasters were also identified in both Thailand and Mexico. And finally, one was also confirmed in South Korea. Liam looked at the map, which was covered in alarming red dots. There's only one Hunter Kim Hyungu, but there are 4 disasters. What's the situation in those countries? The gray-haired man replied nervously. Thailand and Mexico have called upon most of their guilds, both domestic and international, and have also invited S-rank hunters. As for us, Hunter Jelly and most of our guilds are preparing for the disaster. Liam said worriedly to everyone, that's right. We've prioritized ourselves first. Although we're worried about South Korea, where a disaster has been confirmed, it's Hunter Kim Hyungu's home, so there shouldn't be any problems. We can't get in touch with him, but he should be fine. He can fight for humanity. Unless he somehow left the planet. Cutting back to Kim Hyungu's house, Kim Si-hyun was worried. Hyungu isn't here right now. It's like he's vanished from the face of the earth. Kranbi and Leo Dong were anxious. We have to keep this a secret from everyone. It could cause chaos, but it's been a month since he disappeared. We can't just keep waiting for him in this situation when we have no idea when he'll be back. Kim Si-hyun said decisively, we have to face this disaster on our own. Then he turned to look at Hyungu's disciple. What are you going to do? Miryong. Miryong gave the 3 of them a cold look. Kim Hyungu, death number 1,424. And the death count is still rising, because he won't let the heavenly demon kill him even one more time. A bright light surrounded Kim Hyungu. The heavenly demon looked surprised. To think, he's already reached that level? It was no longer just a massive concentration of mana. The concept of reflection itself was embodied in his black wings, and the very notion of a boundary was made manifest in that black orb. For me, the one worshipped as the Thunder God, to be pushed back by a demon god of black flame. Despite having died 10,000 times, the two of them glared murderously at each other. The heavenly demon spoke coldly. Why don't you kill me? Hyungu stammered. Well, a disciple doesn't kill his master, right? Kim Hyungu burst out laughing. The heavenly demon was furious. Are you mocking me? You crazy dog? When did I ever accept you as my disciple? Hyungu laughed loudly. Oh, my. The heavenly demon said coldly, if you're done, then get lost. I can't get any rest with you bothering me. Hyungu gave a goofy grin. Even if you didn't say anything, I was gonna leave anyway. Hyungu walked away slowly, provoking his master. Hey, thanks for everything, you dog of a master. The heavenly demon sneered. You crazy bastard. A disciple from beyond the grave, eh? Not bad. Cut to the city of Montana in the US. Inside a training camp, a tense Riley gave the command. It's appeared. Fire. Boom. The whole sky exploded. The hunters stared tensely at the flames. Riley said, with a determined look in his eyes, what a warm welcome. The being known as Wukong grinned sinisterly. I was planning on wiping everything out with my clones, but now I've changed my mind. Riley spoke into a comms device. Just as expected, it's not effective against a disaster-level threat. Everyone, get into position. Proceed with Plan B. Wukong smirked triumphantly. Since it's come to this, I guess I'll have to deal with you myself. First, let's get rid of the weaklings. Grow, Ruyi Bang. Another disaster struck in Thailand. The entire city was engulfed in flames. The great rock emerged from the rubble, saying flatly, this one looks rather primitive. A voice echoed, oh my, and who might you be? The great rock was stunned. What? Hyungu's voice growled, you approached me even after seeing me. Great Rock, you've turned this place to rubble. Are you insane? The Great Rock snarled, I'll take special pleasure in killing you after I'm done playing with you. He roared, breathing fire that obscured Hyungu in a hazy inferno. Hyungu joked, what's this guy with the funny name saying? You're Camber, right? The Great Rock, now scorched, screamed, impossible. Hyungu snapped his fingers and smirked as an announcement rang out. You have successfully defeated the Great Rock, one of the 3 demon kings of Satadon. Location, Bangkok, Thailand. You have successfully defeated Camber, the Great Rock. As the Void Bird, your information authority has increased. Your information authority is now at the intermediate level. He looked surprised. Huh? Thailand? What? Why am I in Thailand? In Uijeongbu, South Korea, Seon was beaten and lay under the rubble. Seo Kangyun was pinned down, unconscious. The one called the Blue Lion said arrogantly, you think those attacks could even scratch me? Miriam landed a heavy blow on him. He smirked. You're quite entertaining. You're different from the others. But now I'm bored. Watch this. Miriam couldn't block it and screamed in agony. Just then, Hyungu arrived with a vengeance. He met up with Avi and asked, so, you're telling me the Cambers are appearing and running rampant all over the world? Avi's eyes widened as she spoke. That's right. This has been happening for a while now. Hunu asked thoughtfully. Can 4 Cambers really appear at the same time? And before this, Nan Shin of the Night Parade of 100 Demons also appeared with a ton of followers. Avi shook her head. No, that one's different. Unless it's an extreme coincidence. Hunu asked, so, what's the situation now? Avi's eyes widened as she said, it's highly likely that they have a leader. I told you before, didn't I? There are Cambers that can bring others with them, depending on the achievements they've accumulated. There must be a leader among those 4. Hunu leaned in curiously, asking, and this leader brought 3 other Cambers with them, Avi replied. It's possible if it's a high-ranking Camber. Their power is comparable to a natural disaster. Hunu silently thought to himself that he'd come to ask why he'd appeared in Thailand, but that probably didn't matter anymore. He asked, so if I take down the leader, will the others disappear too? Avi replied, I think so. He asked Avi again, then where is the leader now? She pointed to a map and said, I think they're here, in the United States. He fell into thought. Perhaps the easiest way was to just take down the leader to get rid of the others. But an announcement rang out. A Camber has reached the 9th floor. Time remaining, 000. Location, Montana. Announcement. A Camber has reached the 9th floor. Time remaining, 000. Location, Mexico City. Announcement. A Camber has reached the 9th floor. Time remaining, 000. Location, Gwangju, South Korea. If I go to the U.S., what will happen to the people in Korea? Even with Miriam there, she can't take on a Camber. What should I do? An idea flashed in his mind. He imagined Miriam being beaten down in some faraway place. Miriam swore in frustration, damn it. Hunu heard her voice. Where could Mr. Hunu be? Miriam wondered to herself, what was I just thinking? I told myself that we had to protect South Korea on our own, but here I am, thinking of relying on him. It wasn't his fault to begin with. It's all because I'm too weak. Damn it. I can't die here. It hurts so much. My martial arts techniques aren't working. All my confidence was passed down from my master. Her master once told her, the martial art of the supreme ruler is incredibly powerful. If it can't stand against an enemy, then you can only blame your own childish weakness. She thought to herself, I never once believed I was strong. The only strong person in the world was my master. Anyone weaker than me was just an ordinary person. That way of thinking is what made me weak. I was always looking up to his strength, but I just stood still. I never thought about striving to become even stronger. The Blue Lion smirked menacingly. He said, shall we end this? You should feel honored. I'll show you the achievement I gained from devouring 100,000 soldiers. With a mighty roar, the Blue Lion unleashed all his power, causing Miriam's eyes to widen. A voice echoed in her mind. Looks like you need some help, don't you? Miriam was stunned, thinking, this is the same voice I heard before. The voice continued, then let me help you. All you need to do is accept my power. Miriam shouted defiantly, I refuse. My master told me there's no such thing as power without a price. The voice boomed. So, you refuse my power because you fear the price? Fine, then. A brilliant light enveloped Miriam, giving her no time to react. She screamed, what? The mysterious entity growled. This time, there is no price to pay. Now, feel my power. The power of the one who rules over all demons and stands at the head of the night parade of 100 demons. My power. The power of Nan Shin of the night parade of 100 demons. The power surged into the girl, filling her with vitality. She smugly sealed the Blue Lion's mouth. The Blue Lion growled, thinking, why can't I open my mouth? What is this flow of mana around me? Mirion smirked with contempt. What are you? Whatever, it's too late now. I'll just devour this mana as well. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. The blue lion stuttered in frustration. I can't move my body. The mysterious voice spoke faintly. How ridiculous. Showing off such a pathetic achievement. She was stunned. What did you say? She asked. She took a 6th step, and the mysterious entity spoke coldly. If my achievements were widely known, someone like you would be easily defeated. And even if they were, you still wouldn't stand a chance of winning against me. Why? Because I am just like you. Did you really think you were the only camper with a little-known achievement? She took a 7th step, speaking with confidence. If all of my achievements were known, I would introduce myself by a different name. 8 steps. 9 steps. I wouldn't be called Nan Shin of the Night Parade of 100 Demons. 10 steps. The 10-step absolute kill. But the Lord of all monsters. In the ruins of Mexico City, the white elephant stood frozen in place, a frustrated look on its face as it wondered, why? Can't I move? It suddenly heard a voice. Isn't that a bit flashy? A man coldly asked. You're that voice. What did you do to me? Hunu's eyes widened as he laughed loudly. Just a little. Experiment. I've gained a lot of useful skills recently. Heh. The white elephant's face flushed red with anger as it gritted its teeth and snarled. Damn it. You're insane, Hanji and said flatly. I don't want to hear that from a monster who destroyed an entire city, but that's all right. I should thank you for helping me kill the people I was planning to kill anyway, and for becoming a lab rat like this. Backjaw shouted in a rage. You, what the hell kind of person are you? She replied smugly. Well, I don't think that's something you need to worry about right now. Now, shall we get back to the main topic? Ranked 4th on the Dark Wind World list. This is an experiment to test the soul's loyalty. Do you understand? In a hospital, Seon was beaten unconscious and admitted. Suddenly, Seon jolted awake. A worried Han Seol Kang asked, Seon, are you awake? Seol Kang was surprised. Seol Kang, Appa. She sat up in pain, looking around in a panic. A hospital? What happened? Seol Kang said gravely. I don't really know either. It seems the climber that appeared in South Korea has been dealt with, and they said Si-hoon carried us here on his back. Seon shouted in alarm. What? She angrily made a call to yell at him. Seol Kang laughed out loud. Just leave him be. He must have his reasons. Elsewhere, Hyun-woo was frustrated for letting the man fall. He punched the wall hard, his brow furrowed in frustration. Damn it. The only thing I could do was run. I just ran into some guy on top of the Imperial City. The two stared at each other, wide-eyed. Hyun-woo asked blankly, Who are you? Elsewhere, Sun Wukong sat under the late-night sky, his expression pensive. Is there something out there? I only needed about 300 clones to clear the 9th floor, given our power against a low-level climber, but half of them were destroyed instantly. I knew it, Hyun-woo said with a grin. You're the main body, aren't you? Startled, Wukong turned around only to be sent flying by a punch. Wukong, enraged, charged forward. Take this. He powerfully shoved Hyun-woo off the city wall. Wukong refused to let up. You're not getting away. Ruyi Bang, extend. The staff grew, forcing a terrified Hyun-woo to flee. He leaped to the neighboring building, breathing a sigh of relief. Wukong grinned and said, You're quite interesting. State your name. Hyun-woo gave a goofy grin. Me? I'm just a zookeeper. I take care of an animal just like you at the zoo. Wukong roared with laughter. You must be insane. Hyun-woo burst out laughing. I'm getting pretty excited. This is my first time catching a monkey. A system notification appeared. You have defeated a climber in Gwangju, South Korea. You have successfully defeated climber Lam Su. Notification, you have defeated a climber in Mexico City. You have successfully defeated climber White Elephant. He thought smugly, I don't know why the other climbers were eliminated. But now it's time to see the results of my training. Wukong frantically used his powers. Ruyi Bang, extend. Ruyi Bang, retract. Hyun-woo watched Wukong with a crazed look in his eyes. The monkey confidently chanted, Ruyi Bang, grow. Watch me. He slammed the staff down once, causing the entire city to erupt in a fiery explosion. Wukong said disdainfully, to enter a fight when you have nothing. Before he could finish, Hyun-woo shot out from the rubble and grabbed Wukong's leg, making him shriek in terror. Ag. Hyun-woo grabbed his leg, spun him around like a top, and slammed him into the ground. Hyun-woo smirked triumphantly. See? I wasn't lying. Wukong gritted his teeth in fury. Hyun-woo said confidently, Is that all you've got for a high-level climber? You're all talk. Now, shall we start over? Wukong aggressively got to his feet and stubbornly swung his staff at Hyun-woo. Hyun-woo toyed with him, making him curse in frustration. Damn it. He thought to himself, What kind of monster is this? Where did a monster like him suddenly come from? I've never faced this kind of danger while climbing the tower before. And because my title as Sun Wukong is so well known, I should have had an easier time climbing the tower. Hyunwoo chuckled smugly. Don't be so quiet. Scared, are we? That guy's power. It's something that shouldn't even be on the 9th floor. Wukong thought. He said with disgust. What good would talking do? It's a waste to use this skill on the 9th floor, but I'll show you. Feet, open. Seal, release. Witness the true power of the one who wreaked havoc in the heavenly palace. The true power of the handsome monkey king. A blinding light enveloped Wukong as he roared and attacked. Down below, Hyunwoo let out a contemptuous laugh. Hey buddy, how about we call a truce? Wukong erupted in fury. What? Hyunwoo said dismissively. A skill like that, I can do it too. As all the agents' eyes turned to the sky where Hyunwoo was fighting, Liam watched intently as he battled the creature. The battle was intense. Sun Wukong used his classic techniques, while Hyunwoo fought with confident aggression. Wukong was losing his cool. I have to land a fatal blow, Wukong thought. Hyunwoo laughed smugly. What do you think you can possibly do to me? Hearing this only enraged Wukong further. He gritted his teeth, scowling at Hyunwoo. You just wait. You're tougher than you look. Hyunwoo said nonchalantly. If you're only focused on those lightning bolts, how do you plan on blocking my next attack? Wukong was sent flying into the air by Hyunwoo's attack. He gritted his teeth, his face contorted with rage. Hyunwoo told him, it's too late now. Watch this. Asura's flaming ranged strike. Wukong cried out in alarm. This mana fluctuation. It's too powerful. I can't block this. You damn bastard, he thought. There's no way. How can I lose to a mere resident of this floor? Hyunwoo laughed loudly. You're pretty good for a monkey. Wukong screamed, how dare you? No one disrespects me, the handsome monkey king. Fine. Even if I can't climb the tower anymore, I'll drag you down with me. Wukong glared at Hyunwoo with murderous intent. Hyunwoo smiled with delight. What a surprise, so many monkeys. Wukong shouted, this is your end. I will kill you. Hyunwoo watched carefully and smiled smugly. Wukong was boiling with rage. This is your end. 18 thunderous cudgel strikes. 1,000 streets exploded. With no sign of Hyunwoo, Wukong wondered, has he been annihilated? The flames blazed even higher as Hyunwoo stepped out confidently. His aura infuriated Wukong. What? How is that possible? Hyunwoo thought, the real secret to the existence of reconstitution isn't from the outside. It has to come from within. The limit isn't about just pouring in everything you have. By precisely balancing and calculating to the point where you can completely master its core, you can absorb it. Watch me. Ultimate Killer Strike. He completely absorbed its power, killing it on the spot. The entire street was left in ruins. An announcement rang out. You have defeated a Grim. Location: Billings, Montana, USA. Your information authority has been upgraded from intermediate to upper intermediate. Your current information authority is upper intermediate. You have successfully defeated the handsome monkey king, Wukong. Your information authority has accumulated. Your information authority has been upgraded from intermediate to upper intermediate. Your current information authority is upper intermediate. Hyunwoo smiled gleefully, his limbs still intact. My mana is still circulating normally. Good. I plan on taking down those campers without getting too injured this time. I always had to rest for 2 to 3 days after every battle. My training with the heavenly demon was very effective. He confidently praised himself for being so good. Announcement: Ruyi Bang. Level 55. Augmentations: none. Skill: Reaction Nullification. Information Authority. This is the weapon used by the handsome monkey king, Wukong. This weapon was taken from the Celestial Palace by Wukong when he caused a rampage and needed a weapon for himself. It was once just the sea-calming divine needle but became a weapon. When Wukong possessed it, it can extend and shorten, and also enlarge at the user's will, with almost no limit. When no author JT is satisfied, it can be temporarily enlightened into the Vajra Ruyi Bang. At that time, all stats will be increased, and the user will be able to borrow power from its main body, the handsome monkey king. Hyunwoo held the Ruyi Bang and laughed loudly. I'll read the notifications later. For now, I need to get somewhere I can contact everyone. He walked down the street happily. At a certain point, he had a thought. The International Hunters Association building should be right around here, right? He shouted, extend, Ruyi Bang. The Ruyi Bang lifted him to a large building. 2 tall skyscrapers stood side by side, their exteriors covered in gleaming glass. This was the headquarters of the World Hunters Federation. The main character's voice rang out, thanks for letting me borrow this. I'll wear it. Kim Hyunwoo smiled, one hand in his pocket, the other holding up and admiring his new sportswear with a black jacket, paired with black pants that had 2 white bands on the right arm and right leg. Hyunwoo was still full of praise, seeming to really like this outfit. This design isn't bad either. The senator standing beside him was still very surprised by this young man. Senator Liam was still stunned as he recalled the moment the main character fought Wukong. He was completely unharmed after that battle. Is he even human? The senator was utterly astonished to see Hyun-gu hovering in the sky, on a staff, and he even appeared so strangely. It was even more shocking to learn that he was also a tower climber. Hyun-gu asked, "So all the tower climbers disappeared and there hasn't been much damage in Korea yet, right?" The senator answered hesitantly, "That's right. Not as much as in other countries." The senator wondered, "But I'd like to ask something." Hyun-gu was curious about what the senator was going to ask. On a phone, a status update from the account BAM appeared. Posted 9 minutes ago. Kim Hyun-gu has stopped the cataclysm. Click here to see the details of the official recorded clip in a few hours. But we believe that the cataclysm has been found and stopped. I have truly witnessed the entire truth and written it here. What's the conclusion? P.S. From Korean Brain. Oh, right, except for Mexico. We still don't know who stopped the other cataclysms. Kim Si-hun finished reading the status on social media. He looked over at Hyun-gu, who was lying with his head on Miri's lap. Holding her phone, she was slightly embarrassed, her face blushing red. She was frozen, not knowing what to do. A hospital visit, Hyun-gu had come to check on them. Miri was clearly experiencing a mix of indescribable, confusing emotions that made her face turn red. Si-hun ignored Miri's presence and asked the main character, "You said you were teleported to Thailand, so how did you get here?" Hyun-gu answered as if it were obvious. "Oh, that? I ran and swam." Si-hun couldn't believe what he was hearing. "Huh? Swam? What are you talking about?" Hyun-gu looked up and replied calmly, "I did a triathlon, minus the cycling." "No, you've lost your mind." Si-hun still didn't believe Hyun-yu's words. His eyes were filled with doubt. A girl in a patient's gown was heading toward the door, from which many sounds were coming. "Hyun-yu, you said you practiced with Chioma, right? With a sword?" That's right." The beautiful Seo Dong, still cheerfully carrying her IV bag, walked toward the lively chatter of her friends. She and her four-wheeled IV pole approached the door. "Can I come in here?" A voice called out. Seo Dong looked into the room, where Si-hun was standing with a heavy heart. So suddenly, she had heard Si-hun's words, "I'm so exhausted." She wasn't sure what to say. Recalling the past, she called out Kim Si-hun's name loudly. "Why did you leave on your own yesterday?" "I was so worried, you know," she said as she smacked Si-hun hard. He just leaned into it, muttering an apology. Si-hun lowered his face slightly, a look of disappointment on it. "It's just that I'm frustrated with how weak I am." "Is it because of Cheonsa? You are considered very strong." "He's a tower climber." Seo Dong was worried about her friend. Si-hun denied it. "No, it's not just Cheonsa." Si-hun stood there, recalling the image of Miri with sharp horns on her head, and also the Dragon Emperor. Seo Dong thought about that image. The skull tattoo with long horns and sharp fangs still made her shudder a little. "I was so shocked when I saw it, but he was incredible, even just from watching the way he moved. Before, I just denied reality, telling myself that Hyun-yu would fall out of the rankings. But my thinking changed after experiencing all that." Si-hun helplessly recalled the image of Hyun-yu with one hand in his pocket, the other covering a yawn, wearing slippers. Si-hun looked at his own hands. "I have to protect the things that are important to me with my own hands." He clenched his fist, resolute. "That's why I have to get stronger." Seo Dong felt somewhat relieved. She poked Si-hun, teasing, "What? I think you're being way too tense." He replied awkwardly, "Ah, well, not really." Back in the present, though she could still see Si-hun's lingering gloom, she had faith in him after everything. After what he's been through, he'll take action soon. She really admired him. He's improved. In the room, Si-hun sat on a chair opposite the sofa where Hyun-yu was lying with his head on Miri's lap. An image of Chan Ma, clad entirely in black and holding a great sword, appeared in Si-hun's mind, calmly saying, "Only if you can kill me." Si-hun thought to himself. But is Chan Ma even teaching him properly? Hyun-yu spoke up. "You won't be able to walk for a while, right? I'll help you with a few things." Si-hun smiled brightly. "Thanks, Hyun-yu." At that moment, Seo Dong walked in and cheered. "Si-hun Appa, they said I can leave the hospital tomorrow." "Oh, really? That's great. How much stronger did you get after returning from the imaginary space? Did your average stats change?" Si-hun asked. Hyun-yu rubbed his head and sat up. "Who knows? I haven't even checked my status window." Miri, with a blushing face, watched Hyun-yu. The status window displayed the name